The boy with the scarf on his head looked terrified and blurted, asking. The woman snarls about her aggressive move, and after apologizing for the trap, Asuda snaps into action, sword in hand, blade aimed at him, and growls. He just wants to figure out where he is since he arrived recently, and things didn't exactly add up. Recognize the place. Wondin says it's a jungle forest at the base of Mount Morga, land ruled by the Jungle Kingdom's own Lord Genos, but that doesn't sit right with him. So he presses the woman and asks if she even knows about Chiba Prefecture in Japan. Realizing shocking twist, he isn't tied to that birthplace at all. Realizing the clothes I wore it hit him with a bizarre smell like fruits and flowers mixing with incense, and even a hint of meat that hit his stomach like a roar. Suddenly, hunger slammed in, and it all clicked into place. A guttural growl rips out of his stomach. The woman keeps her sword aimed, confused, and blurts out what he's planning to do. Once again, Asuda's stomach growls like crazy, and Ifa snaps, asking if he's messing with her. He scrambles to explain, then blurts out that she smells amazing, especially since he hasn't eaten a thing. When he's starving, the boy finally manages to blurt out an apology, insisting he never meant to steal. Eifel's got this eerie aura blazing as he points the sword, and Masuda tries to apologize one more time, but his stomach growls like a warning, and suddenly it hits him. Maybe this is where his second life ends. A sword crashes down onto the ground, hitting with a bone-deep thud. That Ifo starts trembling, and the boy's like, "Uh-oh, is she sick?" The warning starts to cry. Then he exploded into laughter. The moment she finally snapped the truth, it hit her like a thunderclap she had. She's barely holding her laughter in when the warrior drops the bomb. Asudome has to be eliminated. And when he demands answers, Aoife snaps that this is her first real moment of nerves, and she was born for this. So he has to be eliminated. The boy scrambles to apologize, admits he totally crushed her pride, then blurts that he's in real trouble and he can't even find the way. Meanwhile, the Onin tells her she's not from the Stone Capital and not from the Western Kingdom. So she promises to hear him out, then swears she'll drag him to her home or wipe him out if he keeps refusing. To ask if inviting a total stranger is actually a good idea, and the woman fires off the ultimatum: if he doesn't have a fire ready, he's dead. The boy steps up and names himself, but I'm about to say something, and it all goes sideways. Aoife's tongue trips the moment he tries to say his own name, so he figures she should just call him her suitor. She pulls him close and tells him to lean on her shoulders so they can shoot through the crowd. The second he slips his arm around him, he snaps the offer right up. He crowds in close, then bam! She whips out an elbow and catches him square in the face. She tells him to just rest his hand on her shoulder, then leans in and asks if he's hiding a sword in his chest. Asuda tells her, "I don't want to do a thing, so don't you worry." Like she's putting her mind at ease with one calm sentence. But the one person says, "Go for it. If you really want to try, do it now, because she'll cut circles around him with that sword." They keep moving. Aoife snaps that they've already burned too much time and warns that a jibba is going to hit them during the night. Confused to the bone, the boy blurts out a question about the jiba. She starts rattling off every boar feature, and Zajiba confirms it all. Then she asks if he actually saw one, and he admits he did, so that's exactly how she lured him into the trap. He finally realizes the coat on his back is stitched from the animal's hide, and Eiffel lays it out. Her tribe hunts them, devours the meat, and sells what's left, like it's hiding its fangs, then snapping out a pair of horns. She adds that the food they eat is the reason the people from the Stone City can't stand the forest folk. The boy blurts out, "Why?" And she snaps back, "Because the meat's tough and reeks, and once people eat it, they stink like the meat too." But Asuda swears that smell is absolutely irresistible, and he can practically sniff out trouble the instant it shows up. He can already taste it in his head. The jibba is going to be absolutely delicious. She shrugs and says the meat isn't great, but it definitely isn't bad either. And the boy's like, "Perfect, this is the kind of challenge that'll make any cook prove themselves." They finally spot the village, and the woman blurts out, "We're here, right on time." Asud fires the question, "So how many live here?" And she tells him the village sprawls from north to south, holding up to 500 people at most. She also claims that hopping from one city to the next eats up at least half a day. A stranger steps in, points at him, and demands, "Are you serious?" Fall, who the grumpy little brat is with her, she tells him, "Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you." But this says the son's family are treated like rulers and asks where the boy got his weird clothes and who sent him. But the woman snaps back that she doesn't care about his family at all. He's broken inside, and he demands that he get out of her way. Irritation flares as the man demands she repeats herself. Then she dares him to fight, or he better vanish. She strides right past the guy, yelling, "Watch out!" She's hunting the Gibbous, so she doesn't end up losing her head one day. Asuda says he can't exactly talk for himself, but if anything, she should at least learn to get along with the neighbors. Then she snaps open the story one night after her father died. That monster broke into her home and tried to assault her, and when she fought back, she survived by landing a storm of brutal low blows. She says that after that, the Sun family hair cost her her place with the people. And she panics like, "Do I really need to worry about a guy like him?" The boy tells her to smack him again, but she snaps back that he's not worth the effort, because if anything goes wrong, they'll blame her. The moment her stomach growls again, embarrassment hits. She snaps that he's doing it on purpose. The boy blurts back that she can laugh, and she immediately tells him to shut up. They finally burst into Ifa's small, modest home, and the boy blurts out, "Do I really need to take my shoes off?" Anoi says, "If your stomach keeps growling like that, I'm cooking you something to eat. Thanks for the heads up. If she doesn't live with any other family, that's a deal." She leans in and reminds him, "I already told you, my dad's gone." And then she adds that her mom died the same way, back when she was still trying to make sense of life. They step inside, and the huntress tells him to sit tight and wait. When Aoife slips off her juba fur coat, the scent of the meat hits even harder. His stomach rumbled even louder, and she demanded the sword, claiming, "It's tradition to hand over your weapons when you step into someone's home." The boy hesitates because the Santo Kuma is all he's got in this entire world. With no choice left, he thrusts it into her hands and begs her to take good care of it. She promises she'll handle it, and then swears she's not clumsy. Like that's the end of the conversation. If he slips up, it's not him begging to be treated like a victim. He's probably just wondering if that source is something his father left behind as a memento. And that suit proves it. He tells the forest folk straight up, anyone who mistreats their family, that kind of monster doesn't exist here. Clutching a pod in her hand, she snaps into motion, then the wound opens, and Asuna strides over, eyes blazing with curiosity. Believing Iface is starving. They promise, "I'll be ready in no time." But the boy insists he's not just pretending. He's genuinely hooked on the local food, because his job is tied straight to it. As she cooks, the boy can't stop staring, soaking it all in with wide-eyed curiosity, and asks if that price is meant for 2 people. And tell me what's so special about Cuba meat. Effort tries to figure out what the heck he's even talking about. Even says this. He doesn't have a clue. He stares at. He devoured the meal with pure satisfaction. And the woman watched in awe. Irritated, he snaps and demands what's so funny. And when he tries to apologize, he just shrugs. He says he was busy thinking the food looks downright delicious. And Iface shrugs, saying it's just mediocre. The one cracks the news that it's going to take some time before it's fully ready. And now she's begging to hear his story right now. He yanked off his scarf, dropped into his seat, and stared into the past, replaying every one of the 17 years he survived. He says that at first, he swore he was dead. Then he woke up in that place like nothing ever happened, staring around, panicking, and wondering if someone dragged him into a whole new country. Once the idea hit him, he snapped. Everything suddenly felt off, like the whole world was lying. So he fires back. "How am I supposed to speak Japanese with you if you don't even know what Japan is?" Then he leans in and demands she tell him exactly where they are. Eiffel lays it out. The forest folks camp in the Stone City's bloodline all sit under the Western Jungle Kingdom's rule, with plenty of folks packed into the Western capital, while the jungle people pray to the Western Jungle's god. And the whole continent of Musakoran is split into 4 great kingdoms and 4 great gods. and she warns that anyone who's not blessed by them is treated like a beast. He snapped, "Why don't you know that?" And the boy just stood there, terrified and stuck in his worry. Asura shrugs and says he doesn't know, and the boy can't stop thinking about that impossible boar one that's not in any book, because all of this just doesn't add up. It lands on one brutal truth: this world isn't his to claim. Then the boy leans in and asks her if she's ever met someone like him, and the girl shakes her head. No, never. He's convinced he's been dropped into a whole other world, and now he can't reach his father, Reina, or even get that knife delivered. He can't stop stressing over how long it'll take to get back to his original world, and he keeps wondering if he actually smashed his head. Like, maybe he's just imagining all of this. The second Ifa touched him, the boy jolted with a startled gasp, snapping right out of his racing thoughts. She rises, strides straight to the fire, and declares that the meat is finally done. He looks like a giant pot of stew, and then, whoa, he's rocked by just how much. But then he presses a woman anyway, asking if she actually believes his story. She could read the truth in his eyes. No lies, not even a flicker. And that's why she's convinced he's gone completely mad. I slammed the chops in, tossed the onions right into the pan, and let everything hit the food all at once. And the boy clocks the foam rising fast. His heart sinks a little, but he still thanks her for believing him. And the woman can't shake it. She thinks it's weird he actually enjoys being called crazy. Asuda fires back that he's just happy she believed him, no matter how crazy she thinks he is. Curious, Ifa fires off the question, "What will you do?" And he swears he'll fight his way back to his world. And the boy panics, admitting he has no clue what to do or how to get back. He tells her straight up, "I don't even remember how I ended up here. If I'm a burden, tell me, and I'll vanish right away." The boy throws out the idea of camping, but the woman shuts that down if he's going to do that. Next day, Ajiba will slaughter him, leaving nothing but bones free. Says Diz's son spotted her with him, so it's on her now. So until he finally learns the truth about this world and the gods, he's got no choice but to stick close to her. And with that, she tells him that once he truly gets it, everything can end the way he chooses, whatever he wants. He's grateful and thanks her for everything. Then out of pure respect, he bows his head like they do in Japan. But the girl can't help staring because it feels weird to her. Asuda stared at it all, thinking how she'd let him stay and how she was the first face he saw the moment he arrived. Then his thoughts started to race, like he was about to say something. I smiled because the food's finally ready, and I can't even finish my sentence before it hits. Their faces belong to both of them. Zuda takes it from her, grins, and says it smells amazing. Curiously, the boy peeks into the stew, and right there, besides the meat, he spots onions and potatoes. You snatch a chunk of meat with your chopsticks, take a quick bite, and your taste buds explode. Taste it then. It screams your name, and it feels downright awful. Asuda starts collecting herbs when his father tells him to sort out some borage meat, and suddenly a flashback to his past hits him. So he freezes, stares at the meat, and asks himself why he feels so off when his father snaps. What's wrong? He blurts out that he's terrified. That kid's grinning like crazy. He actually pulled off to Khan with boar. Yeah, he demands to know what happened to the meat, and his father explains that it has to sit and age for a few days. After finally taking a taste, he lights up and blurts that the stew is absolutely delicious, and it doesn't stink at all. Then the guy leans in and says the meat's got zero fat too. Asura's chatting with a girl, and she blurts out that she wants to eat daikon with meat, so he promises, "I'll bring it next time." But his voice dips with regret, and she leans in, asking if it's not the same for him. While he sleeps, I stumble and fail right like this. He hits him again, then forces him awake with a brutal punch. And then he swore he'd never eat for free again. The person who slid him dried jibba meat for breakfast. He tells her that the moment he's done, they're gone right away. He's still fighting to chew the meat, and now the smell hits him like poison, like that bleeding process was botched and never fully finished. As he digs into his food, one irritated stare keeps locking onto him like it wants answers. The boy can't stop replaying yesterday's food and the meat he ate. It's brutally tough and thick, with the most insanely sticky chew plus, you swear the onions are like shaki-yaki onions too. Only this time, it's the texture that matches. Those potatoes, turned into a silky, flour-thick mash and hot water smelling, and biting like black pepper. Now you take a bite, and boom, the flavor hits. The scent feels amazing, and everything suddenly tastes right. Irritated Aoife snaps. Aren't you done yet? As the boys wrestle to even chew through the meat, but he's already been fed, she tells him they'll hunt for pico leaves and stack firewood till sunset. And the boy straight up curious asks about his Santoka knife. They rush over to the storage building, grab the knife, and the Suda spots the incredible scent of spices wafting through the air, and his mouth starts to water fast, snatches a one-of-a-kind treasure from the racks. Eiffel spots the knife and snaps, "We're out, this is taking too long." She demands why he keeps staring at the storage, and the boy blurts out that he used to be a cook's son, and realizes the girl barely even cares what the food tastes like. Then Asuda, full of gratitude, tells him, "Thanks for letting me stay," and vows he'll cook up the evening meal. Ifor looks totally thrown off and straight up asks, "Am I an idiot?" Because he insists even a kid can cook. To defend himself, the boy blurts out that the food here tastes totally different from the food it was brought from, and she blurts out, "That makes 0 sense." But all he does is ask her to taste his recipe. No big deal. He just swears even a little help could make a difference. With nothing much left to add, she just nods, agrees, and blurts out he let himself do whatever he wanted. For now, the boy finally lets out a breath because at least he can cook. The other face insists the boy just dropped a bold statement and warns him there's going to be serious consequences for acting childish. Panic hits him, and he sprints up to her, heart pounding, breath stuck in his throat as he rushes in. As she strides away, he blurts out, "What do you mean by that?" It barrels through the woods the moment it spots. A few leaves drifted down, and the woman said, "Even though they look the same, pico leaves don't grow anywhere. They're found only along the riverbank." Curious, the boy leans in and asks if that dried leaf is what makes black pepper taste the way it does, and she nods, saying she swears by it to keep meat preserved for a whole month. "I tried to snatch a few leaves, then my fussing got in the way and stopped me." He grabs him by the collar and snaps, "Don't touch it, stealing from Morgan Mountain is taboo." He lays down the rule. You're forbidden to pluck leaves that the Jivas won't touch, and the whole mountain and forest? That's all claimed territory of the Western Jungle Kingdom. Eiffel even claims the Morian people aren't just survivors, they're refugees ripped from the Southern Kingdom, and that's why they can go after Jivas monsters. So everyone calls them the Jiva Eaters. And just like that, Asuna finally gets it. If they want to eat, it's only the so-called pests they're allowed to hunt down. Aoife keeps going, warning them that if they dare break the rules, the punishment is brutal. She'll strip their skin right off. They burst up to the river, and the boys can finally plants when the woman, yanking her coat off, and just removing her ounces, that she'll be the very first. She snarls that her body just reeks of jiba fat, and she yanks off her coat and throws it at the embarrassed boy. Bare as day, Eyeface snaps that it's at an unmarried woman when she's left half-dressed. Amazed, the boy blurts out, "So, it's really okay to check if she's married, right?" Ifrit tells him, "Stay on guard," then barks for his eyes to stay shut while she throws herself a fierce howl. That boy's already convinced there's 0 chance he'll ever top out with that heavy, and the huge boulders burst from his eyes. "Put in your sub," the girl absolutely screams, and without a second to breathe he bolts toward her, panic driving him forward. He blurts out, "What happened?" and then cuts in like, "If that, once you see it, you can't help it. You just have to stare." He can't spot the girl, so he snaps, "Are you drowning?" Sounding the alarm, he tells her, "I'm coming after you right now." I for Circe, then I yell for him math to end. A colossal python slithers in, huge, terrifying, and way too close for comfort. To help you, the snake coils up and locks its tail tight around you right now. He clenched his arm through the pain, refusing to let go. He rockets into I-File and charges straight into the beast right toward the. He grabs the shoreline and barks at her to brace for the impact. With raw strength, he yanks the python toward himself. Snapping it loose, it finally let the girl go. Suda grabs her and hauls her out of the water just in time. He grips her with water and hauls her to the shore, terrified that Aoife might have broken a bone. Meanwhile, the python coiled and slithered forward like it had a secret to unleash. He got dragged right back down into the deep water. He asks if she's okay, and Ifru says, "Don't worry, I only swallowed a little water." The second it gets embarrassed, it can't stop glancing at the exposed part of. His gaze locks onto her, and he can't look away. Terror grips him, because he's terrified of what she might do. Panicking, the boy snaps his hands over his eyes. He raises his hands and insists, "I didn't see a thing." Suddenly, the world drops into darkness, and then Aoife's voice cuts through the void. The girl blurts, "Are you alive?" and demands, "Come out." There's a dead Jibba sprawled on the ground, and the girl with the knife growls that the beast slipped up behind him. Then she warns you, never ever let your guard down. He keeps his gaze locked on her and agrees, and only. Base says that if he looked at a maiden like that, they'd usually tear his eyes out right then and there. But because he saved her life, she drops the fight, swallows her pride, and thanks him for pulling her back. He shoots her a heartfelt thanks, because she just saved his life, and then fires off the question. "So what are you planning to do with the animal?" Knife in hand, she declares she's going to butcher it. It looks like they're telling them to drain every last drop of that red liquid out of their body. She's totally clueless until Asu breaks it down, saying that horrible smell is coming from that liquid inside the meat. For now, they only need the leg, nothing else. Asking for the knife straight up end, that kid didn't back down. It slices right into the heart. Then the liquid suddenly starts pouring out. He throws a wild celebration for his success. Ife shrugs and says they only need the hind legs, teeth, and tusks. Then the boy snaps back that it's a total waste. Asura leans in and says, "My way is greatness, no halfway." And the rest of his sentence cuts off mid-spill like a challenge. For every life he takes, and he rips out every single internal piece, starting with the smaller ones. And right when he's done, everything the boy asks for, he demands. Can they really haul it all the way back home? They straps the animal. Hang in there. Because as they walk, he presses, asking if Gibba's hide can be used for other things too. Calling him an idiot, Ifri says, "They say sewing's only for women, but those tusks can be traded with them." So he doesn't get it, and he starts talking about women going hunting. And then the girl, he snaps, "That's not my duty." When they pressed him about saying that, even though he swore it, as the first female hunter to take over the Fat Clan, she told me how she had to learn everything from her father. That shocking revelation ignites a full-blown argument between them, and Asuna blurts out a comment about Aoife's body, then panics, trying to figure out what he meant by "keep it in your heart," because if it's anything she doesn't like, she's already plotting a fair punishment. At home, the boy crumples to the floor from pure exhaustion, groaning that they never managed to get a single pico leaf. Eiffel grins and claims he's just as weak as a woman with. A chilling evil laugh rips through the air as he tells the girl that from now, all right, this is the training stage, and right after, they're going to start butchering the Jiba. Asuda swears he's already got everything set, animals sprawled on the table, knives laid out for skinning and cutting. Then Ifo's lack of excitement hits hard. He tells her to show a little interest, then leans in and basically promises that the fun is about to explode. Holding a chunk of meat out in his hand, he leans in and tells her like it's got a secret behind it. She has to figure out how to use the knife to slice away the fat. Then he can't help but think it's weird she's way too quiet. It's like, "Hey, are you dozing off right now?" At last, she snaps her eyes open and screams, "I wasn't dozing off." As he tosses the meat toward the fire, he can't help but steal a quick glance. She looks stunning right then. He snaps back into his work, laser-focused. Even though exhaustion hit hard and he was already thinking about taking a nap, the refuses to stop cutting, hungrily determined to carve every last piece, leaving nothing behind. He keeps going, drilling Ifa on how to grip the knife and land a clean, proper cut. He's hitting his breaking point, and he can't help feeling that her clothes aren't doing him any favors. Asuda's teaching the kid how to clean the bones, and right then she snaps that she should have cut his back instead. Locked in on the food, driven by sheer love for cooking, the boy suddenly collapses to the ground. He finally dropped to the floor, drained to the bone, the moment the prep was all wrapped up. With a sharp poke from her foot, Aoife leans in and demands to know why the boy is still fast asleep, and he insists he didn't until she snaps back, saying she watched him dozing off with her own 2 eyes, and the moment she says it, he looks mortified as the boy asks if he really dozed off. She hands him the seasonings and tells him to pound up those crushed pico leaves. Anything less and that meat goes to waste. He nods and admits they nearly struggled to pull everything together. Then she snaps at him, saying he just fell asleep on her. The boy swallows the comment down, convinced it was her who'd been dozing off. A flashy suit swoops in and takes the vegetables as payment. He plans out 4 poisons across 5 zones. Then before the cooking even starts, he asks if it's just a small portion. Shocked as I am, I gotta ask, does he really think I'm just being alone is all your body needs to stay healthy? William narrows his eyes, wondering why that surprise is even showing on his face. And that's when it hits him this world might actually have a real deal about nutrition, built around proteins and the stuff your body truly needs. So he declares that cooking jibba meat is his new thing now. He pushed his priority and everything else fell behind as he went. He rips into it, slice by slice. Remembering his father burned like fire in his chest, Asuda blurts out, "Are you othering me?" She turns to me and reveals the secret's fruit wine and a pinch of salt. He reaches for the salt, but she shuts him down, says it's meant only for curing dried meat, and she even tells him the ingredients she handed over are strong enough to keep sicknesses away. The boy suddenly clocks that she's getting more and more irritated, but even so, Aoife delivers exactly what he demanded, sliding a blue stone into his hands. Then he realizes in a flash it's mineral salt. Aoife tells him a full set of jibba tusks will get him that salt, then snaps a warning, "Don't waste it." And right there, Asuna finally gets it, so her anger makes perfect sense. While he scrapes the salt, he can't stop thinking about taking a sip of that wine. But she's lightning fast. She grabs the wine and downs it before he can even blink. Worried, he blurts out why she's drinking like that. And she snaps back that, because she's 17, she can do whatever she damn well pleases. Asuda can't shake the feeling that, in this world, they're counting age in some completely different way. Almost shouting, the boy blurts that she's his age, yet somehow, she doesn't look it, didn't care much about it. Then he whips right back to the stove and keeps cooking, tossing in plenty of fat and a heavy hit of salt. He yanks at it, desperate to stop it from turning into another last night's stew disaster. I blaze in first, stacking extra firewood like a man on a mission. But the boy cuts her off and tells her it isn't time to crank the heat. Yet she fires back that the meat needs serious cooking before it's even worth eating. And yeah, she makes sense. The boy asks for it to simmer on low heat, nice and slow. He starts tossing in other ingredients, mixing it all like he's building something dangerous. And he's totally thrown off by a vegetable that looks just like a potato. So the girl leans in and tells him it's called poitin. A storm of mutters about how the girl never shuts up always blurted out her opinion. And then she, because he knows nothing at all. Again, Iface jumps in, claiming the stew needs 2 poitins, 3 areas, and a pinch of pico leaf just enough to power you for a whole day. The villagers swear. The boy fired off a full-on complaint, grumbling through clenched teeth. It's basically like Chanko. Those Japanese stews sumo wrestlers live on, so Ife grins and says she's starving, and the boy reassures her the food will be ready in no time. He slides right back in to crank up the trouble, then tells everyone he's going to strip the foam off, which makes the girl jump and blurt out why. He has to do it. The boy grins and says it'll take just an hour. Then he'll slap on the final touches and be done. He pulled off the wildest eye-opening stunt. How fast it all happened will blow your mind. Eiffel snaps that the cooking is taking forever, then quickly apologizes for it. But she snaps that it's on her letting him cook before she even knew what he'd try to pull. The girl hit the ground, starving and shaking with worry. Then Asura leaned in and asked, "How hungry are you?" while promising, "Don't worry, it'll be ready soon." He swore he'd whip up an absolutely legendary meal. Boy tucks in a tiny pico leaf, and the rest just slips into that I can't even say it territory. He shouts that the cube of soup is finally ready, and he blurts out a sorry for keeping her waiting for so long. The soup caught her off guard, and she blurted out why he never added pointine. But he leans in, swears it's amazing, and tells her not to worry. Asuda plops down on the floor with the others, munches his soup, and all of them cheer like they've just won something huge, realizing the seasonings had somehow turned the meat into something downright irresistible. He takes a bite of the meat, and his eyes light up so tender it feels like it melted, while he also realizes this place looks like it turned out perfectly. Eiffel goes for seconds again, but Asuda starts to panic because she still hasn't spared him even a single glance. He leaned in and asked what she really thought of the soup, but the girl can't swallow it, especially after cooking for that long. The huntress fires back, saying it to her, the one thing you need to stay alive, but then she drops the bombshell and shocks him by saying that's the kind of delicious bite that makes you stop mid-sentence and go, oh wow. The girl finally nodded, satisfied, and said, they say the right food can light up your whole mood and make you feel genuinely happy, and she can practically feel his passion pouring out in every stir, and in the end, she tells him that every single minute he spent cooking wasn't for nothing. I swear it feels like she just doesn't know how to put it into words. But he's right, the food is insanely delicious, and he tells him, don't make that face. Like, right now. Suddenly, the boy's face crumples, and he breaks down in loud, helpless tears. He thanks her, convinced that all he wants is to be seen, to have his existence accepted, and when it hits him, pure happiness blooms in his chest. During those 4 brutal days, Asuna got tangled up in a nasty poison problem, completely lost on what to do with him. He started picking herbs and hauling in logs Then he went straight to Ifo and begged for permission to use the poisons 1 a day in the stew made it go mushy. Boiling it, wrecked it until it fell apart, and frying it in fat turned it into nasty, greasy lard. Even chewing it raw did nothing, it was way too tough. He snaps in frustration, yelling what he's supposed to do with them, and just like that, Aoife slams into him and orders him to keep his voice down. So when he's itching to go hunting, he ends up staying home to cook. Then Asura rushes in to apologize and tells him she's got something special waiting for him. She shoves clothes and a dagger into his hands, grinning as she tells him she's lending him. Asuna hands her a few keepsakes from her father, and since it's a big deal, Asuna asks if she's really okay lending them, and she tells her it'll be fine. Help keep people from bursting into laughter at M every time they cross the river. She tells him straight up, if he puts on white, he's banished outside and won't be allowed back in. He shoots back, no spare clothes? Then once I'm dry, I'll be walking around naked. But he thanks her, swears he'll use them with care, and Ifrit snaps, don't you dare do anything dumb like walking around without clothes. Then she leaned in and demanded to know if he'd finally figured out how to cook those poisons. Asuda says, I haven't figured it out yet, and I'm still stuck thinking about cutting down the poisons. Once again, Ifrit talks about how to eat juba meat, insisting it's the trick to keep sickness away. So the boy clocks it instantly. She's got to be healthy. Just look at the way she eats. Asuda sits there, thinking about how much to eat and realizing the big 3 essentials: amino acids, vitamins, and minerals. Right then, it clicks for him. He spots the connection and acts like nothing's going on, pretending that these places are built like onions layer after layer. But the one key ingredient is missing, and it ruins everything. Curious, she pressed him for what he figured out. But Sue scoops the girl into a tight hug, and he tells everyone that thanks to Ifa, the answer finally clicked into place. The boy finally reaches his conclusion. He's sure that grain is the postern she's after. He thinks she sees it as pure carbs, the must-have nutrient that keeps life going. But once he took a bite, it hit his tongue like plain flour, dry, dull, and brutal. He takes a wild guess and decides to test it on the spot, because he's got to find out if he's right. And with that decision locked in, he hatches a plan. He's going to whip up a dish using something powerful, then turn his wild idea into a real game changer, turning into a brittle, dry flour. The boy's mind races as he figures out exactly how to pull it off. So he tosses it in a splash of water and lets it cook down until it turns into paste. Then he slaps it out in the bright sun and lets it dry for good. 1 hour later, the dough has fully risen and is completely ready, no doubt left. He grinds the dry, hard thing down to dust, crushing it into flour with sheer force. Asura strikes a match, breathes life into the flame, and drops the flour in like it's the spark of something bigger, thinking that if it worked, it's got to turn into something that clings and won't let go. As he stirs the pan, praying it turns nice and sticky, he can't stop wondering if Ifa will let him break the rules and try something completely new. He strides up to her and tells her straight up he's about to whip up a brand new dish, and the girl just shrugs and tells him to do whatever he wants. Ifa's sprawled out in a totally different pose, and as soon as clocking the sign she's about to snap any second. With a grin, he says he's going to try on her dad's borrowed shirt and straight up ask her, "Does it look good?" But she just shrugs and says it looks absolutely terrible. Defeated, Asuda realizes there's no way he can talk to her like this, so he shrugs and tells her he's heading back to cooking. You snatch the ingredients, and right away you realize those pico leaves lock in the meat's freshness, keeping it good for a full 5 days. Juba meat plus the rest of the veggies, piled in together. The boy grabs onto that fact like it's his secret weapon, until it starts frying those areas, and once it's ready, you're set. He tosses those ingredients right into the meat and sprinkles everything over the top. A pinch of mineral salt, just enough to spark the whole flavor. Meanwhile, Ifa just lies there, still as a stone. Then we hit the next move point and extract. Right there, when she dumps it right on top, too. Hold it together, right now. To dial the heat just right. The boy scoops tiny amounts and tosses them back in, one quick move at a time, and fidgeted back and forth between his hands. It hurls the battered scraps straight into the pan to fry, then right when the moment hits, tosses in the chopped bits and pours in the fruit wine. Then the boy slaps the fried patties with a smoky cover, pushing straight into the last blazing steps of his recipe. Out of nowhere, Ifra bursts in and startles the boy. He blurts, "What are you doing here?" The huntress fires back, grinning, "This is my house, so I go wherever I want." Asuda can't help but feel like she just stumbled onto something insanely interesting. He goes back to the recipe, plucks a few of those fried patties off the plate, and drops them straight into a bowl, and his hands are crammed to the brim. "Hey, can you hold on to this for me?" The hands are tossing yet another bowl into the mix bro. In the pan, he pours in even more of the meat juice, fat, and fruit wine, mixing it all together like he means business. Then the pot starts to stir, and the young man grins as he says he's about to pour more sauce over everything, and it demands she scoots the bowls right up closer. Asuda grabs the sauce and drizzles it right on, yells that the Cuba burger or the Juba burger is ready to go. He brings up those poisons, steps out anyway, and I swear I'm fucking fused by it that. He comes back with a ready-made dose and flashes it to her, leaving the girl even more baffled. The boy swears he toasted the flour after mixing it with water, and when it came out, it looked just like okonomiyaki, and they'd better chow down fast, or that flavor vanishes for good. After he finishes his prayer, he straight up announces it's time to eat. I still can't wrap my head around it all of it and the boy. The boy leans in, convinced she's mumbling something he can't quite catch. Asuda shrugs and tells everyone that this bread tastes like nothing at all, and she needs to toss that piece right into the meat. The young man tastes the sauce, and his whole face lights up like he just hit culinary gold. That rich, sweet fat hits first. Then the meat explodes with flavor, and that bold fruit wine smell just drags you in like a feast you can't resist. Proud of what he built, he grins and declares the name, Juba Burger. He swears the best part was when he toasts the puaton, which used to be a nightmare to swallow, and he grins ear to ear, absolutely thrilled with his dish. The knifer snapped, "What are you laughing about?" And the boy realizes he's completely screwed, because he never paid attention to her in the first place. The moment she asked what she thought about the meal, everything shifted. The boy suddenly spots that the meat is, the words on the page are vanishing fast, and while everything's happening, Ifro plops down, picks the food, takes one bite, and immediately declares it's delicious. Asuda beams at the response, then leans in and demands she explain it in even more detail. War raged, and it left him with nothing but a brutal slap. Staring in confusion as she kneels to the boy, he blurts that if her reaction was about the hug, he's genuinely sorry. But Ife just shrugs it off and says, "You talk too much, and if she's not ready to say more, then he'd better accept it." That only leaves the boy more and more baffled. She spins away from him and flat out begs, "Don't look at me." So Asura finally buys it. If she says it's delicious, then it's gotta be the real deal. A tiny burro creaks the door. She asks what they're eating, and she blurts out that she caught the most incredible scent of meat. And Remy can't stop asking what that white thing even is. So Ifa steps in, snaps Remy out of her house, and makes it clear she already warned her not to come back. Asuda snaps to it. Both of them know each other, and the moment hits like a jolt. Right at the house entrance, the girl blurts that it's been forever since they last met yet. Ifa immediately starts bullying her, firing question after question like a storm. Remy demands to know what they ate, who cooked it, and even whether Asuda is her husband. But Ifa snaps back that she'd never marry some pale guy. Asuna demands to know who the girl is, and the child blurts out, "I'm Remy Rue, the youngest daughter of the Rue clan, and a friend of Ife." She can't stand the noisy kids like herself, and she snaps at her to get back home. The girl breaks down and starts to cry, terrified, and Asuda blurts, "Why would you say something like that to a child?" To finally silence the tears, she insists it was all a joke. She only said it because the Sun clan supposedly hates her, so the Rue clan should seriously keep its distance from her. She warns her that if Remy starts sobbing outside and begs her to let her in, that's going to be a real problem. Now, with a bright smile, the girl squeezes between them and swears the Sun clan isn't scary at all, because her father told her so, while Eiffel warns that a leader who thinks like that is asking for trouble, and all their talk leaves him standing there, totally thrown off like nothing makes sense. Rooney waved the boy over and demanded to know if he'd realized a sketchy guy slipped into the Fell clan because of it. Everything's gone sideways. She wasn't allowed anywhere near the Iphis' house until they figured out exactly who he was. Asura blurts that she's already sitting right next to the suspicious guy, and Rini snaps back that with Garufa's clothes on, he doesn't strike her as weird at all. Then she adds that she really likes Ifa and Jarufa, which is why she keeps showing up. And the second she realizes that's the huntress's first name, the little girl adds that once a clan hands someone their clothes, that person gets claimed by the clan. And she presses again, asking if he's really an Ife's husband, while the annoying woman snaps back that the boy doesn't stand a chance with her. She only agreed to lend him a change of clothes. Asuda heard it and felt the words hit like a blade, wondering if he should just choke back his sadness and swallow it whole. Curious Remy locks eyes on the food and can't stop staring. He leans in and asks what it tastes like, and he breaks down what each item is. Then the girl can't contain her excitement as she begs him to let her try some, where Spoonie sneaks in to feed the girl, telling her she might end up shocked. He even asks if it's forbidden, and she quickly confirms that it is. Imagine Asuda's racked up even more crimes that would get him nailed in Japan, yet he keeps feeding the girl anyway, dying to hear what she thinks. Rooney beams and says everything tastes amazing, then straight up asks if it's really Juba meat and why. You made it so tasty and tender that it practically melts in your mouth. The girl yanks a shirt suit out and shakes it hard while firing off more questions, and the boy just can't help but be blown away by how strong she is. But when he stops her, Eiffel shuts her down and tells her straight, food is just for getting through the day, and he asks if she really hasn't learned that wanting more than that is forbidden. The girl darts out an apology, and just like that, she's free. Asuda rushes in, thanks her for the help, and then throws his own apology right back for everything that went down. The huntress warns, it's about to get dark, and if that girl's got nothing else left to say, she better hurry home. Rumi thanked them for the delicious food they just served. She leans in close and blurts, "Hey, what's your name?" She dropped to her knees and sobbed uncontrollably. The girl begs him to lend his strength and to teach her how to cook that meal so she can help clan leader Jibaru, who could die. Now I'm honestly thrilled. Aoife finally corners Asud and asks straight up if he's really heading to the Ru clan. And he can. Firm swear that leader Jiba is. She geared up for battle. He tells you, if I can save someone with my own hands, I'll do it no matter what. The day before, the boy leaned in and told Remy he had no clue what condition her grandmother was in, but asks if she can come back the moment the food is ready. But Eiffel explains that when a firekeeper from another clan comes to cook, they follow the tradition using that clan's stove. Asuda realizes the whole setup is just to make sure someone keeps watch while that person cooks. So you go and call Remy Ru to come grab them when. The girl grinned, then thanked them for agreeing, staring down an iPhone like it's about to change everything. Asuda looks worried and admits she can tell something's off, like Remy's hurting, and she says Grandma Jiba means the world to her, so she's determined to help Remy too. But no matter what, she still wanted to slam that request down and say no. The boy snapped, asking why she hadn't said it earlier, and even though he felt the mood swing, he just couldn't make himself refuse. Hesitating for a second, Ifa admits it 2 years back, right after she tore through Diga's son in their fight. Leader Donna Ru tossed out a proposal she wanted to marry the head woman of the Ru faction family. Then she slammed the brakes on that proposal because she craved the life of a hunter. And now Asuda's confession has him buzzing with nerves. Continuing, she grins and says Donna's smiling because they're about to wipe out the next target right on schedule. The Sun clan forced themselves into an arranged marriage because those two families absolutely despised each other. That snubs the suitor's plan and fires him up because they still don't respect the girl's freedom. Ifrids admits that's exactly why she tries to stay far from the clan, but, of course, the forest is packed with their massive landholdings, so running away isn't as simple as she hopes. With tears in her eyes, she warns him that if he dares to get mixed up with the Ru clan, he's going to regret it. He might end up locked in a brutal showdown with the Sun clan. To cheer her up, Asura tells her, maybe you don't get the clan customs, but I can't stand seeing the gorilla this sad. I just want to witness the smile of the one who saved him. And the girl forces a shaky smile just to keep it together. Today, Remy Ru shows up way ahead of everyone, early enough to beat the clock, and even now, he swallows his pride and apologizes for keeping him waiting. Asura pleads with her to loosen up, swears he's right there like he promised, then starts stuffing his gear into a cloth bundle and tells her they've got a mountain of preparations to pull off. As he strolls through the village, the boy's eyes keep catching one wild thing after another. The houses look nothing like Ifa's. Riviere explains there are 13 family members in total, but with a baby in the mix, they're only cooking for 12. Nervous and shaken, the boy blurts out, "They told me I'd be using the clan's utensils, but he needs to know. Does it have enough for all 12 people?" The girl practically shouted, "Yes." Then she laughed. Then I realized I'd fallen for her knife. The moment it asks, just hand it over, no hesitation. And Remy swings into it too, saying, "I'll do it as well, because they're used to handing their blades over to a rival clan." The boy clings to what Ifa told him, and relief floods in because at least this nightmare only hits while he's busy setting everything up. Then Ruby bursts in and announces she's brought guests Ifa from the Falkland and Asuda. Everyone from the clan spills out of their houses, and the shock hits the surprise boy is right there. The huntress stares in disbelief, because the only woman she ever knew in that family was Remy. The girl bursts in and introduces Tiedemann, the wife of the former chief, then points out her grandmother, Vina Ru, and finally introduces a young woman named Rana. That name snaps the boy's attention, dragging him straight into his memories like it's about to mean something. He reminded him of the Rena from his world, and then he totally blew off his promise to make hot pot with Borfer. And just like that, his thoughts crashed straight into his father, how he ditched him there by himself, feeling, and watched a terrifying sun blaze down like the world was ending. Renaru clocks something's off, blurts, "You okay?" And the boy admits he knows someone with the exact same name. The girl spots the sadness on his face and asks, "Hey, what's wrong?" Asuda wipes the tears off his face and snaps, "No, Ruby blasts the full clan introductions, and the boy's like, "Wait, did I miss the rest of those names?" Aphid steps forward and tells them she's perfectly suited, at least for that day. It was one of hers. Grinning, the boy tells her he got invited by the girl, and that he's going to borrow the clan's stove. The clan's grandmother beams as she welcomes them, then tells Remy and Rana, "You'll help too." And they all step into action. She even leans in and asks him straight up if he was born overseas. Vina leans in like she's got a clue and fires off the question. Was he born outside? And what's the real reason he won't say where he's from? The boy leans in and tells everyone he was born in Japan. He'd never even heard the name Amsterhorn before, and deep down, he wasn't born on that continent. Vina gets hooked by a foreigner who's totally lost, clueless about where he is, and somehow he's ended up on this continent. Soon, Remy bursts with excitement and yanks Asuda over so she can show off the stove. He's blown away by the stoves. One cooks the meat, and the other boils the water. The boy grins, satisfied with the stove he picked. Then Reina storms in and demands, "So how are you going to make soft juba meat if you're not even boiling it?" And I'm like, did he even show up with something new in that meat? Because the pseudo-finds ask questions like they've got knives for teeth. But she insists they could have gotten the meat. Then she heard him snap that it would be done his way. But the boy gets pulled away by something. She feels the necklace on her neck, then realizes everyone around her has 3 tusks. And she immediately asks, "Can we trade a few for food?" The girl blurts out that it's a charm someone gave her. Women are a blessing that brings good health. Benasuda realizes that fast. It's not just currency, they can forge all kinds of accessories with it, unlike the Fat Clan that goes hunting every 5 days. He locks eyes with Ifa, and you can tell she's practically fuming. As Remy barges in clutching the poisons, the clan's grandmother leans in and demands the huntress. "Tell me, was it you who bagged the jibba?" Still not impressed, she nods along. Then Titanium snaps that it's hard to swallow a woman hunting that beast. Then the girl leans in and tells her secret. Her father taught her everything, so she knows exactly how to survive and live alone out in the forest. The older woman leans in and asks, "So you're really planning to die all by yourself?" And if she even tries to respond, the woman cuts her off, snaps that the Falkland will be finished at this rate, then fires the question, "So you don't want kids, huh?" Eiffel leans in and watches the 2 cook, while Remy blurts out whether the water for the poisons is right. Asuda then cuts in, explaining you have to make them just like the ones. I'm still in a terrible mood, and I keep staring at that girl like something's about to snap. He clocks something weird about her. Then curiosity hits him hard. He wonders who she might have been talking to earlier. He rushes to Rena, and there she is, cooking up the... And she swears that if you boil them too hard, they turn into total mush, and that's how you get Grandma Givo. You won't be able to eat them ever. Asura asks if she's ever tried cooking puttons, and she shoots back, "Yeah, I did it for my grandma, but the family chewed her out for it." The boy declares that once the poisons are dealt with, he'll start cooking the meat himself, and Remy looks totally startled for a second, saying she's never ever seen meat cooked like that. The young cook insists he grabbed it right from the spot between the jibba's back and shoulders. Tiananmen claims he only chows down on the hindquarters of a jebus, and the boy blurts out, "I've told you the same thing again and again," and he can't wrap his head around how that scraps and hope plan is supposed to feed a whole family, until the elder steps in and says the hunters bag 2 jibbas a day, then dumps the rest over a ravine so the people of the forest won't get to feast on it. She tells him a mangy mutt is haunting the ravine, one that brings the Jibos' soul roaring back to the forest. Hearing that, the boy blurts out, "Do we really have to toss the rest into the forest?" And the elder snaps back that it keeps the weak from stumbling on it, since they think eating it could spark the birth of someone with no honor. The boy brushes it off as just another way too strict tradition. Dry point and dough, already laid out and waiting. Asuda grins and says the next move is simple: slice everything into tiny little pieces. Remy thinks it's hilarious, and when she lunges again to slice through another dried poiton, the suitor snatches it from her hand, smirks that it'll be used for something else, and orders her to get the areas ready because he's got plans. He says he still needs way more, then grabs the girl's hand and demands she take him straight to the storage shed. Then he stared at Ifa and shot the question if she's really going to jump in and help carry everything. As the boy steps into the storage room, he freezes. There's so much food and supplies piled up that it feels like a secret treasure trove. A storm of hands rips over the area, and suddenly another offer is thrown in yet. The boy shakes his head and says he's got no time, he's not learning how to use it. Isekai can't help it, he stares, pokes around every corner of the storage, and keeps scanning for something. When that suit's imagination kicks in, it's like she has to finally grasp what it felt like for him to see all of it. With everything they need in hand, Asuda points them back the way they came and says, "Let's go." A loud voice yells, demanding to know who left a jibba in the. Right there in the middle of the path, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. He rips open the greeting to her dad, Donda, and tells him, "I got here early today," and then, the boy snaps to it. This is the same man who once proposed marriage to Ifei. Fuming, the man snaps at Asuda, demanding if he's the foreigner staying with the Fa clan, then sneers that he looks even weaker and paler than he was told. Even with fear clawing at him, he finally realized the truth. This is the guy who sprinted his way across the booth. The man snaps that IF has crossed the line dishonoring the Ru clan. And now he's showing up at his doorstep with some outsider in tow. Donna snaps at the girl, asking if she still wants to stick around and keep honoring the clan no more backing down. To be fair, they had a reason. He tells the man that she'd explained they were cooking for Grandma Juba. That he said yes, and then she asks, "So you don't want to help the elder?" The man nods and says, "Yeah, we're Jiba eaters," and warns that if they mess, it's not going to hold up for long, things are about to fall apart. A boy yells for Remy, and he's basically saying, just because your dad is tolerant doesn't mean he's cool with everything. But the girl snaps at Rudo to shut up. Then Asuda nods hard, confirming every word the girl just said. Then he shows up, ready to rip in and save Jiburu, the Fat Clan's firekeeper, guarding the flame like her life depends on it. Donjus tells him, "Do whatever you want." With his chin lifted, Asuda slams the last of his preparations into place, then leans in and demands the food be served. Even while he stands tall in front of the leader, fear still gnaws at him, and he can't quite make himself meet those eyes. Rina hurls out the announcement that everyone needs to gather already plated, and Ready and Asuda shoots her a grateful thank you. Asuda tells them he'll catch up in a moment, then strides over to the group and puts his trust in them right away. His fate got snatched away by the wind. He finally bumps into Jiburu, an ultra-frail, paper-wrinkled old woman who looks like she's barely holding together. The Ru clan members throw a gesture no one in their right mind recognizes. At least, not anyone in the suiting world. And they talked about the forest's blessings. Then thanked the firekeeper for every ounce of their strength. He suddenly remembers he was the one who did it the same way. And now he's wondering if he didn't even care back then. But damn, she must have been offering her gratitude in the exact same way. And just like that, the boy can't shake the thought that even if they're nothing alike, something about him still feels different. These people are still human no matter what the world throws at them. Even with all those traditions, they're still determined to shield their families no matter what. With the dish clutched in her hands, Rima feeds her grandmother the meal cooked from juba meat, spoon-feeding the elderly woman a small bite right from his hand. Jiburu picks at a little food and goes quiet, and the silence instantly spooks Asuda and Rima, who blurts out, "What happened?" Shayna snarls that it's nothing but a pile of disgusting meat, so yeah. Munt food, apparently. Trembling grammage. But she tries to push herself upright, and her granddaughter panics and begs her not to strain. That twist makes Donda's complaints explode. She claims the old woman is furious too, and it's all aimed at the firekeeper. Graham shocked the whole room by abruptly standing up. Majubis tells him, "You're still acting like a kid, like nothing ever changed." She shrugs and says, "Just because. That's all it takes apparently. Just because he hates it doesn't give everyone else permission to hate it too." And then he's acting like a kid again, so her granddaughter tells her to sit down nice and slow, while the elderly woman keeps apologizing, saying she shouldn't be doing things that don't match her age. She calls for Suda. He steps in, introduces himself, and asks if they can talk after she finishes eating, and the boy nods and agrees. Rana keeps right on feeding her grandmother, And Jubaru cuts in like, thanks to thee. She looked back on the past before they decided we were people. At least in their eyes, when they carved out their lives deep in the southern jungle. She tells you they used to trade fruit and lizards, but the war swept in, forests got burned, and everyone got forced west. Once they lost the mountains, the gibbous started picking them off, and when they finally caught one, the meat was nasty grand majuba snaps that gibbous are tough and rotten. And if she had to keep chewing on that, she thought it'd be better if they just broke down and got it all out. With a breathy smile, she pours her gratitude on the boy, because he just reminded her how good eating can feel, and now she can't stop blushing. The boy insists, I didn't do anything, I only taught them how to prepare it. So, she snatches up her necklace and presses a blessing into the young man's hands, a clan's precious gift, something so valuable, it could only come from them, to help him. Ifo leans in and whispers, just take it, this is your reward for everything you've done. And just like that, every single family member steps in to bless him too. He tore the boy's hands loose, jamming their palms full of jibba tusk necklaces. But Donda snaps, don't let it get to your head, because he doesn't care a single bit what anyone else says, because then the boy forced him to swallow poison. You're scared, the boy will ask, straight in your face, if everything was a total failure. He's terrified of what kind of punishment is coming, and asks straight up. Then Ives just stays calm and tells him, since you've already been blessed, just brush off these threats. She was right on the edge of saying it, like the words were about to explode out of her mouth. Jumaru shouts for her, and the old woman smiles wide, saying she's grown so much, then beckons her to come closer. Touching the girl's face, the woman murmurs that she's been through it, every last bit. Suddenly, she's drop-dead gorgeous, so much so that she looks just like her mother. Tears streaming down her face, the girl finally admits she brushed him off for so long. Jubaru shrugs it off, saying, don't worry, there'll be plenty of time for us to talk. Asuda grins from ear to ear after that talk, and right as the good vibes hit, Rudo calls him over. It's late. Stay here tonight. Outside, the young man hunts for the vacant family cabin they dumped on him, but everyone looks identical. Still, he can't stop thinking about how Ifa seems perfectly at ease, and when he spots the little bag of food they gave him, a warm smile hits him. Still, even with the blessing he got, being an apprentice chief kinda stings, because not everyone eats the same things, and Dondas keeps echoing in his head, calling his food poison. Suddenly, the boy jolts back, fully startled, turning even paler, eyes widening as the color drains away. Vina walks in, demands what he could possibly be doing, and stammers as she pressures him. He blurts that he's not doing anything, and then she hits him with, so what do you think about a private conversation? The boy's totally lost, so she leans in and tells him this isn't for anyone else. It's a conversation only she can have with him. Staring at it all like it's unreal, Yasuda insists she's not a bad person yet in the back of his mind. He can't stop fretting over what kind of conversation is coming next. She'd lean in close to the foreigner, whispering straight into his ear. Gina leaned in and asked, so you really don't have a clue what life outside the forest is like, and everything that waits out there, beyond the world's edge? The boy broke into nervous sweat, like panic hit him full force, and she tells him to stop wearing that deadly serious face, because this is a secret. Then the girl tells him, not right now, but when the time feels right, I'd really love it if you remembered me. Then she's gone, leaving the boy stuck in a swirl of thoughts about what Vina told him. The outside world, maybe even somewhere miles away from the forest, far from his own world. Then the iPhone suddenly pops up, and it freaks him out. He blurts out, are you done with your call? And she snaps back, what were you doing there? He tells you the houses all look the same, and that's how he got totally turned around. She straight up says, if they tell you to use a house with no resident, just hunt down one with no light. He flashes that awkward little smile and admits it's the real deal. As they walk out, he leans in and murmurs that someone's getting eliminated in a locked room. This morning, I brush myself off, get ready to take on the day, and I tell Asuvik, all right, it's time to hit the wild and hunt, so let's go. And only answers when you ask when he finally fell asleep. Worried, the girl leans in and asks, "Are you sick?" He shrugs and insists he's fine while the huntress. She tells him not to overdo it after everything he's already done, and then admits she still has to find the right words to properly thank him. As he crumbled to the ground, the boy blurted that she was an angel, and it hit him like heaven itself had called his name. Eiffel shouts his name, and he snaps back, "Yeah, it's just insomnia keeping him up." Asuda keeps replaying that night. He just couldn't shake the anxiety, while I act like I'm totally fine. It all spiraled when Donda claimed his food was poison, and now he's racing through every possibility, trying to make sense of it. Because he swore he only used the same ingredients they used, the boy shrugs it off. Why stress now, when he already did what Rumi asked, and helped slam a few of Ice's problems shut for good? Frustrated, "You're about to explode," throws it all back in denial, because he can't forget he's the son of the firekeeper chief of the Falkland and more. And on top of all that, he absolutely lives for cooking. He knows not everyone's gonna love that dish, and honestly, that's totally okay, but the tomato pushed it way too far when he blurted, "It's poison," and tried to figure it out now, boys. He's sprawled on the ground, utterly drained, and he can't go anywhere. Ifra tells him to take a breather while she huddles with the Rue clan and hashes out a few things, but Asuda believes that escaping for a bit could clear his head and help him breathe again. So he teams up with the huntress, follows her into the night, hears the men's voices, and can't stop wondering if they're about to go hunt. He also remembers they never handed him a single blessing, and now curiosity hits him like a wave. Why would they do that? Ruto called out to him and yanked him out of his thoughts, and in that split second he remembered, yeah, he'd actually gotten that blessing from him. The young hunter blurts out whether Asuda's searching for the women, and with an awkward little grin, Asuda admits, "Yeah, I am." Ruto tells Asuda that the women slipped out to bathe, then Asuda grabs him and demands, "Say it again." And he's left reeling, stunned that the confirmation is real. Then Ruto fires the question, asking if he truly has no clue, and offers to escort him right there, leaving the poor guy stumbling, panicking, and denying it even as his sentence falls apart. Ruto grabs him by the shirt and drags him along, even after he's been imagining his own body getting ripped apart, and Ifa nodding along because he broke a taboo. Even when panic swarms him, the young hunter blurts out, "Why am I like this? Why am I so damn shy?" When they finally show up, the young hunter points and insists the bathing spot is right behind the gate, and throws him a few hard claps on the back, sending the boy tumbling right down inside. When Asuna catches sight of the girls while they're bathing, her world snaps. She crumples to the ground and faints. Ifa shows up fuming, saying the girls told her they'd never go take a bath. Then she spots Suda sprawled on the ground, motionless. Rana blurts that something's seriously wrong, and the huntress snaps that they should stay back so she can act and fix it. They're shouting his name in Venus, and the moment they do, the whole member of his clan looks at their fear like it's something dangerous. To catch his heartbeat, I'm trying to hurry before the fear gets me. Her upper body planted right on top of Sue's face. Still shaky, he squeezes his eyes shut and tries to figure out what that soft flesh pressing against him really is. Feeling trapped in his own breath, he snaps his eyes open, and Ife blurts out, "You okay?" Before he can even catch his breath, he snaps back that that's a totally wild way to wake someone up. Then the girl kicks him for it, and it doesn't stop there later. I felt him apologize for that kick, and he shrugs it off. It's okay. Right when things couldn't get any worse, they finally realized he was a boy, but everyone his age kept calling him a girl, just like it always happens to firekeepers. That's why Rudo dragged him straight to where the girls were bathing, so the poison question got shut down for good. So shyly asked, "Wait, do you think maybe she's hungry for dinner?" And when she says yes, she's all in as. He claims that's all she ever wants to eat, then swears the soft meat feels just like the one that landed on his face that morning. Still laughing, she calls him stupid, but all he can do is think they're soft. And that's why he's stuck regretting the fact that he fainted, because right when that soft wave of anxiety hit him, he couldn't bring himself to touch it. So he throws his gratitude at her for everything, then steals his resolve and decides, so she gives him one more shot to cook for Donda on one condition. He has to ask to borrow her power as their clan leader. Because she led the group and stepped up last time, Aoife says it's on her to repay that kindness, and she asks, with victory already sealed in his mind. With victory practically in his hands, he grinned and told her she didn't have to worry at all. Rushing to the leader of the Rue clan, the girl drops to her knees and says, with trembling, he pleads for a favor and immediately asks, "Can you listen to me?" He nods along. And then I step forward to do exactly what she wants, calling on the fair keeper of her clan to whip up another meal for the Rue family. The laughing man grins and tells her she must be kidding by rushing straight at him the moment it was possible. Swears he's dead serious. Demise brags and snaps that the boy's mixing up courage with sheer stupidity, but out of respect, he'll set up the next stage in just 3 days. At her home, he tells everyone Donda's orders are locked in 3 days from now. He'll be the firekeeper. Days dragged by as the wedding countdown hit full blast, and the whole routine clan kept moving like nothing could stop it. She tells you, straight up, that everything's about to get even more strict, because you'll be working the wedding reception. That's what will smash the gap and unite the Rue clan with the Written clan, and if he flubs it, the Rue family will turn on him straight to his face. Then he wiped them out and shut the Fair clan off from the whole world. So the boy can't help thinking his choices dragged the girl into it, too yet, somehow. Even so, she gave him permission to take on the challenge, and the boy lit up saying he has to win, no doubt about it, and pushing the girl to doubt him until she blurts out and asks if he had already made it painfully clear. But Navi snaps the words out with confidence, and the two instantly smack palms like they've just landed a perfect high five. Asuna strolls along, and all she can think about is what she's about to do next, because the accusation of poison sparked from that tender, soft meat. With the ingredients he's hauling in, the boy clings to hope that he can pull it off. I straight up tells him that Remy met with the women of the clan, just like he asked, and bam, the girl shows up out of nowhere. With a bright smile, the little girl claims she pulled together all 4 of the available women. Reyna and Vina step up, ready to help him, and ask what they can do right now. The boy grins and thanks everyone for showing up, but then he cuts in and says, this time, the only way they can truly help right now is to stand still and do nothing, leaving everyone utterly baffled. Inside a house, too, and they're counting down to one of their weddings because Dan's about to do something too. As the Rue clan prepares to throw a banquet, the man presses Gadrian for what's wrong, and the young guy snaps back that the people about to unite are nothing alike. I blurted that I was in a suit of. The coach nods, and the girl points them out, revealing they're the ones coming to back up the Rue clan. They look totally freaked out, like something just snapped. The man shrugs and says he doesn't give a damn who they are, but he's praying the wedding banquet for his son won't get torn apart. With shoulders finally loosening up, Gadrian leans in and says, seriously, thanks for everything. I'm grateful. And his father's words were way too overhyped. The groom politely asks everyone to make the celebration banquet fun and enjoyable for all. The suit said, then I realized I was. She kicks off the banquet prep, flashes a grin, and tells everyone she can't wait to cook. Everything's laid out, and there's no way back. Bina tilts her head and asks if he brought 3 kinds of meat, and Rena fires back, so you're making burgers again. But the boy shoots it down hard and swears he'll cook up something totally different. Asuda tells them he's thinking of cooking the 3 meats one by one, and the girls practically gasp then lean in, dying to see how this wild idea is going to turn out. They've already sparked a huge bonfire where the banquet's about to go down, and the whole place feels like it's buzzing with heat. Asud can't stop wondering how they pulled it off, but Eiffel yanks him aside and warns him honor guests are about to arrive. The bride and groom? That's Kazarin, Rutim, and Alma mean 3 names sealed together in one wild ceremony. While the young man's kindness sparked in his mind, I warned him. Straight up he was staring at the bride way too much. 2 clan leaders step into view, and the tension hits the air. Dan Rutim can't contain his excitement as the food hits the table. The bride's father and inspector stood there, ready to deal with whatever chaos came next. The food practically buzzed with excitement at the idea. He shoves his face into that roasted meat and basically swears a wedding banquet has to hit this exact level. But then the man's face twists like something inside him just snapped, and he blurts out that it looks different now. The irritated man snaps and yells at them, asking if they really think the disgusting meat they tossed to the munt is the same, and then demands, "Are they saying his son's just like those creatures too?" Dan shoots the question, "Who brought the meat?" Nasuda strides up and blurts out that he did it. The man blurts out that even with all that, no matter how important Beckwood swore it was, he hauled that meat over and refused to let it go to waste. But the boy just grins and begs him to try one tiny bite, and that lit a fire under him, because now rage surged even hotter in his veins, and he yanks the boy up by his collar. Masuda even admits he gets why that rage is there, but he went with the dish because Gadarin wanted something everyone could enjoy. Suspicious Dan cornered his son, and the kid just shrugged. "Yeah, it's true." He straight up says, "If it tastes like mutt meat, I'll judge you right there on the spot." Alpha rips up his sleeve as she prays in silence, begging the Fa clan to actually be listening. Remy Holes replayed it, all who wouldn't jump at the chance to protect that boy. Dan yanks his fork up and starts digging into the food right as he begins to eat the 3 sizzling types of meat that vanish in the blink of an eye, won over by the foal. Then the man blurts, "That's it." He absolutely loved it, and now he's hounding them, demanding they bring him more, like right now. Asude's jaw drops when the reaction flips out of nowhere, but Dan screams again, demanding he grab even more. Stunned, Donda stares at him and blurts, "Are you serious?" And the groom's father leaned in and demanded, "So you're just gonna watch? Are you not gonna try it yourself?" Still refusing to fold, he shoots back that he honestly believes that, without giving up an inch. Then the Rudum clan's leader slams the word down and declares the banquet will go on. Meanwhile, Asuda makes a full-on apology to the girls, begging them to help him carry the dishes. Venus snags his attention by blurting that her father is finally making a move to meet him, the moment he's stunned to catch Don actually eating his food and, seeing it, the man snaps his question in, like he can't believe what he just witnessed. So he asks. That's what he's locked onto, like his whole world narrows to it. The young man just fires back, flat out saying that this time, the leader dug in and ate like a champ, no complaints, no hesitation. But Donna blows his mind by saying, from far away, Remy yells that she's not working, and the boy can't help but get curious about the answer. Dama leans in and tells everyone straight up he's a hunter, and he has to take down Jiba himself, along with making sure the whole family he's responsible for is safe too. So if they want to chew right and stay healthy, they've got to keep those teeth strong. But if they munch on tender meat, their teeth get wrecked and weakened, so yeah. That's why he says the meat from the last meal felt like poison. Donda's worried that this time's food might actually be the thing that keeps their bodies from changing. Remy barrels in again, begging him to finally listen to what she's about to say. But he flashed the girl a look and told her to wait just a second. Asuda tells him, "Don't you dare eat that dried meat." Then he grabbed the firmer chest meat for them, because that's what they know and crave. Meanwhile, it was Remy and the others who got the lower back and upper shoulder meat. "Curious," the man blurted. "Why would you do that? Food is only supposed to keep the body going." With eyes blazing, the boy snaps that he doesn't need a reason. And that's the whole point for a chef getting everyone gathered. Filling their plates and watching them savor the meal is what truly matters. Donda says that's where he sinks his pride, and, with one tooth pulled free from his necklace, he thrusts it into the boy's hands. He's promising a blessing right there for this one meal. She flings herself at her suitor like her whole heart depends on it. He barged in and knocked him over, blurting that he'd totally forgotten about her. Vina laughed and said the girl was just super playful, and being a firekeeper lit a fire under her excitement. Remy then chimed in asking if they were going to roast more meat or if it was time to dig in, and Raina said that Tiny Girl was the one who'd worked the hardest. Shocked, Donna blurts out, "Okay, what does that even mean?" So Isuda blurts out that all he brought to the table was a cooking idea, and Vina smirks. Turns out it was them who served as the firekeepers. The young man declares that the Ru clan can whip up that kind of food anytime they want. He also says that both Ruba and Rudo plus everyone else We're about to be caught in the middle of it all. Now your whole family can jump right in and enjoy it together. He crafted something special for every single person to enjoy. Dantel finally snapped out of it and landed in a way better mood. Come on, don't wear that gloomy face, pull yourself together. Asu leaned in and asked Remy if there was any more meat. Left Remy shook her head and said, no. That's why she marched in to ask him, and the boy blushing hard insists there's no meat left, so Donda fires back, asking what Asuda honestly thought would happen if he showed up begging for meat. Dan snaps and tells them, join the banquet, to kick off a conversation. Beneath the night sky blazing with stars, I fought like my life depended on it. And the second we were done, I shared a meal with you. The boy fired off a question to the, if she's mad because he wouldn't pay attention to her, or because there wasn't a hamburger. She shuts it down fast and denies both. Then she admits that at the banquet, for one breath, he made her feel proud, but it didn't last, because that pride turned into pure frustration. He asked her why she'd feel frustrated at all when pride is totally normal, and she shrugs like, I'm the clan leader. Yet I still ended up dragging him around, and the boy's like, yeah, that doesn't sit right with me. So he blurts out to Ifat, calling him by name. He thrusts out his hand and admits, this time, I couldn't do it alone. I'm here only because she let me into the clan. Ifat grabs his hand and, side by side, they shot their hands up and pledged everything they had. Firekeeper and clan leader, united in a promise to go all in. Gazarin can't stand it. She growls with curiosity, trying to figure out what they're up to. Asuda and Aoife are racing to see who can raise their hand higher, while the rest are still clueless about what's going on. He says that for his service, she's been thinking about giving him. He pushed the moment forward and asked him what he'd like. Asuda flops onto the floor like a kid, begging for that fluffy blanket then. If slams the truth back, it's owned by the Rue clan, and she doesn't have the stuff to trade for it. He swears it was just a joke. He only said it because he could tell she wasn't laughing. Then he brings up the Rue clan storage, says they're sitting on something genuinely useful, and pushes for a plan to get his hands on it. Meanwhile, Iface tells everyone they're running out of fruit wine, and she always swaps those gibbet tusks to snag supplies from the Rue clan. But she straight up says she can't even call it a real gift. She tells him, tomorrow, we're heading to Geno's, the trading city where every deal feels like it could explode. Eiffel split the Juba tusks for the trade, and the moment Asuna heard they'd be shopping in the city, her excitement exploded. Crossing that bridge was his first real test, the kind that throws you straight into danger, because there was simply no other way forward. Still, this new road felt like a lifeline, and staring out at the horizon finally soothed his racing mind. Soon, if I tell her she can already see the whole city, the girl blurts out, Geno's, the trading city. And just like that, you can already feel the shift. Those tall buildings and the crowd of all kinds of people make it obvious. Asu can't help but stare. Why are all these people suddenly wearing hoods? And when he compares his looks to theirs, he realizes he's not nearly as out of place as he thought. He stares at the woman, eyes locked on her like he's dying to know what she's hiding. Meifa asks what's wrong, and he brushes it off. They're just different from the forest people. The girl nods, saying everyone from other countries comes here too, trading in this place like it's their meeting ground. They're so quiet that he can't help but wonder, are they really avoiding them? Or is this all just in his head? Then IFR cracks in again, saying they've got to rush to the merchant. The merchant flips the tusks into coins without even glancing at either of them. And that's when it hits. Yeah, they're getting ignored, and it's painfully obvious. Aoife tells him he can finally get everything he needs, and the boy nods along, stunned by how calm she's been through all of this, because after that, the excitement creeps back in, and he blurts out that he wants to buy tons of stuff, only for the girl to shoot it down and admit she can't afford that kind of luxury. Then the two zoom past the ingredients, grabbing everything they need and moving on, and every single stall they hit, they get brushed off and ignored like they don't matter. Even with all that going on, IFA doesn't look rattled at all. Then she's got the goods in her hands, and the girl announces they finally have the basics, and her smile lights up like they just scored an insane haul. Then IFA tells him they've still got a few bronze coins left, and straight up asks if he wants anything else. With his eyes sparkling at a street food stall, he pictured the moment they'd start selling sizzling pork dumplings. After they finish eating, a steward steps in and blurts out, "Can we finally go home?" Because he's desperate to taste something made by someone else, even if it's not her style. F5 gives the okay, because it won't add much extra weight. At the stall, a boy leans in and demands 2 dumplings, right there, and the man's eyes blow wide with pure terror, calling them GBERs, like it's the darkest secret on the battlefield. As the vendor slides the dumplings over, he leans in and tells them to set the money right on the table. I handed him the fume, and I told him, this is a well-deserved reward. But the boy doesn't look pumped at all, and he demands to know what's wrong with her. And if she doesn't like Kim, then you're suing me, while you chow down. She leans in and asks if it's weird for gibbet eaters to take a bite of Kim Yusu meat. Then she breaks it down. These forest folk demand a reward for every gibba they hunt, and to outsiders, that ritual looks downright barbaric. But every hunt they pull off keeps the city safe, no matter how many people refuse to see it. A suit if it seemed like she was seriously into those people. The boy pauses for a heartbeat, then starts thinking, smiling. Ife tells them she doesn't like the people from the capital either. They're way too loud, and that makes the boy light up, because her thoughts about them fill his heart with joy. She shifts the topic and leans in, asking, "So, what does the Kanuse dumpling taste like?" He tells her straight up her cooking is the best, and IFA's got his back. Suddenly, they're slammed by someone yelling at them in the most rude, disrespectful way imaginable. Seeing the chaos explode, a suitor realizes what the hell is going on. The very first guy Diga's son ran into went up to the little girl who had bumped into him and snapped, asking if she wasn't paying attention to where she was going. Meanwhile, the townspeople start asking, "Wait, so fighting isn't even forbidden?" And before anyone can breathe, another voice yells, "Then call the guards." After taking it all in, Ifi snaps back that she's still got the same answer. And it's simple. When cruelty comes knocking, she'll meet it with cruelty. Shibara is one of the vendor's sticks, and even with a suit on, it still can't hide what it really is. When he tried to stop her, she just shot him a look and told him to watch the bags. So he's back at it, pulling out that staff again, just like before. Pressed a brutal improvised weapon right up against his throat. The girl snaps at the man and tells him to, or she'll turn it against him and ruin everything. One of the Kuden figures is watching, eyes locked on the scene, like they're waiting for something to explode. Then they freeze. He's like, "Yo, that girl is seriously badass." The guards finally crash onto the scene, demanding to know what's going on. Then Diga snaps that Ifa attacked him while he was on guard. He spots her with a stick and demands she explain herself. Asuda keeps insisting Ifa didn't do a thing, but the girl cuts him off. She just wants to hand back the vendor's stick and march straight over to the guard. Out of nowhere, a man shows up and drops the truth he saw that drunk dude slam into the girl. Right when he was about to kick the child, I lunged in and swung the stick to stop him cold. The little Brulabri spills the whole story. And just like that, the soldier insists there was no battle and pushes everyone to scatter and move on. Ifa snaps the staff back into place and Suda leans in and interrogates the witness who just stood up for them. She told him she was willing to offer him her services. Suddenly, the man bursts in and snaps, "Don't thank me, there's no me behind that gratitude." He burst onto the scene so fast that Masuda nearly froze in pure shock. He cuts in and tells them he's got something urgent to handle, then quickly thanks them for showing him what they showed. That's the real story interesting. And then he starts walking, just like that, skipping along, bouncing with pure joy. Still in the forest? When I stare at the boy, I can tell he's drained from everything that's hit him, and he nods, then adds that the bridge swings way too much. She nudges him to start dinner soon, so they can finally kick back and breathe. But then boom, they realize people are already waiting on them. The Reach and Clan couple are standing right at their door, right on the edge of whatever's coming next. And the man blurts out that they've got a job for the leader of the Fat Clan. I ask why he came, and then the words just cut off. He blurted out that he's got a request for the firekeeper. The groom says he was blown away the moment he saw her cooking skills. She makes her demand clear. She wants him as the head chef for their wedding banquet. This shakes the boy so hard with nerves that his whole chest tightens over the proposal. Gadrin tells him, "I'll cook for 100 people," and he throws in a quick apology for the sudden request. He leans in and asks, "So, do you accept?" The boy's already thinking, "Wait, this request. It means they finally see just how insane his talent really is." Asuda grins and says he's thrilled you asked, but then he leans in and asks, because gathering trust something this important, even though he's never cooked for a crowd that big then. He straight up asks for a few more days to prep and dig up ingredients and everything else he needs. A couple locks eyes, and Gadrin nods like he's ready to make it real. He says he'll be right there, waiting for your answer. Asuna's gut churns. She starts worrying about the giant kitchen he'll need, the ingredients on hand, and who on earth will help him pull it off. An iPhone rings for him, and a whisper-soft voice starts calling his name. She leans in and blurts out, "I'm proud of you, more than you'll ever know." But the boy didn't hear a word and kept apologizing, like it would fix everything. She'd asked, "Did you say something?" Then she steps up and flat out tells him he doesn't have to carry everything by himself. She'll back him as clan leader and help him all the way. Rasuda's confused. She blurts that everything about her feels way too intense, and she can't shake the idea that hunters always end up doing things solo. Ifa won't stop needling him, asking when she actually looks angry, so the boy snaps back, "Right now," and then blindsides her with the real reason. It's her, because she took in his stranger under her protection, and she's the whole reason he's made it this far. Again, she praises the boy in a soft voice, telling him it's his own strength that forced her to finally notice him. Then Asuna blurts an apology for not catching her words clearly. Then she finally admits his cooking is legit and tells him to trust himself. Her words hit him hard, and he fires back a heartfelt thanks. Asuda squats on the ground, scanning the ingredients, and tells her that feeding 100 people means you need a whole lineup of dishes. Then he snatches one ingredient, questions whether it's something people usually use, and Asumi just admits she has no idea. It grabs 2 more ingredients and asks the same question again, only for the girl to shrug and admit she still has no idea. Asuna remembers a time when Ifa had zero clue what delicious even meant, until that first meal totally blew her mind. Meanwhile, Remy took one bite and her face lit up, declaring it was absolutely delicious. He even remembers Reina saying the exact same thing in that storage room. So he drops the bombshell. He claims the answer's buried in the Rue clan. Ife doesn't sound thrilled, but she tells him he has no choice. He's got to trust them. And the boy admits it's kind of awkward. Then the huntress says she'll go ask permission to visit the Rue clan village, and he better come with her. And he agrees, because that's exactly what's expected from a leader. In the village, Rana bursts in and says she already knows all about the ceremony. No need to stress, because her father already gave his permission. Then she straight up asks if Asuda's about to step up as head chef, and even though Asuda feels awkward and still can't decide, "I'm shocked they already have permission." The boy asks if the banquet's food will be cooked there too, and Rihanna just shrugs, saying she thinks it will. Asuda blurts out that he remembers there are 4 stoves, and he starts wondering if they can whip up a meal big enough to feed 100 people. Rana looks at those huge portions and pushes Deba to try cooking them in an area soup, then blurts out if they can use the 4th grill to cook the meat. He agrees, and Asuda's eyes light up. He swears they can whip up a dish that could feed 100 people. The boy then leans into Rena, telling her about that moment in the storage room when she offered him ingredients, which shocks her. He still remembers everything. Still, he leans in and drops a bomb. "He's got a request for you. You want to hit the village and grill the women with some questions." So Asura strides into the warehouse full of them and blazes, "I need a cook who knows their stuff." Then he interrogates them, what ingredients they use, and exactly how they put them to work. The question hits them so hard, they can't even find words. Eiffel leans in and whispers to the boy that if he'd asked to learn how to use them too, it would have totally made sense for the 2 to have picked him as the chef. He tells you he'll mull over the perfect dish to serve. But since the clock's ticking, he needs answers right now, Asuda explains that the ingredients are from another world, so he can't even guess how to use them. And if he just plays it by instinct, everything will spiral into disaster. Then another woman from the clan shows up, and Rihanna lights up, saying she arrived at the perfect moment, asking her to help Asuda. Still, what's the point? Conan tells her she usually uses Gigo. She's just clueless how it works. But she still loves chowing it down like it's a vegetable. Remy grabs yet another ingredient, and the woman smiles and tells her she's using chaki for the girl because it melts into the softest, most delicious goodness. The Enna holds up another one Tino this leaf-looking thing, and she grins like it's magic, because once you cook it, it turns insanely soft. Asuna tracked down Reina and demanded to know about those seasonings she'd teased back last time. She points it out right there and blurts, "It's called Taraba," and the boy suddenly remembers he bought it back in the city. She tells him, "You can munch it raw but cook it, and you'll taste something sweet with just a little bite of bitterness." And then the boy snaps to it. "It's just like a tomato." Reina says she'll beg her dad for more ovens, and they'll grab fresh veggies at the market. But there's one crushing snag, the jiba. Because women don't hunt. That sends a jolt through the boy's heart as he realizes the sun's slipping away and the men will be back any moment. He steels himself and decides to go straight up and ask him. With a sharp, offended look on her face, Ayafe snaps that she can hunt anything, any. She asked if she really didn't need help with that. Reina spots the men pulling up, and she knows the moment's finally here. But they don't look the same at all. People start arguing in the comments about the smell of iron, and Ayafe fires back that it's the blend of red jiba fluid and human fluid. The boy's breath catches as he sees Rudo badly injured, and pure fear crashes over him. Asuna watches the chaos unfold, eyes locked on the commotion. Try to wrap your head around what just went down. Meanwhile, the men sprint in carrying the injured boy, and chose to drop him down under a tree. He tries to inch closer but slams into him meanwhile. A warning hits Rudo like a jolt, and when it's shouted, he snaps his eyes open. In pure desperation, the boy blurts out, "I'm fine." He slammed his head and demanded to know what happened to her father. Then Shinru declares that her father won't be able to hunt anymore, and his life hangs in the balance. She tells him he hasn't woken up yet, and then adds, "But what I heard, my father's body got crushed by a jiba." And then she blurts out, "At this rate, my whole family could be wiped out." The girl insists she's the only one who can hunt, and then admits she's terrified she can't feed her whole family by herself. She's on the spot, tearing up as she apologizes for dragging Rudo into all of this. Masuda leaned in, watching the exchange, and asked Aoife straight up if the mission failed. Then she shot back that it hadn't gone that badly, because nobody got eliminated. That's when the boy starts to wonder, why does the huntress storm in after Juba by herself, then stroll back out like nothing ever happened, which makes him burn with curiosity about how she pulls it off so safely. He steels himself and tries to get her to explain what's going on. Then Shin closes in, breath-catching, and calls out. He shouted to Aifa. The girl presses, "Do you still hunt solo?" And when she gets a solid yes, she lights up with relief. She begged him to teach her how to pull off a sacrifice hunt, but she shakes her head and says she has no clue about that right now. The only thing that matters is saving the wounded. Irritated to her core, the girl snaps that Aoife always hunts solo, so there's no way she doesn't know. Then she throws herself into desperate pleading, begging to be taught how to hunt, so she can take care of her family. Asuri can't resist prying into the sacrifice hunt, and Ifat starts telling her the truth right there. And that's just one more reason you shouldn't waste your breath talking about useless stuff. That makes the girl storm off in a rage. Asuda figures that Ifray's icy cold demeanor is gonna mean something big. It's exactly like the very first time he met her. The huntress cuts in, asking them to drop the banquet talk for tonight and pick it up again tomorrow. But Asuda can't stop wondering about the sacrifice hunt, and he's desperate to learn everything. He spots Rudo spring up and vanish off somewhere. I felt the weight of what was happening as he charged after the boy. Asuda finally catches up to Ruto, slips an arm under his shoulder, and helps him walk. Then, with worry in his voice, he blurts out, "Are you okay, young hunter?" He spilled all that red fluid, and Ruto swore he only clipped his head, just a minor wound. Then he grinned and said he was heading to the river to rinse off and ask a suitor to take him there, and the firekeeper cracked up, remembering the last time it was Ruto who led him. In the river, the boy smears away every last drop of liquid from. His face lit up as he thanked Suede. He finally feels better now, so he can head back home under his own power. But the firekeeper, still curious, still a little shy, leans in and asks if she knows anything about the sacrificial hunt. At first, the two totally looked like they were about to miss their mark right before everything changed. Then they finally locked in, understanding each other. Ruto fires back, asking what he's supposed to do with that info. And Asuda shuts him down fast, saying it's not meant for him. Then the boy from the Ru clan turns to ask if Shin was the one who spilled the secret to him. Ruto demands to know if the leader of the Fuck clan wouldn't have answers about it, and explains that the hunters bait Jibo with a sweet scent to lure her in. Asuda freezes in total shock, because suddenly he remembers the exact scent he caught the first time he met Ife. But Ruto insists it's only a guess, and even so, the firekeeper can't stop pushing for the truth because I told her she didn't know a thing, but I snapped at Shin so cold it froze the whole room. Then the boy admits the method is ancient, so he's not exactly an expert, yet they rely on their senses to lure the gibbers in. They set themselves up as bait, and then one student spots what's really going on before the trap snaps shut. Sure, it's a dangerous method, but Gother Boy swears it's a hunter's pride protecting their families, because everyone who steps into that sacrificial hunt is doing it for the very same reason. That realization hits, and he second-guesses himself, convinced it might be something toxic lurking underneath. But then it clicks. This whole thing is for one reason only: family. A wild idea sparks in his head. He throws out an apology for letting Ruto head back alone, then snaps that he has to rush back to the village. The boy shakes his head, doesn't get it, and blurts again that he's totally fine, ready to go back. Finally, Asuda gets what hunting really means, and right in the middle of his sprint, everything clicks. He finally uncovers Alpha, who shoots a worried look and asks, "Did something happen?" But he only shoots her a quick thank you for sticking close, then tells her he's got to go, to track down the village men and finally talk to them. The moment that door swings open, everyone turns toward the entrance, all gathered right there inside the house. Donda stops him and snaps, "Don't barge in like that. We're tending to the wounded." Suda says he's trying to ask this, but the timing couldn't be worse. So please, send them to hunt 30 gibbous for the banquet. Shinru locks eyes with him, and the boy takes that stare as a message. While your family's in pain, you still dare to ask me this. He knows deep down it's fine until he realizes if he doesn't speak up right now, he could be out of time. Shin's father snaps awake and snatches his gooba right in that moment. He reaches for a coat, glancing at his daughter with a soft smile, and then he says, hunting for others is where his. He still has his pride. And even if he can't pull it off anymore, she doesn't have to toss that part of herself aside. Then she promises she'll hunt Jiba for the wedding, no matter what. And Kira is the one you go to if you want to verify she really means it. Then Donna hits a decision and sets her mind on something that completely changes what the men do next, something she just can't ignore. The Ru clan will hunt down as many Gaibus as it takes. With a huge smile, Asadith thanks them, fully getting just how deeply these people care for each other. With a grin blazing across his face, the boy declares he'll cook the best food the wedding banquet has ever seen, because it's for the families, for the people who picked him, and for the honor of showing up strong. Days roll by as Asuda hustles to get the banquet ready. He's stunned to see the guys carving up the meat, and one of them blurts out, "Everything got easy the moment that kid showed us how." The hunters finally snagged all 30 gaibas, then drained every drop of red liquid from the bodies, cutting them exactly the way the boy showed them. But not everyone bought into Danda's way of cleaning the meat, so he stood firm no matter how many families agreed. If even one was satisfied, they'd keep doing it his way. Right when he's about to tell the women to prep the vegetables, Rini barges in, shouting for him. Buzzing with excitement, the girl points out the vegetables and tells the women, "We hauled these in from the city just like you asked." Seeing the head count, they're convinced it's perfect for exactly 100 people. Rooney talks to the women and makes it sound like they're his lifeline until the bank caves in. Then he calls up a suitor and snaps that they still haven't used Tarabaso. What exactly are they going to do with everything they already dragged in? Then the boy leans in and says he's already cooking up an idea for a brand new dish. I spotted his weird shifting among the men. Then I stared from the kitchen doorway. She spots the Sun Clan folks in front of her and can't help wondering why they're here. With worry gnawing at him, Asud blurted, "Is Diva there too? And whether starting a fight will backfire on him, so Ify says she'll go check it out and tell him to stay put, right there on the ground." Jiba lies dead, slain, cold, and gone. One of the sons blurts out that they didn't come for trouble at all. They only showed up to deliver a gift for their seat at the banquet. Donda blurts out, "You really call that a gift?" And it basically excuses why they didn't have time to prep until the Rue clan's leader snaps. "I didn't invite a single person from the Sun clan." Donda demanded they clean up their gifts, because his clan's got zero time for that, and then barks at him to get out. Even his fury still claws at the edges of his restraint. With a sly little smirk, Digga leans in and asks, "So the Rue clan's really going to be rude to the Sun clan now?" Then he cracks that grin tighter. "We're only here to help with the wedding prep." The leaders locked eyes and dared each other to blink, and I creep in as I phase approach, clearly irritated, but she clocks a pseudo-looking odd and snaps out a call that drags his attention straight to him. Diga snaps that the Rue clan's to blame for not inviting them to the banquet. Then Asuda barges in and asks what he's doing, there only for the boy to explode in fury and demand if he's the one who messed with the Jiba. And Digger leans in and demands, "So what's the real problem if it wasn't? Who does that boy think he is?" He snatched the diva's coat off the boy. Wade challenges him, asking if he truly doesn't get what he just did, and whether he's forgetting they're not alone out here in the forest. But then the man slams his fist into the horror suit boom and the thing gets wiped out, smashing straight through the meat table. Rage slammed through the room, knocking everything to the floor. The others lean in as I stalk forward, and rage boils in my steps while Ify approaches them angrily. Still, the boy snaps to his feet and snatches Steve's back in that fur coat, and it's giving main character energy, demanding the man apologize to the entire Rue clan, and not a single soul could be left out. Once again, the man slams the suit to the ground. This time, the kick lands, no questions. I felt those calls reach for him, shaking with worry. But it's... Donda yanks the boy back, and he's left utterly baffled by the man's wild move. The clan leader barks at the boy to step aside and promises he'll take care of it himself. David demands to know who that boy is and rattles him into giving a real apology. Dotna claims he's a guest of the clan, and the man snaps. "And that's exactly why you owe them an apology, like a real one." With zero patience, Dana snaps that if he keeps running his mouth, the Sun clan will brand his words as a full-on declaration of war against the Rue clan. This absolutely shocks Digga. Then he orders Madet to bring the cub back, and the man snaps that, after all the trouble it took to hunt it, he shouldn't have to carry it now. But then he does exactly what he was told. Eiffel shouts for the pseudo, calling it out loud. Ruto is scrambling to save the meat for the banquet. Then he blurts, "Is what's on the other table enough?" The others jump in to hunt for more meat, and they badger the firekeeper about how things are going. He just smirks and says it's good to use. Confident as ever, Asuda declares he'll make up for the missing meat and refuses to let everyone's hard work go to waste. And I feel it watching every move, absolutely bursting with pride in that boy. Donna throws a curveball. She surprises everyone by bringing up Asuda. Then he says the boy must have been hurt earlier. Maybe he twisted his ankle and caught another injury, and that he'll check him out later. She freezes at the question, then hesitates, and finally admits it's all her fault. Donda insists that if she had gone to talk to Diga, things would have blown up even worse. She and the Sun clan can't stand each other, so they should steer clear of trouble. Then the man adds that Asuda isn't even from the forest, yet he still gets why he matters for the wedding, and he totally catches her off guard by saying, "Turns out he's an amazing chef." That leaves her staring at the truth, wondering what his role really means. She catches up with Asuda, blurts out an apology for being late, and asks how she can jump in and help. so you just brush it off like you're wiping away all that gibba fur that's everywhere, right before they dive in. He tells the women they'll need to whip up a brand new dish and that they can go with jiba and poitin soup, but he also tells you, pile on the fried stuff, cut back on the grilled meat, and there's one more thing. They're whipping up a brand new soup with taraba. That lights up Rena's eyes the moment she hears what they're about to use. The frantic preparations for the banquet. All the way through, everything went smooth, no bumps, no breaks. They raised a towering stage wrapped in flower after flower for the ceremony. Then the wedding banquet erupts into full swing. Asuda lifts the steaming pot and tells everyone it's the fresh banquet menu she just cooked up. Mina blurts that it's red and asks if it's juppa soup. Then Reina suddenly catches the scent of taraba in the air. Remember what that girl told him about the vegetables? You suddenly realize churba is basically a pumpkin or a tomato, and crushed it down into a smooth, silky puree. And that leftover fruit didn't go to wasty, tossed it into the tomato soup. And because it was a ceremony, he cooked up dishes in totally different colors to light up the whole table. The boy starts stepping into his role, ready to serve. A hungry Dan starts begging for roasted meat, and Masuda panics. Why didn't he give him more earlier? He shoves a bowl of taraba soup into Grandma Juba's hands. And even with those bad teeth, she lights up because she can finally chew something good. Then Eiffel barks the boy's name and says the ceremony is about to begin. The bride and groom slip into their ceremonial outfits, and the Swede can't stop staring. Everything looks unreal, all lit up by that warm afternoon sun and the dancing fire. He tells the father, "I'm truly sorry for what you've been through," but somehow he can't help a tiny bit of relief. And then Aoife asks what in the world he's talking about. Then she blurts out that the ceremony is finally over, and the bride and groom are going to sweep past them once more. Kazarin and his bride roll past grinning ear to ear, and Asuda can't help but beam right along with them, praying this banquet will finally be enough to keep everyone happy. Ifra snaps that the banquet is about to start, tells him to stay put, and he's totally lost, so the boy blurts out, "What are you planning to do?" Then she blurts out, "I'm changing first," and dashes off to get a new outfit, leaving him completely flustered. iPhone clocks his reaction, snarls that she'll tear his eyes out unless he hurries, and shoves him toward the banquet. And right then, Asuna snaps to it. There are a few women in the room. Then Dan calls out to him and demands he brings more grilled meat, and finally grabs the moment to thank the boy for everything he's done. The guests beam with joy as they dive into the food the firekeeper cooked. Asuda says they pulled off this banquet because everyone who pitched in truly agreed to help. Dana leans in and demands he brings 5 more pieces of meat. The meats hit the grill sizzling hard and he plops them on the plate the moment someone walks by. He snaps to it, "I fall," and it all clicks. He leans in like, "What's wrong?" and then notices her hair is down. And on top of that, she's rocking a flowery dress full of vibrant blooms, nothing like anything he's ever seen before. Aoife blurts out, "Is there a problem if I wear my hair down?" Mouth hanging open. He shrugs and claims there's no problem. But the second it's over, his mind snaps. The real problem is that outfit. Dan snarls at his muse, screaming at it like, "Hey, wake up, you're getting cold," and handed her a suit of leaves, then shut his mouth for good. He can't stop thinking about it. Yeah, our usual outfit is awesome, but this new one hits different, and it's awesome in its own way too. The boy hands over the meat, then leans in and blurts out a comment about the man's outfit. Dan tells them, straight up, that those women only get to wear those dresses during the banquet like they're acting as living flowers for the night. And yeah, besides IFO'd, all the other women are rocking outfits just like that too. Asuda quizzes him about representing flowers. And once again, Dan breaks it down for him, straight to the point. It's all about tying the knot and building a whole new family together. He also says the forest folk should feel proud to join in the festivities, and then he urges the suitor to stop worrying and have the time of his life. It's the forest people's wedding, and the whole forest crowds around one massive bonfire, buzzing with excitement. The grand ceremony grinds to a stop. On a bright sunny day, I grinned and told them they better head home. Then the huntress leans in and demands, right on the spot, if they ask the Rue clan to stay another day. He shuts it down. He's worried about the food back home, and he insists it's already time to hit the shops. Ifra admits it's the only thing he's been obsessing over. Then he turns to her and grills her. Does she honestly think that's all he cares about? Asuda tells Ifa they finally got paid properly, and now he'll knock it out of the park as the firekeeper of the Fa clan, so proudly, and Ifa just nods along. On the way, the girl presses him, asking, "Are you sure?" Because she's saying this turns into shopping. They're gonna have to cross that bridge again, and tell me that doesn't wreck your mood completely. They totally missed that detail. Then they spotted someone strolling on. On the bridge, he stood frozen with terror in his eyes, and the boy can't shake the feeling he's seen that man before, like it's stuck in his memory. The man stomps onto a loose. He lunges forward and snatches the rope with a sharp yank. IFRS swears they'll help him, then slams the truth in his face. They're not. The man snaps at them to not show up together, because if they come at once, the bridge will collapse. Finally, he made it back to the house safe at last. Asuda can't stop wondering what's going on, what the girl will do in this exact moment. The man can't stop grinning. He's buzzing with excitement, soaking up every single detail of the house like it's a mystery meant just for him. He blurts, "What material did they use for the?" He ran his hands along the floor and couldn't stop staring, totally amazed by the wall. A few hours earlier, right after they pulled them to safety, you stopped them from falling and shout thanks for saving you, because that help just landed at the perfect time. Aoife quips, "What am I doing here?" and grins like it's the happiest thing in the world. The man smirks and says he's heading out to camp deep in the forest. The girl leans in and tells her suitor that it would be best for them to head home. He leans in and nods he's in, no doubts. As they headed down the road, they suddenly realized someone was tailing them, and irritation surged through them. Aoife shoots the question, "Why is that guy hunting them down?" He claims they're the forest people who kicked off that chaos in the city, and now he can't stop himself from getting curious about them, which makes her girl absolutely furious, fuming. He couldn't stand the way she told him to get out of her sight. Asuda snaps back to the moment and asks what that guy is doing here. Then she tells her, "He tracked us and kept himself hidden so we wouldn't see him. While he tore through the house, he kept firing questions about the furnace like he knew something was about to blow. And then Asuda breaks it all down about cooking. And the guy's curiosity kicks into overdrive for every dish. The boy lights up the moment the conversation turns to something he loves and tells you that when he cooks, he usually whips up dishes made with jibba meat. He's blown away delighted too, and he can't help asking the person to let him try the meat. As I walked away, I couldn't stop scratching my head over that request. That sparks instant hatred in the girl. She tells the suitor, "Hand the guy some grilled meat, watch his mind flip fast. He's fighting for his life here." He says it's not just that guy. It's Kamwell Yashu. And yeah, gourd. Kira asks Asuda what it means, and Asuda snaps back his job is to escort important people through their journeys. He shatters the silence, claiming the forest folk are tied to the southern clans, admitting he's obsessed with them, and then adds this: most people don't just deal with gods, but they label the ones who do as the northern whirlwinds. Asuda hustles off to prepare the juba meat, and the man can't help but get curious about what's coming. Once it's all set, the man's jaw drops in pure amazement, saying, "As a citizen of the West, I feel truly honored." And the boy immediately snaps, "But don't let the meat get cold." With an extra hand, it starts chomping through the meat while IFA keeps a close, watchful eye on it. Then he slams on the brakes, and the girl freezes too, thinks it's exactly how it had to be of. Coming from the capital, you just know he couldn't stand it. Not even a little. But then he drops a bombshell. The meat is delicious and leaves them stunned. It's the first time he's ever tried something like this, and he leans in like, "Will this clam really keep the meat secret just between us?" Aoife is dead serious, and Asuda feels the irritation rising fast. So the girl blurts, "Is that really all?" She straightens up and tells him, "You haven't even tasted the peak of jiba meat yet." And Yoshu's curiosity sparks to life. With a bright grin, she tells him it's a dish called a hamburger. It lit a fire under him, making him want to try it right away. The moment she clocks what's happening, she's like, "Nope." She grabs it and dives in to eat it herself. while a shooter fires up his cooking. A man breaks down his whole journey and spills the real reason he chased it in the first place. He fought off the threats from the east until the merchants finally made it safely to the kingdom. He says that somewhere on the road ahead, they planned to. You slipped past the forest people's camp, and if you caught the opening, you could check it out. Ifa finishes the sentence, and right then he plummets off the bridge. The girl nods like she gets their reasons, but says she's not letting anyone from the stone capital through her doors, and he shoots back, telling him trust can't be built on words alone. Holding the dishes, Asuna blurts out an apology for interrupting, then proudly announces, "Your hamburger's ready." He says time was running out, so he only managed to whip up a tiny batch of poutine and a side of pan-fried vegetables. With a mouth-watering grin, the man leans in and demands, "Which one's the hamburger? And what are all these things?" And this super annoying if it just shoves an order in his face. "Eat and shut up." After the prayers, Asuda hurries them along. "All right, dig in." He took one bite and right then the whole moment changed. Hamburger meat hit the plate, and the man's eyes locked onto it. It stretched out too far, and suddenly both of them felt uneasy about what they were seeing. Aoife demands answers, and the boy fires back, insisting she shouldn't talk to him like he's guilty of something. Suddenly, the man snaps into action right on the spot. He flung himself onto the ground, tears pouring out, and yells that it's so soft and tastes so insanely good, he can't even wrap his head around how it's jiba. Both of them froze, completely stunned. No words, no movement, nothing. And Yoshu blurts that he knows the food of the stone capital, yet he can't wrap his head around how that boy pulled off a dish this incredible. He tests the dry point and does up an ace. If it's really just potatoes. After everything calms down, he rushes to apologize for losing control and asks Asuda if the forest people really eat that every single day, only for Asuda to shrug and say he has no clue. Jumping into the chat, Ifa says there's not a single thing to argue against the guy who cooked up these methods. He walks off, and Asuda's left, blushing, feeling like the whole mess is her fault. Then the guy leans in and asks if Asuda isn't really one of the forest people, because honestly, he doesn't look anything like the rest. The boy leans in and whispers to Ai, asking what she wants him to say right now, and she just smiles and tells him to blurt out whatever's on his mind. Shaking with panic, he blurts that he's from Japan, then somehow he's dropped out of nowhere on the edge of the forest. That just leaves the poor man absolutely crushed, and he leans in and demands to know if the boy is an immigrant. Then Ifate tells Waishosu where the kid came from. Doesn't matter, none of it changes the food's taste. He clamps his mouth shut for a few 10 seconds. Seconds pass, and he finally agrees. Ifat tells them to quit wandering and get back to eating at Suda, snapping that the hamburgers weren't cutting it. And the boy grins and says he loaded up. Then Yoshu jumps in fast, asking for a little more poutine too. As they finally shared their goodbyes, the man says he got treated like royalty and that he's genuinely grateful because now he finally knows more about what's hiding in the forest around him. That leaves Ifa grinning now with Asuda. Just tell the guy to be careful on the bridge. Kamui Yoshu then flashes a quick smile and bids the two a heartfelt goodbye. Ifa tells him it feels like a hurricane, and the boy nods. Fast then his mind flashes back to the man's. He ripped open his stall in the city of Shikuba, like he owned the place. The man throws the offer back at him again, and just like that, he jolts awake. "I'm dying to know. If you can't wait, then what are you doing?" As he chews the dried meat, he admits it straight up he's got nothing he can do, because it was terrifying. She leaned in and asked if he ever dreamed about crossing that bridge, and then he blurts out that he dreamed Kamui Yoshu was hunting him down. Realizing something weird was going on with the way it was all happening. It's genuinely terrifying, so they blurted out. Is it true? He's been replaying the stone capital in his head again, like it's calling his name. Seizing the moment to back it up, he admits he'd been thinking about the boy snaps that it's a lousy joke to tell him to open a shop in the stone capital. And I shoot back, asking if that's really such a bad idea. Surprise, Asuda blurts out that the last time they went there, she snapped that they were all just bastards. Then she fired back insisting that's not what she meant, and he cut in asking if she really hated the place or not. Aoife tells them it's not the same as hatred, but yeah, they're completely consumed by it. Still not getting it, the boy fires back that it's about money, and his voice almost begs as she stares, so she snaps back. Wasn't it like this the other day? She tells them they can score ingredients using jebatisks, and it finally clicks. He understands that the girl snaps that for the time being, all they've got to sell are jiba tusks. And with stars in her eyes, she blurts out, "If Asuda sells jiba meat, we'll turn it into a trading item and chow down on hamburgers." And she's convinced there are a bunch of perks. The boy claims he can feel her hooked on the idea. "And I've had to steady myself, and fire back meat will bring prosperity." She also reveals that people will be able to buy more points in certain areas. No tusks needed. So the number of deaths from malnutrition will drop fast. Asuda realizes the talk has gotten way too intense and blurts out an apology. He tells them, plain as day, that he's heading out to question the others and get answers. At the end of it all, Korn and Redham finally leaned in and told him the truth. And even when the folks in the capital looked down on them, they still ended up doing the exact same thing. Eiffel blurted out, "Boys," Payne begged, "please, just let me go to the capital already." And then he blurts out, "Are you gonna find Yoshu? Because he's lodged at an inn." The girl smirks and says, "Yeah, if you cross the bridge, that's the only way." Touching down in the city, Aoife tells him to look at the pedestrians right there, in front of them. The boy realizes that no matter how different their skin tones and features are, every single one of them wears the same irritated look. He catches the cold truth. Some people don't even care about him, and the question hits hard. Is it their race that decides how they treat him? He can't stop worrying. Will selling chips and meat in that place cause trouble? And if they ignore him, does that really count as a good sign? On top of that, he's fretting about whether there's some forest dweller with a stall lurking there too. Suddenly, if I tell you she found it. He leaned in and asked if she meant the forest bowler's stall, then she shot back, "What are you even talking about?" She tells him she stumbled on the Inkamua Yoshu Seihibi, and he'd been staying there, bursting to break free the second he could. He asks if he can finally go home. But Ifa yanks him back then. The girl snaps that if he quits now, the whole trip was pointless, and she's sure he'll just hole up at home and procrastinate again. They're stepping in here. A boy steps up and greets him straight away, asks if he's got a shot at being her suitor. Still lost, the firekeeper presses him. "So, who are you really?" Then the kid steps up and introduces himself, Lido, Yoshu's disciple. Asuda can't help but feel bad for the poor boy who still doesn't get why. Lido pushes them toward the second floor to meet his master, and the boy fires back saying, "We were invited, but he never showed up, so he's gonna drag them straight into his room." Lido said he was so sure he was already awake in. Asuda drops back in embarrassment, and when he tries to slip out and tells Aoife to let him sleep, Aoife shoves him back hard. They burst into the room, and there he is, sprawled across the table in this totally bizarre, impossible position. That scares Asuda, because it looks like the man's been wiped out while Aoife just stands there, seeing his posture as something truly majestic. The boy scrambles to wake Camila, and he has to knock him clean off the. Everything he came to do was wake that man, who he calls that old man again. Asuda leans in and asks, "Can we leave now?" Still reeling, Camila finally catches him off guard. "Who says we can't turn this into a full-on business talk?" This totally stumps Suda. The man leans in and tells him straight up, "If you want to open a shop in this city, you've got to pay rent." He claims his price lands at about 10 Kimu meat buns worth 10 red copper coins, and he's taking a full 10% off every sale. But the only thing the kid can think about are those buns, and the man leans in, asking if he's already eaten them. The boy answers, "Just once," and Kamua points him to the stall over there, claiming it's a famous hit, then pushes Asuda to believe that Jivamit will be the one thing that can take them on in this competition. But the kid can't shake the fear. Will anyone really pay for meat like that? The man goes, "Trust me, I'm the taster, and I know everyone else will love it." But Asuda can't shake his doubts, because the minute he finished Jiba, he started crying. Leto leaned in and asked the firekeeper if something was wrong. Then Suda stepped in like, "Wait, about that I can't stop thinking about this." He's heard something like it before, like those cameo moments popping up somewhere else. Then the boy turns to Aoife and asks if he can speak with the forest people, and the girl immediately nods, saying yes. After that, Cammy finally realizes the proposal won't get approved anytime soon. It'll stay stuck on hold. Dan says dinner's right around the corner, and he asks, "So what do you want to talk about, Suda?" The boy shrugs and says, "I'm not trying to start anything, I just want to give my opinion." And just like that, the man brings up dinner again. The moment the boy finishes speaking, his eyes shining with pure joy, Dan leans in and asks if a Suda king would invite him to taste some fresh grilled meat. "You're basically trying to tell me that the boy can't speak right at all." Dan's expression hit them like a flash of light. It's Suda rushing to cook dinner. Then the Nobis swears the grilled meat recipe is exactly the same, and the boy can't help but wonder why the heck he even showed up in the first place. As they dig in, Afa jabs the boy with a nudge, and he notices his chief is already starting to boil with irritation. Gadrin finally corners Asuda and asks if he's still worried about that conversation from earlier. And he nods immediately and blurts out that he's got to hear Dan's take. The chief tells everyone that selling the meat in the city is like fangs and horns. Rough, dangerous, and exciting, because it doesn't carry the forest blessing. So it's no taboo at all. But the boy can't stop worrying. What if nobody likes his food? Mouth packed with meat, Dan blurts out, "That's ridiculous. It's wild to think anyone wouldn't instantly get how insanely delicious this food is." Gazarin ends it with a sly question. Shouldn't the rest of the chat be a Monday Fat Clan thing? So late in the night, the two crash in a room set up by the routine clan. A student just freezes in shock because there's only one bed, and the woman straight up challenges it. Are they really saying it's a problem for her to sleep with him since they're both from the same clan? I5 takes a bold step forward, throws them a grateful nod, and thanks them even after their son's visit. The girl taps the carpet and, just like that, says it's soft premium quality, and as soon as just left there like, "Wait, why am I even thinking about that?" She's already sprawled on the bed, tells him to go ahead and lie down, and teases him like, "Don't you like all this softness?" Flushed with embarrassment, Asuna blurts out, "Wait, are you?" and asks if he needs to go ask for a whole new bed. She says he's got a soft spot for comfort, but it's time to drop it. This isn't their house. He tries to blurt, "That's not it," but Ifax snaps at him to hurry up and hit the bed. Masuda throws his back against Aoife and instantly goes rigid with tension. It's like he can practically feel she's right there, so close it hurts. She shouts his name, and it rattles him so hard his fear spikes even higher. I asked him, "So have you finally decided? Will he dare to open that stall in the commercial city?" Then yanks him in hard, forcing his eyes on hers. He says first thing he can't open a shop yet because he doesn't have enough utensils. And she can't stop herself. She needs to know what happens next. And he snaps back like, "This isn't only on me." Then demands a little cash and her permission too. She says it all started with her permission. Already he just doesn't realize it yet, and he's probably hunting for any excuse to dodge going. Iffer admits that, deep down, he really doesn't want his own shop after all, which hits the boy like a bolt out of nowhere. Then she leans in and blurts out, "I've got a favorite," begs him on the edge of tears to let him, welcoming him into the family circle, like he'd always belonged. The moment he hears those words, heat rushes to his face and embarrassment hits him hard, and when Aoife's fingertips brush his face, he grips her hand tight as he watches everything unfold. Every inch of her body laid out in vivid, ruthless detail. As her eyes blaze, Sooner strides across he slides right up to the door, grips the handle, and yanks it open. He finally let the weight out of his chest with one shaky breath. Iva can practically feel the excitement in him, so she leans in and blurts out, "What happened to make you like this?" With a grin, he announces his decision, and then he swings the stall open. Then Alpha leans in and says she gets it, and he's about to link up with Kamoa Yoshio. They're blazing through the forest, hunting with every step, locked in on the prize. He tells them, "We're not headed for the city. Asuda's words make the boy think they're lost, and then Asuda pushes. Let's head home first. Once we're there, we'll figure out what we're gonna sell. Ifra doesn't say another word to him. At home, the suitor keeps trying. So what do you do with the jiba meat? The girl insists that it should. He tries to make his case. But before the words even land, he wouldn't let it go, kept insisting on hamburgers. And he's got no choice. He has to get ready for them. Eyeing the food, I face-blurted that it looked way smaller than usual, and then cut himself off mid-sentence. He asks if she can eat right now. All fired up, she declares she'll grab the wooden spoon. Then Asura cuts in and asks. He tells her to wait and warns that if they open the stall, he won't have enough spoons and plates for everyone. Then she blurts out, "What do I do?" And he just tells her, "Go eat," with her own hands. At first, she's like, "Wait, why is this here?" And the moment she reaches to grab it, she can't stop feeling the meat burning hot in her hands. And he starts whipping it back and forth between his hands like he's about to make his move. That scares Suda to death. So he blurts out, maybe those hamburgers are a little too tough for her to chew down. But she shoots it down hard and hurls it away. He shoveled the meat straight into her mouth. The meat's still blazing hot, and the juice starts dripping down. Then the boy blurts out, "Maybe Humbert." Asuda jams his touch on the mark, and an idea sparks in his mind. "This'll be easy. We'll feed the Kimyu bread." He shoves the meat into the dough on the drive point and immediately makes a little mess. Then the girl shoots him a look and asks if he did it on purpose, and he just grins, saying he'll clean it up. He handed her the meat, tucked tight in the poitin wrap just like she'd asked, begging her to take a bite. "I still can't believe I chose this." With a shaky breath, he demands to know what she thought. She looks a little let down and says, "At least the juice doesn't spill. But the pointon feels tough honestly. It'd be way better if you just gave me the hamburger and the pointon on the side." Stunned by her honesty, Asuda shoots back a heartfelt thanks. Then he snaps that the sauce wasn't cutting it, and the texture felt all wrong. Before long, he tucks a cloth over his head and swears he'll cook up fresh ideas from the ingredients he's got. The huntress only nods and keeps eating the remaining meat like it's no big deal. After a while, he bursts out, "I'm done." And I throw myself back into the moment, asks if what she's seeing is actually edible. Snatching a piece of that douche-like, straight-up taking what he's got coming. She crunches it down, grins like she just found the perfect answer, and then blurts, "Yeah, you're super easy to read." Then Iafra swings in the confident claim that this will finally let him take down Kamua Yoshu only. It leaves him squinting at her words, totally unsure what she's really talking about. Kamua leans in and asks, "Did you already put the sample of what I'm about to sell in the bag?" With a blazing red face, the man snaps at him to serve it fast right now. Asuda snaps that Kamua's disgusting him, and the guy shrugs it off, saying it was just a joke, and then asks to taste the food, the box where it's stored, and then hands it over. He hands it over, and Kamua spots the proof immediately. It's still warm to the touch. Snagging that hamburger caught him off guard. Then he blurted out a question, if it's the exact same jibami he used before. But then boom, he spots that it's red. Asui jumps in and says he cooked the meat with tarapa sauce, then tucked it between Tino and Aya to make the texture just right. They lock eyes with each other, like the whole world just went quiet. Then Cameo steps up and goes for the meat, reacting exactly the same way as always, like clockwork, every single time he takes a bite, and even handing over some Toledo for him to taste. The boy grins and declares that the crunch and the tender meat together are ridiculously delicious, especially once the sauce hits. Asuna just shoots them a big thank you for loving his brand new creation, the one inspired by the American hamburger. Curious, Kanawa blurts out, "So what's the name of this food?" Feeling fired up, he declares he'll go by the name Gibba Burger. Then he leans in and asks, "Can I run a stall with this?" The man declares that, about the stall, what the owner did next, Kim Yuen will hand him one that absolutely blows the boy's mind. Then he blurts out, "Wait, was it really that easy?" Asuda tells him the next move is figuring out how much to charge, and Kamoa grins, "You handle it. Run the shop any way you want." The man says that every time he feels ready to open the store, he does it. He just has to say the word, and the young cook immediately thanks him. Masuda practically beams because everyone's raving that his burger tastes absolutely delicious. Still, he can't shake a nagging worry about whether Cuba's meat will really catch on. Watching the cameo's reaction, he realizes the man is way more than he ever expected. He's actually very worry gnaws at them back in the forest. The Suede is posted outside, just waiting. The moment we left the inn, we kept staring at the house while he wrestled with something heavy on his mind. The boy leans in and tells you he can't stop thinking about the perfect price to sell those Jiba burgers for. He tells them he's thinking of selling them for 2 red copper coins, the exact same price as Kimyu meat bread. Eiffel just shuts up and keeps listening. He won't stop now. Fawful blurts that he's using the same ingredients plus Tino, Tarapa, and Kigo. And if he cranks out 20 a day at that unit price, it'll rake in 65 coins. And with the money from renting the spot, he dragged it out for 10 days, crunching the numbers right alongside the ingredients. For about $0.65 a pop, he does the math and locks in that they're walking away with profit. He took the 1.35 red copper coins, like he'd been promised a lifeline. But the weight tested his patience. Aoife asks what that's supposed to mean, and he snaps back that, based on his own numbers from selling, he's slamming 60 burgers in 10 days, and by the end, he's not in the red. A rifle clatters to the ground, and a brutal headache slams into him from the sheer chaos, and basically demands to know if they're really serious about selling 60 burgers in just 10 days. Asuda panics and asks if she's okay and if he messed up his math. She shakes her head and says everything's fine. She slips on her fur coat and declares she runs this family and the Doobies are calling so. He'd better start thinking and acting for himself. Curious, Asuna leans in, asks where she's headed, and the girl. She blurts out that she's heading out to hunt. He says lately she's been nothing but helping him with that stall until it clicks that if I can't step in anymore, he's stuck doing it all by himself. Asuna realizes he'll have to cook it all, serve it up, and even haul everything to the right place himself, and that crushes his spirit. So Ifa steps in and asks, "What's wrong?" Then he blurts that she's a hunter, and it instantly ruffles her feelings. Honestly, the Rue clan's already got people eyeing the stall, so you've got to step up and talk to them. Asuda lies on the ground, panicking as the door inches shut, and his mind races about what he's about to say to the Rue clan. Ina shows up after catching their chat, confirms the stall rumor is real, and Asuda immediately goes, "You're perfect for sales, come on in." But the girl leans in and asks what he's actually planning to sell at the stall. Asuda smirks and says, "Forget talking, let me show you instead." She studies the table of ingredients, eyes locked on the boy like she's piecing together a secret. He just breaks it down like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna mash that gear. Go toss it into the potion. Then bake it right away," showing everyone how it's done by tossing it straight into a bowl. He tells them the burger stuff is getting prepped right there. Judas says, "All right, now I'm making tarapa sauce." And he starts by blanching it, peeling it, draining every last bit of water, then pouring in fruit wine. He stirs the pot and tosses in mineral salt and herbs, seasoning the whole dish as it cooks. And when the tarps finally start to sag and give, the sauce is bubbling and ready now. He's telling you to smash those burgers into small bites. So they slid right into the palm, and Vina's jaw dropped in awe. Then he orders them to slice Tino's area into thin strips and lay them across the massive pointon, then stack the burger on top and drown it in sauce. He also tells you, after that, stack one more point on top, then once the burger's done, that's it. The lesson's over. Still rattled, she asked if the lesson was really over, and Asuda told her to try it right away. She plunges in and takes the very first bite and starts chomping like it can't wait. Her eyes widened, and you could see the surprise hit as she swallowed hard. Happy. Venus grins and says the point feels super soft, and the jibamit is exactly the right size. Azud tells everyone that grated gigo is the key to unlocking the perfect point in this soft, silky texture. The boy's heart lights up the second he hears her opinion. Pointing to everything spread across the table, the boy grins and says he's got all of it. Plus the utensils too. Next time, they'll be hunting twigs just to keep the fire alive. Then he asks, "Can you carry all of this?" and somehow keeps his cool. Vina blurts, "Why can't we do that if that's all it takes?" And that snaps the boy back to the truth of this world. In this world, he's so damn weak, it's almost painful to watch. She leans in and asks what's wrong, and he just shuts her down. Nothing, but he tells her that in 3 days he'll haul everything to the capital and rent the stall. Then he orders Vina to show up the very next day. By the time Eiffel reaches him, night's already fallen, and when she spots the boy, she fires off a question, "Any progress yet?" Asuda quickly nods and confirms. He figures you've changed everything, so you must have forgotten he's not even in Japan, meaning he never saw thieves or that kind of irrational violence coming. Confident as ever, Ife says that, with her hunting bringing the thrill and him roaming the stalls beside her, there's nothing they can't tackle together. And that hope instantly lifts the boy's spirits. Once he accepts it, confidence surges because being a Falkland means he's determined to make it work. Gage slides the pass over, and Asuda clutches his supplies like they're lifelines, nearly begging Vina to show up. Right then, her voice cuts through the air, and she calls out, "I'm here." As he watches her go, the boy's jaw drops in awe, and he finally exhales. Then he turns to her and thanks her for showing up. The girl dressed totally different than usually in Zen, and asks if he'd been waiting for a long time. Asuda spots a few things and immediately demands to know what the heck happened to her clothes. Vienna tells him the forest women have to hide as much skin as they can once they step into the capital. And that hits the boy hard. Sure, it's more covered than before, but the danger still feels way too sharp. Suddenly, Bina blurts out, "Wait, back when I said I was heading to the shop, there was one more person who wanted to come too." Asuit's stunned when Rudo shows up, and the boy quickly asks if something's wrong with him coming along as his escort to mess with him. Bina grins and asks if he only showed up because he heard a suitor's about to open a shop. Irritation flares. He snaps back, insisting he only showed up to help because he had nothing else going on. Rudo adds that if Asuda's left alone, people might come after him just because he's poor, turning him into a sitting duck, even though it stung getting called poor like it didn't matter. Asuda nods along with him, then turns to the hunter and snaps, "Help me carry these supplies." Then they bolt for the stone capital, chasing answers on the path ahead. He charged across the bridge, cutting straight over the path. Rudo and Vina are acting totally fine like nothing ever happened. The firekeeper crumples to the ground, wiped out and gasping. "Say, she's fine." She looks them both in the eye and tells them they've got to hit the commuter shop and grab a tent. He freezes when he spots the tent. Rudo leans in and asks, "Hey, are you really okay?" telling everyone he'd haul the tent to the exact spot they picked. When he sees it, the boy goes dead quiet, like he just died and woke up in some strange, unknown world, that he still remembers his father, but he can't even talk to him anymore. Asuda grins proudly and says, even though it's tiny, it's still something to brag about. And now, he finally gets his very own shop. Hearing it again, the boy snaps at Rudo to grab everything and get ready, because the moment the shot opens, they're moving. As the tent gets dragged into town, everyone in the city crowds the streets, staring hard like, are these forest folks really about to open a shop? This twist makes your suit feel way too tight like it's fighting you. And Fawful catches the reason they're locked in that stare because it's almost unheard of for someone like him to open a store. The Moys are blown away. The rented spot is miles off the main street, and it's nowhere near any of the other stores. Asuda snaps, start setting everything up right now. If someone steals it, please watch the boy go along with his. People have their doubts, but he's dead set on charging head first into this challenge. Asuda jumps in, orders the wooden boards to be arranged, then answers Rudo's question, 5 or 6 for the back? While Vina asks if they should leave those spots as they are, and confirms, keep the burger and grease, but separate them. He asks for the pot, then mutters that it'd be awesome if they had a box and straight up wonders if he can borrow one. Finally, the shop is fully set up, and it's ridiculously. Asuda beams with joy and gratefully thanks the two of them. Proudly, he stares at his shop and thinks, it's finally mine. Yeah, That victory isn't just on him, because without Ifa and the others, he never would have made it. But nobody shows up, and that leaves the boy's stomach in knots. He clues in on an ad someone must have posted, but Vina cuts him off. She reminds him they were already told. It's not allowed, right? As they start prepping the burgers, the moment Vina had to place the pieces exactly where they mattered most on the board. Suddenly, a man shows up, and Masuda's face lights up. He thinks the guy's coming to curse him. The customer leans in, but the man suddenly turns away like he just cut the whole conversation off. This makes the boy look suspicious, and you could tell he was a little disappointed too. A student can't stop thinking about where the people who watched and opened the store disappeared to. Then he screws everything up. Ruto, the guard, acts like he's just done with it, eyes glazed, bored out of his mind. This gnaws at him, because he knows if he doesn't hit his goal in the next 10 days, everything could fall apart. At this rate, that firehouse won't last much longer. Locked in and not about to let that happen, he went and demanded. Vina steps up and handles the rest of the ingredients. Spreads like wildfire, then he tells it to grow even more. Hold up, listen everyone. The boys. He's so locked in that he doesn't even sense it. Until Vina shouts his name. A bunch of people crowd the stall, and they were shocked somehow. That smell had pulled them in for real. But then one of them blurts out, "It's Juba meat." It had them storming off, convinced they'd heard the wrong thing, and they're not going to buy it. So the boy's dreams crash hard, leaving him devastated, believing that it doesn't matter how they prepare it. Juba meat isn't just some common thing only. The forest folk dare to accept it. Vina yanks him into another call, and this time her excitement is even louder than before. A gang of hooded men demanded Jiba Asuda answered them, while the price ball kept staring as those dark-skinned troublemakers closed in. Always stick to the group and make sure your outfits look suspicious. He shoves the meat into that guy's hands, then can't help but wonder, will he actually eat it? Then the man bites into the Giba burger, while someone else watches from the sidelines. Locked on the moment, morphed men swarm into a suit. He suddenly realizes they're not from Xeno, but he's still got no clue who they really are. He leans in, breath held, because this is his very first customer, who devours the entire burger. And the boy leans in, locked on every word as he chats with his companion. Beside him, still doesn't get why they react like that. The man catches him off guard by demanding 7 more portions. Still locked in place, it's Vina who finally snags his attention. The men say they want 7 more, and the boy suddenly realizes, oh no, that their reaction was really an evaluation. He slaps together the burgers and sells them for 14 red copper coins. Vienna throws a massive celebration for the sale of 8 burgers. Suda was buzzing with excitement, but he still couldn't quite figure out what was coming. People chewed on his cooking and couldn't stop talking about it. Out of those 10 tries, he only managed to pull off 8 sales, and Sugi announces he's taking over the cell. Everything seems to settle today, but don't blink, because time keeps moving, and nobody else shows up. Vienna admits that even though it's lunchtime, not a single new customer has walked in. The second it clocks the 2 burgers left, and he can't stop thinking how brutally tough it is to sell anything. Suddenly, Lido shows up, and Asuda blurts that it's crazy rare to catch that kid without a cameo. The boy leans in and tells you his master is absolutely swamped with work, so he had no choice. He had to face it alone. The firekeeper leans in and demands, "So, what are you really here for?" Lido blurts out that it's kind of disappointing, then his eyes snap to the mask. Hida Burger lay in bed, buried under piles of work, and tears kept spilling as the stress finally snapped. The boy yanks the coolings out of his pouch and blurts out that word, like he can't even hold back. The taste hits, and suddenly Isuda's all fired up, because now he only has to sell 1 more thing to be done. But then drop a curveball, ask him for 1 more, leaving the firekeeper stunned, convinced the boy is an angel. And that's when the shop makes it through its first day with no trouble at all. Back in the forest, Asuda grabs the moment and thanks them both for saving him, and Venus waves it off, no need to worry, because she'll be there any time he needs help. With a slow, careful twist of the handle, he cracks the door open and steps into the house. He strides in toward his comeback to Ifa, who's sitting there watching him. She grins and tells him, "You're lightning fast." He's telling himself he can't be wrong anymore, because the day is already dead. She leaned in and asked if he pulled off selling all 10, and the boy just answered that. Somehow, they pulled it off. Afer scrambles to figure out what somehow even means. Then Asuda snaps into it. If Kamua hadn't stepped in, he never would have made it. He leans in and blurts out, "So, the guys in those white cloaks, are you from the northern provinces?" The girl explains that folks from the north of Shumu probably rolled in just to check out the shops. Then she turns and asks, "So what happened?" Asuda tells them, "We grabbed your burgers, they just showed up, bought them, and then we left." That's what hooks her into the story and leaves him standing there, utterly baffled. Then she makes it crystal clear, this isn't because the Shimas hate Jibami, but it was probably the first time an idiot messed up like this right then. She, as someone who grew up in the forest, she can tell it changed the way some people think. She points at it and goes, "Look at their food, it's amazing," making the suit feel happy again, and he blurts out his thanks to her, like he can't believe it. "I feel." He asks himself why she's getting thanked, but before that question can stick, he dodges it. Then he blurts that he's going to start prepping dinner, but the whole nightmare kicked off the very next day. Then the sky opened and rain came pouring down, and they scramble to guard what's theirs, because the second Mina shows up, she says the sky is blindingly sunny, while some poor suitor just prays this whole thing will pass fast. I thought the Shima folks might not show up, but I can't. Kamiwa pops up and asks straight out if Liko is back for round 2, just like yesterday. Asuda shrugs and says he never even considered it. So the man laughs and claims the boy was secretly thinking of him, but the firekeeper shuts that down cold, saying he wasn't. The man straight up orders 3 burgers, which leaves Asuda burning with curiosity to find out who else wants in, but Camus claims it's 2 for him and 1 for Lito, which leaves Asuda's heart sinking a little, like he should have seen it coming. He hands over the 3 burgers and pockets 6 red copper coins as payment. He clutched his purchase like a prize and headed straight in. The man grumbles that he hates when the rain won't stop, and the suit immediately backs him up. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, the same chaos had already struck. On the ground, I fall and fail. She's out cold as the rain hammers down over her. In the middle of the city, the rain won't quit, and it's still pouring like the sky's mad at everyone. Suda swears he hasn't laid eyes on a single soul. As the flames hissed out, he yanked everyone back and shouted that they were shutting the shop for good. Vina panics and blurts out that they only managed to sell the free ones. He clutches his grief, but insists they all need to learn when it's time to go home. Then Rudo shows up and asks, straight up, if he's leaving. Then his suitor blurts out an apology for forgetting him and making the boy haul everything back yet. Rudo just shrugs and says it's no big deal, but he refuses to cross the mountain while it's wet because he's sure it's dangerous. On the way, the hunter keeps firing off warnings to Asuda about every precaution he can't afford to miss. While Asuda marches in front, Vina holds the middle, and Rudo trails behind, and the firekeeper lays it out clear, telling them they're going in that exact order. Then the hunter leans in and asks, "Do you know what happens when someone slips?" Asuda shoots back that it's better than getting left to fall alone. He nods along with Rudo and swears he'll give it everything he's got. While marching on, already imagining they're right around the corner, he steps into the massive size of his foot, glaring right there. He's the kind of person who doesn't let even scary footprints rattle him, and called Ruro over to his side, begging him to come right now. When the young man steps up, he blurts out that one stumbles to the ground and demands to know what anyone can do to help. Ruto says he'll go check things out, then orders the 2 of them to stay put, while the firekeeper prays nothing terrible has happened. Careful Lady Yan Hunter drops down, and straight away, you spot them on the ground right away, crying out for help. The second you set everything down and come over quietly, that scares the firekeeper so hard his body locks up with fear, because in his mind, the only reason he be summoned like this has to be something terrifying. Asuda trudges over and spots her. She's just crumpled onto the ground. Then Rudo blurts, "It looks like she fainted." The firekeeper snatches A5 out of the air, and the young hunter blurted, "Hold on, let the townspeople come running. But still he had to turn. He refuses to abandon her for a single second. Then he begged Ruto to help him haul his whole family home. Seeing the mess, the young hunter lunges in and helps him lift the I-5. Demanding he grips her right and not a second less, asks Vina to jump in and help them. Finally, the house came into view, and there, broken and injured, lay the Gree. Pearl slips out of the scene, and Asuda shoots them a grateful thank you, saying he'd be in their debt for the rest of their lives. Ruto tries to lighten the moment by saying he wants food next time, and before he can even breathe, Vina snaps at him, telling him to take care of himself. Strapped into the mission to look after Ife, you're stuck all on your own. She yanks off her dripping fur to kick things off. He shrugged into a fur coat and struck a match, then roared the fire to life. Then he helps her dry off and quickly makes up the bed for her. I lock eyes with her, and he blurts out, "You okay?" But she only presses, "Why am I home?" And the boy blurts that she got drenched in the forest and passed out. Asuna fires off more questions, urgently checking if anything hurts in her body and if she feels cold. Still, the only word she can manage is rain, like she's clinging to the last scraps of what happened. Worried, he presses her on whether it hurts, and even after she insists she's fine, Asuda makes her lie down wrapped in tuba pelts. Ifo's body feels like it's drowning in weight. Asuda stirs the pot, glances at her, and says he's just heating up the soup so she needs to hang tight a little longer. She's convinced her right shoulder has slipped out of place. The boy rushes up with the soup and asks, right there, if she can finally eat it. And she asked, "Can you feed me?" And he immediately said yes, though the request feels downright weird to him. But she doesn't add a word. She just snaps upright and stares ahead. Masuda feeds her, and that simple moment makes his nerves spike. He tells himself he's only taking care of her, and nothing else. After she finished the soup, she suddenly asked if he could rub ointment on her shoulder, and the poor boy nearly choked from shock. She blurts out an apology, admitting she should have grabbed the ointment herself, and then he bolts up, grabbing it before it's out of reach. He snatched it from your hands and shoved it right into his. His hands shook as he smoothed the ointment over her aching shoulder. Suda fought the urge to look, his mind racing because something about the way he felt just didn't make sense. She looks like she's hurting, and the worried boy blurts out, "Do you have a fever? What's wrong with you?" But she just shrugs and says she's going to sleep, and he can't let that slide. She's like, "Yeah, that'll be good." And the next second she yanks him in by the shirt like a lightning strike. She yanked him onto the bed, forcing him to lie right beside her. With her so close, the suitor's nerves crash harder and harder. She yells to her father, and the boy snaps to attention, realizing it instantly. Wait, she's still only 17, same age as him, and she's been fighting the hardest days. Solo now, it's breaking her heart because she's about to lose her whole family. Asuda whips around, cradles her face in his hands, and swears he'll always be there, stay right beside her always. A brand new day bursts in, and the sun blazes across the sky. Ifa asks if she can come with him, and the boy nods because her fever finally broke so with her arm in a brace. Asuda warns she won't be hunting for a while, and she grins. "Then I'll head to Gino's as his bodyguard," and the boy begs her to slow down and not overdo it then. Out in the distance, they spot the Ruse siblings. Were hit with total shock when they realize that if they, right when they come into view, Asuda shoots out an apology for bothering them all over again. Ruto's worry spikes as she pleads with A Fud if it's really okay for her to try, and Vina nods. Fast then reminds her with a sharp truth she cut her arm. With her chin still down, the huntress offers a real apology for yesterday, and then she thanks them for bringing her back. She blurts out, "Can you escort us to Gino's?" And that's the moment she finally snaps into the one move she's still terrified to make, even with an injured arm. Ifra insists she can still protect them. And Ruto boasts that he'll carry everything so he can finally taste the food. And Vina cuts in, reminding him that Asuda already paid them back. In the bustling city, Eiffel stared at the boy's shop, curious as anything, and demanded to know if it was his like he'd just been transported to another world. He nods and says yes. then turns to Vina and begs for help. She studies the meat and immediately demands, "Where did this come from?" He swears that on the rainy day, he couldn't cook a single hamburger. Behind them, the rain forced them to leave their supplies, and Suda swears he'll grind the meat and make the girl mash it right as things move on. On guard duty, Rudo tells everyone he's gonna catch a little rest since hardly anyone shows up. Then Aoife pushes back, asking if it's really true that so few people ever come by. Then he breaks it down. Most people never step into that alley, and only someone with a real reason shows up, and she finally gets exactly what he means. Curious, she asks if anyone would actually notice the food smell, and Rudo jumps in, agreeing. Suddenly, a man bursts in shouting that there isn't a single customer here. That snaps Ifall into full alert and it rockets forward to shield Asuda fast. Still screaming, the man insists he only sold to them because Cammy told him to, and then he points a furious finger, demanding what kind of suit is even doing with his vegetables. Aoife blurts out who the man is, and Rudo quickly tells her he's the vegetable shop owner. She keeps moving forward, even while the boy's shouting after her. She marched right up to him, asked if he'd even eaten a hamburger, and snapped that he had no right to talk unless he'd tried it himself. That's a weird little sense of doom that makes you fear it might turn out terrible. Man dials her and says, "For his sister, what do you want?" Then Bami surprises her by saying he's finally ready to thank her for saving his daughter. This left me completely fused. Yeah, like I had no choice. She blurts that she has no idea what he means. Then the man hits back and says, "I brought my daughter." He demands a little terror, but the huntress still draws a blank. She swears she has no clue what they're talking about. That little girl says this drunk guy was harassing her, and it scared the life out of her. Then the young woman can walk away, because Ifa instantly knows it had to be from the Sun Clan, only they drink Genos. Then she nods and says, "Yeah, I think that really did happen," and basically tells him, "Your thanks?" That's done. The man claims he heard jib and meat go into hamburgers, then demands two so he and his daughter can taste it for themselves. He stares at the suit in total confusion and blurts, "Is this really okay?" While the man grins and insists he just wants to see what his vegetables are being used for. The firekeeper leaned in and ordered Vina to lay Tino on the poison. Right as that was happening, the man watched it all, smirked, and said if it went like this, he wouldn't even get a taste of the Tino. He can't stop wondering what they're cooking up, and then he even shrugs like, "This doesn't look like it's meant for me at all." He lands that meat on Tino, and suddenly everything feels even weirder than before. The suitors already got the burgers lined up, and he's still stunned. The man leans in and demands, "So you're telling me they cost 4 red copper coins?" Tara is the first one to go for it. She stormed out, leaving her father desperate to know what just happened. She bursts over to Ife and blurts out, because it's absolutely mouthwatering, while the man watches and realizes the shy daughter is suddenly talking non-stop. With a sly little grin, the huntress tells him it's great she liked it. He chows down the meat at lightning speed, refusing to be left in the dust, then leans in and tells Asuda how ridiculously tender and flavorful it is. And honestly, the whole Jibates thing? It's not bad at all, more like a win. Out of curiosity, he quizzes Asuri. Would it change anything if he swapped in a different kind of meat? And then straight up asks if the boy only ever uses jiba. Asuda insists his burger isn't bad at all, and says each one is out here trying to get more people to finally see that Jabami is the real deal. But even after he swears he'll only sell with that meat, deep down he knows things are going nowhere fast. But he can't say it out loud in front of Ifa, so the man promises he'll fix it, and then he show more veggies that would taste insanely good alongside jiba. He prays his daughter is watching as he gives everything he's got, but as he whirls to leave, the girl is gone right before his eyes. Still locked in on IFA, and it's your. Asuda grins and swears this will help a ton, then he's off to fetch them, practically waving goodbye to the waves, with a happy laugh while Ifa watches him, and can't shake the feeling that something about him looks a little too sad. They stare down at those veggies, and the whole scene feels like a trap waiting to snap shut. She's got this deep love for her mom. Like she straight up says she's totally in love with her. And she keeps talking about how there are so many things she's never. Asura asks to sample a few, and the man nods, then warns him to be careful, because some of those have a brutal, overpowering bite. But it's already over. Asura's got a veggie in his mouth. And the moment it hits, his eyes start watering like crazy. The boy swears it's like biting into a radish. Its smell hits first. Then the taste rockets straight into his nose. The man tracks down the Miami, and Vienna leans in to the boy, telling him she smells something delicious. The vegetable seller leans in and tells you, if the smell's that strong, don't eat it raw. Want a pseudo to try something else instead. Asuda still has that vegetable stuck in his mouth, and the man leans in like, do you realize you can just spit it out? But he refuses to back down, forces it down, and insists that maybe, just maybe, this is exactly what he needs to invent a whole new dish. The boy can't stop thinking about the Mayan after he just tried. Then the man suddenly asks if those vegetables are the best. Quick. Luckily, he pivots on a dime, dodges the whole topic, and straight up asks how many Mayamu Asuda she wants. Asuda picks the amount, and the man slips him the price. Once the business chatter dies down, he grins and says he's heading out to grab a few more. Staring at his ingredients, Asuda can't help wondering what he'll whip up with the leftovers. Meanwhile, I face off with a vegetable shop owner who's freakishly skilled. That sparks the boy's curiosity. Asuda's convinced that with a tip from a vegetable pro, he's about to whip up a whole new menu. Vina shoots him a question, and the boy quickly explains what he's doing, just like that, plotting the ingredients for the new menu. Giddy as hell, she blurted out. So, are you gonna whip up a brand new dish on the spot? She's grinning like she's having the time of her life. Then she turns and asks, can I help? Masuda nods and tells her, find the ingredients and don't stop. He tells them, to get that meat perfect, we're marinating it with fruit wine. Just wait till the aroma hits. Curious, Vina leans in and asks if that's what's going to give it flavor, and the boy shrugs. It's what we'd got for now. He also dives into mineral salt and pico, like they're the real secret behind it all. He leaves it behind like the same seasoning he swears by for grilled meat, to force them to finally dig into the meat. All right, here's a whole new idea, fresh, wild, and just waiting to blow your mind. A curious being stared at the meat in pure amazement. He demanded to know if he's going to slice it thin, and the boy breaks it down for him right there. Eating it that way hits way better, because the salt and pico crank up the flavor like crazy. The veggie guy shows up out of nowhere, and one of the suitors hurries him over. The man fires back, asking the boy if he knows his name, because it's Dora. After he thanks him, he comes back with even more mamu. The moment he starts slicing the vegetables, he whips around and orders Vina to light the fire. The firekeeper pours in fruit wine, and Mayamu lets it simmer. Then right after, he tosses in a little more of the drink. Smiling Dora grins. You can already smell the food. And even Vina starts nervously fidgeting it. Right after that, Asuna starts stacking those thin slices of Cuba meat. Even now, the air around the two of them still smelled of. The food hits the man's nose, and he swears it smells so good it'll make your stomach roar with hunger. Jiba hits Miami like a wildfire. Rage is spreading through the city. Rudo stays on guard, grumbling that he's starving. And when I see him talking like that in such a tiny stall, I can't help but swear he's done something she never would have imagined. Chef Asuda orders Vina to whip up a scorching, super potent roast using tino leaves. To make sure she nailed it, she asks the boy, does it look right? And he throws her the green light. Then he's convinced that this pointin' with tino leaves thing is a snack you can just munch on while you're walking. For the kufijiba meat, he slaps it right on top of the pointon. Then he slaps the sauce on top like it's the final punchline. Then he wraps the pointon tight around the meat and says the fillin' could fall out if he don't. That's how Jiba with Miami hit the table, served up and ready to go. Vina's eyes light up and she blurts that it looks amazing. But Dora shoots back that since he sold the vegetables, he better be the very first customer. A suitor scrambles to claim it's just a test, like that excuse can magically save him. The man won't let it go. He insists, swearing he'll pay, and pushes to give it a try. Cornered with no real choice, the boy thrusts it over, then pockets his 2 red copper coins. Dora takes one bite, And bam, every flavor hits perfectly. The warm kick of Mayamu, the juicy meat, and that sharp little pinch of salt. As he digs into his food, the crew of couldn't men keeps its eyes glued on him. Asuda leans in and asks, "Do you want? You've got burgers in hand then." One of them suddenly turns into a problem, pointing at something that shouldn't be there, the sliced jibba spilling out of a pot. The putted man demands jibba for Mayamu just once, and Asuna leaned in and told Vina to get ready for round 2. Meanwhile, Doris tells them, "I'll be back later, get it for Tara, and save a few for us, okay?" But the kid thinks he's finally making his escape. Then the food's ready. Asuna shoves it over, and Vina is the one who grabs the payment. The boy stares as the man takes bite after bite, and leans in to whisper to the others, instantly lighting up the firekeeper's curiosity. He flashes a hand signal, then demands 6 Mayamu and 7 Jima burgers. That move floors Asuda, because he realizes the deal is sealed, and Doris is already covered, wiping out what that rainy day cost them. The excited boy teams up with Vina, and together they push to make even more. Eiffel grins and watches the whole scene unfold. Rudo keeps grumbling that he's starving and demands food. The second everything was said and ready, he shoves the deal into the hooded men's hands like it's already burning. A fresh suit of whatever size he needed. Pure relief that he'd finally sold every last piece of meat. Then he starts packing up what's left for Dora, Tara, and Kamen, because he has no clue when they're coming back. Rudo volunteers to go check for her, swearing that with Aoife posted on guard and the whole place smelling so inviting, he'll handle it no problem. As he gears up to leave, the suitor shouts his name at him, demanding his attention and stopping him cold. And when he comes back, he's gonna grab a Jiba burger just for him. More cheerful. And then, bam, there's Asuda. He catches her bright smile, and it knocks the breath right out of him. It's beautiful. Vino rushes to apologize for her brother, but the boy brushes it off, because really, it's him who's been helped. Asuda tells everyone the reason he's selling meat this way is because of them, and he's straight up grateful to the people of the forest, and even to the ones from Genos. Vima nods, and tells him she's just as grateful. It totally catches the boy off guard, but she just smirks and says she's about to cut Tino loose. As he pushed through the bustling streets, Ruda slips past a bunch of people chatting about a shop, like she's got somewhere way more urgent to be. That makes the boy finally snap to attention, eyeing whatever trap or scheme Asuda's shop might be cooking up. The woman's dead certain, she swears this is coming straight from the shop. Alert Rudo decides to tail them, and he's not letting them get away. The suit is sizzling burgers and declares, all set, just needs the Miami. When Venus suddenly warns him about a possible customer, arms crossed tight, eyes locked on them like he was daring them to blink first. A sharp irritation flashes across her face, and it makes them squirm with discomfort. Sure, the guys are up to something shady for Asuda's shop. Yamortaro wastes no time, he reaches for his sword. Suddenly, the woman snaps into speech and blurts out, "She," before the rest cuts off. He tracked that scent to the spot and boom found a forest crew running a full-on shop. Right behind her, the man blurts, "Is it Jabami?" And it only lights a fresh spark of irritation in her. She snaps that she's heading to the vegetable store, but one of the men blurts that they came from far away, and he insists he can't trust her senses. Then he blames himself, and the other guy backs him up, telling Yumi she has to take responsibility, leaving her totally baffled about what they're really saying. They shove her forward, urging her to try it, but the woman fights back. Jabamit is disgusting. Asuna Watch totally hates it, and she doesn't buy the excuse, especially since the forest people don't exactly have a great reputation. The boy then tells her, if you're going to judge just by looks, you might as well try one of the products first. That leaves the woman stunned by his nerve. And then one of the men blurts out that the shopkeeper feels the same way. Asura knows what he did wasn't exactly great, but he never opened his shop just to stir up trouble. Then she leans in and asks for a taste of whatever he's cooking up. The boy promises he'll get ready my amulet. Yumi's face twists with pure horror, and then one of the guys snaps, calling her nothing but unlucky. A monster came swinging rat meat in the air, fists flying like it was feeding time, and drops. It'll cost you 2 red bronze coins. She hands over the cash with a clearly bitter face, like she hates every second of paying for it. He watches her closely, thinking, "Sure, you showed up for the smell, but if you just took one bite, you'd finally get it." After a few tense moments of thinking, Yumi darts toward trying to meet, crafting a suit that radiates happiness. One of them asks what she thinks, and she shoots back with even sharper irritation. She tells them to get out, then leans in and asks if none of them even want the meat, because she won't give it to them. That crushes Suda, because he sees everything. Even when they refuse, they still end up confronting and tailing the furious woman. Weiner and Eiffel, two names colliding like sparks in the middle of a wild story. I'll stare at the boy, eyes wide with worry. Then Rudo and Dora rush back only for the man to start grilling them about Mayamu. Smiling wide, the boy hands over the food. For him and his daughter, Tara, his whole world. Amanda pushes back at Asuda, calling out that something's off, and demands to know what's going on. Because when he brought up the Mayamu, his confidence absolutely crumbled. At first, disappointment hits him hard, but then, in a blink, his mood flips fast. With a grin, the boy blurts that he's not stressed at all. He's just buzzing to learn how to cook it. Eiffel, posted on guard duty, watches with proud, steady eyes. Curious Dora leans in and asks if he wants to level up his cooked Miami, and he grins because he's sure the food is seriously great. Asuda shoots him a grateful nod and says, "Don't worry, there's still a little more left." And he's got to shut that shop down too. A sudden cameo shows up in a far-out spot, sprinting like his life depends on it. He's saying he was this close to missing it completely, like he barely made it in time. But Asuda snaps, they're already shut down. Kamiwa bursts in again, swearing he made it just in time. And when he greets Dora, he immediately demands, "So did you get it too?" The man sniffs the air and blurts that he smells "ma'am," then fires off a question to the suit about whether it's a brand new menu item. The boy just confirms it, telling him they already packed everything up. So now Cameo's left crushed, staring at the truth with zero answers. But Dora hands Tara the exact gift meant for her daughter. He stares at the new dish, then blurts out that it doesn't mess with the kiba meat much at all. Once it's done, Camus tells you, "Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow." Then he leaned in and begged him to say one for him. The suitor leans in and asks, "So you're really gonna eat all of it by yourself?" The man snorts at the idea, then starts rambling about Lido, how he's no good with strong food, even when he's trying to chase the stink away. The man storms out, shouting goodbye, and the boy just stands there, totally thrown for a loop. Vina shows up and blurts out, "Did something happen?" Asuda shakes his head and tells her to pack everything up right now. And even Doro the vendor slides in to say goodbye. Then he heads out to deliver food to his daughter. As they stride forward, Asuna fires off heartfelt thanks to everyone for the relentless hard work. But it's Vina who clocks Ifa acting weird, and she snaps that Ifa looks exhausted. The huntress claims she was only distracted, like that's supposed to make it okay, but she lies there staring at the ceiling. Dead sure sleep won't come. His stomach growled like crazy because that mouth-watering food smell was driving him insane. She can't blurt that out to everyone else, and she's stuck wondering, will the Suede actually sell the thing he made the night before? They slammed the shop in place and set everything up like they meant business. Rudo leans in, eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asks what the box they just brought him is. Asuda cracks it open and tells them the Giba meat's still soaked in the Miami sauce overnight. Dora doesn't even give them a second. She rockets ahead, still buzzing with excitement, and Asuna blurts out, "Is that the veggie I ordered?" The boy blurts out an apology, saying he didn't mean to force him to do it. Dora also brings Tara in, and she admits the girl couldn't get enough of the food she just had to see how the jiba with Mayumu is made. Her father talks, and her eyes blaze with pure, sparkling intensity. And it hits us right in the heart, so happy it's almost unreal, while Yumi watches from afar, confused, wondering why. Folks from Genos were having a blast right at the barbarian stall. Irritation flared up, and he snapped accusations at them right away, dragging them into the squeeze like the pressure was closing in. She strides right past Dora like she owns the whole hallway. Through her suitor, she says he's trying to sell again, But the boy just grins and says it's perfect that she came. Yumi fights to push her point back, but it's Tara who grabs her attention and steps in the second food hits the scene, telling her to take a closer look, refusing to swallow the truth, no matter what. She didn't argue at all, she stayed put, right on the spot, because that little girl begged her to. The moment this fight starts, it practically orders her to just watch. He tips a little fruit wine over the juba slices smash right into the pot. Curious, right? Harris says the day before it all went down, they're thin Miami slices. Except this time, there aren't any. But she can still smell that pot rolling and fast. Still reeling, the woman catches it too. The scent hits like a magnet, pulling people right in. Asud lifts the bowl of meat and tells you how he drowned it in Miami sauce, then let it sit overnight. Terror's senses snap into focus, and he finally realizes that's exactly why everything smells so damn good. Then the boy grins and says he pours in the rest of the sauce later, stirring until every flavor slams together perfectly, blended until it all feels like one unbeatable taste. Grinning, he couldn't wait to grab the cooked meat hot, ready and wrapped up tight. As the woman washes them, Dor leans in and demands one for himself too, then scoots it over for Tara as well. When Yumi gets, Asura shoots her a sharp question. Does she really want it? And it instantly gets under her skin. She demands an explanation, asking why she should even do it. He just wants her to take a bite and feel the flavor hit, and that leaves her totally baffled about what Asura is up to. Sure, it'll play out just like last time. She pushes ahead and demands one, and hands it to her with his two current customers right in tow. A pseudo-watch is. She finishes the thought, and it clicks. Now she finally understands why she hated it at first. He leaned in and asked how she was doing. And you just hear it. Yumi doll only claims it wasn't nearly as bad as she feared. He yanked out 2 coins to pay, but Asuda shoots that down. He swears he only wanted to give it a shot. She claims that the day before, she called eating it a provocation, and now she's rushing in to apologize. The boy swore he heard it, just like that, right in his ears. Whatever the argument was, the woman turned on her heels and walked away. With real respect, Asuda bows and thanks her, proud that she's the very first customer he ever had. Just like that, he got what he deserved without ever knowing who she was. Venus stood there, watching every single thing unfold. He blurts out that he has to know why he's laughing, and he can't believe she actually showed up again. Then Tara totally blindsides them, grinning as she says it's even tastier, way more flavorful, and that she could eat nothing but the meat. But her dad hits her with the truth. He tells her the Tino they sold was top tier too. Asuda watches the streets and realizes, turns out even the city natives have their own tastes. Then Kamiwa finally bursts in, grinning from ear to ear, and he says, "Relax, I'm here for the food." The boy thanks him for yesterday, and the man just stands there baffled, like he has no clue what the kid means. Asuda keeps replaying it in his head. Everyone's been gushing about his cooking for ages, and now he finally dares to speak the truth. Dortel pops in just to confirm one thing. The food's even better, and that thought lights a fire under him to dig in. Finally, his shop was up and running, helpers in place, buyers pouring in, so the place stayed busier than ever. Sometimes, Asuda swears this whole thing has to be a dream. As she collects the payment, Venus snaps and warns him Shumu's hooded men are closing in fast. Kamala and Dora, with Tara right there beside them, trade tearful goodbyes before they part ways. The second they're close enough, Asuda leans in and demands their order right then. But one guy just cuts in and says, "I want to talk right now." At a distance, I could have sworn I was watching something like a watchful pair of eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wildly different. Then her suit shows up out of nowhere. He leans in and demands they talk like it can't wait. With worry gnawing at him, Ifa blurts out, "What happened?" And awkwardly at first, the boy still manages to spell out what the Shingu people want. A blade shoved at a suitor. That just cranked her worry even higher, so she demands to know what they did, and he scrambles to explain there wasn't an attack, even though one of them still had a knife in their hand. But it was really just a little peace offering, proof of what their cooking tools could do. It heads straight to the shop run by the shoeman, who clinks silver pots and shocks the boy with, every single thing they're trying to sell you. Asuda thinks it would have been way better with Rudo along, but Rudo stays put staring after the shop while they go on. Then Aoife blurted out, "So what were you two talking about?" And then she's brought along for a reason. So the boy breaks it down and tells her why. If the chumaroli knife were slicing vegetables way better. The girl leans in and asks what he's trying to tell her. With his head bowed, Asuda admits he wants to spend their hard-earned money on utensils, and she basically pushes him forward. "Go on, don't stop now." That leaves Asuda stunned. He figured he'd need the family heads okay, but Ayafa shuts that down fast. "I'm the one who earned the money, so I do what I want." The boy practically bursts out running to check the utensils, and the girl lets out a huge breath, because yes, that's exactly what the conversation was about, to cram his head with even more mind-blowing stuff. Meanwhile, thinking it'll take forever, when Aoife glances at the decorations and decides they're not that pretty, Venus swears a necklace is gorgeous and tells herself it's a shame Aoife won't touch anything while the huntress refuses to even get close, so they split up. And after some time, Essie comes back hauling a full bag. "Then I'm left standing there," he says. "You bought a ton." And the boy fires back, "Nope, these are just big." Feeling a bit awkward, the boy blurts out, "You bought something for her," and Frey snaps that the forest people would never allow it. That's their custom, and it's law. So you basically tell her, "At least just take a look." He digs a necklace out of his pocket, and the girl shoots back, "If it's only that, don't worry, this won't get in the way of the hunt." Asuda snaps that he's not a hunter, so there's no trophy to hand over. But then he insists he still wants to give you something close to a charm. "I'm Fezai Sparkles, got me talking." Then she snatches the necklace, nods like, "I'll take it," and the boy's whole face lights up with pure joy. With her shoulder busted, she refuses. No, she won't put it on, so the firekeeper steps in to help her. Then he leans in and asks if she likes. It's then that the boy and the girl confirm it together, and as they stride past, Venus spots a breathtaking necklace shining like a prize. That's what sends Venus soaring, and the man stops dead, asks if she wants something too, which she answers, saying that when she returns, he blew his money and scooped up tons of stuff. When they come back to the shop, Rudolph already devoured all 10 burgers, and Asuda can't believe he didn't hold back and make way fewer. He snaps on his headband and shouts that they'll go all out before the sun goes down, and they gear up for round 2 of selling, going all in like it's do or die. Suda isn't in bed, he's up, and something's clearly off. She steps outside, and there's the boy just sitting there, eyes locked on the sky like it's hiding a secret. Ringing with worry, she asks him straight up, "Can't you sleep?" But Asuda snaps back that this isn't the real issue, he's just convinced it's pointless, and that answer throws her completely. He tells them flat out that all they ever cared about was making money, but they were thrown off guard by every person they ran into and every wild thing that hit them along the way. Steven's mood jumps up, he grins and says he wants every day to feel just like this. Then Aoife plops down, leaning. She leans in, says she's crazy excited for tomorrow. And then the moment hangs there. And just like that, time keeps rolling like nothing ever happened. Asuda snaps that they're shutting the shop down for good, and they have to rip that sign off right now. He turns to Rudo and throws him a heartfelt thanks for the help. Then he starts to add, "And tell the boy to grab the load and haul it with him while he runs off to pay the fee." The young hunter wears a crushingly sad look, and Asuda leans in like, "Don't pull that crying face, okay?" With iFile in his corner, he's going for it. Once they finally have the money, they just have to sit down and talk it out. Then the two of them better be ready for a cameo, because it's about to go down. The man pockets the payment for the 10-day rental, then leans in like, "So, you want to hear what I need to ask you?" The boy nods and blurts out that he wants to make a request. Camus basically shrugs and says it all comes down to what it is. The boy begs to keep the shop for a little longer, and the man demands to know why, asking if it's because he's just realized he can rake in profit from selling "Give Me." Asuda nods and says, "Yeah, but I'm chasing more than that. I want to crack open a brand new world." He kicks things off by saying, In the beginning, he only wanted one thing, to sprint through his shop and keep it running. But once he met all those new faces, he realized something wild he wanted. A whole crowd eating his food. Ben Camus tells him, "You're the reason," and pushes him to keep coming back to the shop. He's going to talk to the owner himself. This shocks Asuda, and the man says he's got everything totally under control. I sat there watching it all unfold, begging the boy like, "Isn't that awesome?" And even when he agreed, I could feel him shutting down, because somehow he couldn't let himself feel happy. She blurts that she's beyond happy that gets to keep shoveling food into his mouth. Asuda meets Rudo, and Rudo jumps straight into it asking if they've got to head back to work already. And right on cue, Vina bursts in and snaps that her brother's only being stubborn. And when the stall got returned, his eyes were bloodshot red. That drives the boy insane. He just blurts out, "Do I really have to go to Genus again?" With that reply, he just turns and strides off, like the whole conversation is already over. The stall springs back open, and the whole crowd erupts in pure joy. Yumi finally barges in, saying she hadn't even seen the shot the day before, and admitting she was totally shocked by it. And Asuna suddenly tells him, "I'm here on purpose just to see what's going on." The woman's cheerful energy, like she's hiding a bomb under a smile, keeps the tension sizzling in the air to whip out the Miami stew for Chiba Me. And just like that, peace swept back in. From far away, some people stare at the stall, and then it hits them. That unmistakable smell of Jiba is pouring out from right there. Asuda says, mid-cook, that it feels like the ground is trembling under his feet, and Vina nods, grinning. It's getting closer. A man bursts in, sprinting up to him, and demands he wants every single jibamit. Surprise hits. Asuda leans in and asks, "So, you're talking to me?" The man slams his sack of coins down and lets everyone see the treasure he's carrying. And the moment Asuda turns to talk to Vina, Vina's reaction goes terribly wrong. They stare down their guards like a warning, because they've got the... Asuda matches the same reaction, and then it clicks. This is Midas's son, who once lunged at Ifa and got her fists planted in their face until they crumbled. They're your members who recognize the man. But since he's a customer, they can't just jump in. He's not cooking for love. He's doing it just to rake in the money. Asuda watches the man wolf down his food like a greedy beast, and instead of cheering him up, it ruins his mood. But this time, it straight up feels like a full-on battle. He leaned in and told Vina to scatter thin strips of Tino all across the wide area. So if Miter comes home with a smile, then nobody's getting trouble. But she insists there's no more Tino left. And yeah, turns out, they're out of Cuba meat too. He poured a suit of hands over the Miami stew, piled with extra jiba meat. The second he grabs it, Mita tears into the food and the boy follows right after. Those hopes are about to get shattered, but the man demands more, and Asuda tells him they're out, so he'll come back and deliver the rest of the coins. Mita refuses to back down and starts sobbing like a kid, begging for more. Then a guy shows up and fires off a question. Will the shop owners do it, since I can't keep up with the requests anymore? Yumaru snaps that there's nothing they can do, like not on referring to. Bat bursts out, claiming there's a shameless person who they fooled their brother and blasted lies everywhere. She also calls the Rue siblings in. It takes pure nerve to defy her own family, but it's Vina who steps in and stops Runo from doing anything at all. With a sly grin, Yamaru shoots them a warning. You're unpleasant people. Mana wipes his tears and blurts, I'm hungry. Then those terrifying eyes snap up as she warns, if he rushes home like that, and trust me, punishment is coming for him. Fuming, Asuda shoots a question. What's their problem? If they're going to insult everyone, why do they still turn around and try to hurt their own family? Sarcasm drips from Ymira's voice as she tells him his behavior is unbearable, and corner the firekeeper at the roof peak, asking him straight to the point before the next beat drops. I can't do the exact same thing to the son. She snapped her gaze to the head of the fat clan, like she was ready to take them down. She fires the question back and flat out says she doesn't think there'll ever be a third chance. To bait him, the woman goads him, asking whether he's really planning to refuse. Asura leans in and demands the rules. What's the deal here? If they can't accept it, it's over, right? Or is this just about whipping up a dinner? Smiling, Ymira boasts that he's wickedly clever and then lays out the plan. The Rue clan will hold a family heads medium session. Then she drops the bombshell. It's for 70 people, but the payment is only money for 40 gaibas. That'd leave him staring in awe. How on earth is he supposed to get that much meat, and can a family really pull it off alone? Then the woman twists the knife, saying he looks like he's about to ask something, and if he's still lost, he can turn to the Rue family for answers. After meeting with the clan, Domna declares that at last, the son will finally reach out to them. That's when the story finally spills the truth, and Yamaru's secret is explained fast. He raced to set everything up for the next meeting of the family leaders. Gazarin says the meeting is closing in, and the boy's stomach drops. What if this sparks trouble? He shrugs it off. No big deal. The leaders meet anyway, but then his face tightens because he can't stop worrying that the Sun family might reach out to Asuda. Then the boy snaps back to the test phase of the shop, when he never saw a single one of them, and realizes he'd wrongly assumed Gino's people just wouldn't take in forest folk. Asuda can't stop wondering if all of this is secretly connected somehow. He flashed a sweet, lovely smile and went, "Can I?" as if the whole world depended on it. Grandma Juba burst into the meeting room like she's been gone forever, saying she can't believe it's been so long since she last saw the Falkland. They're freaking out about the old lady, so they ask if she's alone, but she answers that Ramad is right there with her. Juba told me she heard the Sun family was stirring up trouble for them right there in the city. Then Rudo shoots up his hand and calls him out, saying they caused him trouble too. Donda admits the Sun is already irritating him, but he refuses to let what happened in the city slide, so he jumps in and helps by himself without dragging anyone else into it. But Juba insists that, yeah, that actually does make sense. She's pointing at a contract that was forged 80 years ago. That old lady warns them. No one is allowed to harvest the forest's blessings. Juba kicks off the hunt, and when the city's trade finally dies out, whole families get wiped away. Sad chokes out. That's why it hurts me so much to watch the forest people get crushed by the city folk. Staring at that woman like that right when she snaps that she's not the only one suffering, and that because, with the trade finally over, fresh encounters erupted one after another. The boy says he snapped at you. Yeah, Mara, but it's not like that. It's nothing at all. He's done playing with the past determined. He insists he wants to end it all on his own terms. But Eiffel rips the warning in before it even happens. This is going to mess with the Rue. So don't go hunting trouble, handle your battles on your own, and take the hits your way. Leader Donda calls his men in and orders them to haul the ingredients. Then he brings along a few women to help him out too. Finally, on the day the moment those heads meet, the arrival hits. Ruto blurts out, "We're pulling in right now." And then he blurts, "Is this suit okay?" And he blurts, "Yeah, once we get there, told by Tae-sun. Pacing through the place the moment his instincts kick. A heavy, gloomy air hung over everything like a storm about to break. They dump the ingredients right where they're supposed to go and crawl through the cabin like it's a mission, hunting down the stove like it's the only thing that can save them. Inside, you'll spot some women, with faces packed tight with not-so-happy feelings. He steps up, throws his name out there and says, "Hi, I'm me." The second he tries to ask for a favor, they flat-out ignore him. Touching his shoulder, Aoife leaned in and told him to pull himself together. Don't let it get to him. Vina and Rena roll in, cheering him on like they've got his back no matter what. Tugging on his chef's scarf, he kicked things off right then. He began, slams everything into place, and finishes the prep. Other women scramble to snatch the ladle, and Rena tries to scream that it's stuck, but the moment she realizes it's already way too late, and the hot broth erupts, splashing over her. A woman crumples to the ground, badly hurt, and Rena shouts for help. But every other person just turns a blind eye. Bino rushes in to help and convinces them to take the girl to the river and wash her off with water. Asuda yells for them. They shout back that they're coming, and they rush off with the injured girl in tow. Thanks for walking me through it and giving the instructions. Things are cooking in the kitchen. But what scares us is the spilled food. So they've got to get to the exact same amount. if he didn't have much else to do, that. He tells them he'll foot the bill for the ingredients they can bring in. The women looked totally lost. Like something didn't make sense in their heads, which leaves Asuda stunned because they're literally supposed to handle the kitchen. So why is this happening? A little irritated, he couldn't help but let it show. He finally gets answers about where the ingredients are, but then it hits right when everything is going to collapse. This hits the boy with a hard jolt of fear. What if he's about to? He wants to walk in and eat whatever he wants. No limits, no rules, but he sees it as his golden shot. With his heart racing, Maida demands the exact food he once devoured at that stall. And the cook, some smug Suda, swears he can't show up because they're missing the ingredients. With one killer move, he asked right when it mattered most. The man finally grabbed him and marched him straight to the pantry. Meta grabs the boy and tells him he was warned not to come, but then she points out he's with the cook, so it's fine. That hits the spot for Asuna, because Meta isn't acting like any of this is weird. The second they spot the warehouse, Meta points and Asuda grin because the place is way bigger than the trick ever promised. Hope ignites in him again, like he can finally claw back what the accident stole. But when they try to crack it open, they try the door and realize it's locked. And MITA snaps in irritation. Asura yells for him to stop before he smashes it, and he argues that because they use it every single day, it shouldn't be locked in. The boy can't help himself and asks whether the dinner from the night before was actually normal. Midas insists that every single time he eats, it's always in the city. This makes you stop and stare at the. Maybe he's the only one who can actually pay for it. The man frets and asks if you can cook without even opening it then. Asuna snaps that she wants to keep her eyes locked on the dinner. Just as they shove at the door, Tyson bursts in and fires. "What are you doing at the warehouse?" Asuda starts to explain, then blurts out, "Something insane happened. I dropped the ingredients and I'm done for." So, the man blasts him for trying to steal, and the boy snaps back, "I'll pay, just give me some." But the rude man shoots back, "Stop acting like a thief and say." Asuda should have asked a family member, but he steamrolled right past Midas and marched on anyway. So impatient, he demanded answers from the cooks, and they straight up ignored him. And Tai flat out tells them he never believed the guy could be trusted. Bruto shows up out of nowhere, snapping, "What are you doing?" And instantly the firekeeper's nerves spike because she fears something bad is about to happen. Tyvan argues that the Rue are already there, so the son has zero reason to hand over any ingredients. The man snaps at Mita, shouting that she wasn't allowed to be there. Asuda turns to Rudo with a grateful smile and fires off, "So, why'd you show up?" Then the young hunter blurts out that he spotted Vina and Reina nearby, and he rushed over to check if something was going on. Asuda grins and says, "This time, I'm not stuck. I'm just missing a few ingredients." Rugo tells him, "I'm heading to the city to grab everything we need. Now hurry up." The moment his suitor opens his mouth, he shuts it down and tells him to slow down so he doesn't miss a single detail. Once he gets the whole list, the boy bolts off toward it like he can't wait another second, right down to the very last beat of time. The second he's gone, the girls rush back in, with everyone jumping in to help. The family gathering prep kept raging on and on. The family heads are all rushing in to gather. Vina tells the crew she's heading back and shoots a question at the suiting "Are you staying?" He tries to shrug it off, but she reminds him the Sun Clan never pays up front. They only cough it up after the meeting. Then Reina leans in and says, "Let's drop the payment with Ifasal. Meet you there." So now he's convinced they're trying to trap a potential suitor in total isolation. Then the girls drill it into him, "Be careful, promise us." Asuda's instincts scream something feels horribly off about the warehouse. It rockets straight to the spot where the meeting's about to happen, leaning in to eavesdrop for a little while. As the cheese gets passed around, one of them chomps and blurts, "This stuff tastes so good we could sell it in the city." Asura figures it'll feel just the same, even if they chow down in the city. And then, bam, something grabs his attention. So he leans in and peeks again. One more cheek fires back, that small clans like theirs can't pull off something like that. But he snaps that the Sun Clan has the money, and that the smaller clans are too busy hunting gibbous to even think about it. Ippo nods along and says the truth, some families just never get enough, and that's why the sun should hand over all its riches to them. That's what has everyone laughing, because it's hilarious to hear it from a family that sells jibba right in the city. And then another person snaps, if she's so dead set on it, let her volunteer to hand over the meat. Asuda believes that no matter where you go in this world, the fight between the rich and the poor never truly vanishes, it just keeps coming back. Either way, it feels like everything's finally falling into place. So he turns around and walks off. He remembers Mida, and the moment it hits, regret claws at him for leaving him behind. So he decides to hunt him down and apologize for all the trouble he caused. As he keeps searching, he suddenly spots something, then his reflection snaps into the mirror's view. Who's asking him what he's doing? Just pacing around the houses. The boy says he won't get a single cent until the meeting ends, and she immediately steps in, offering to pay him herself. She points him toward the house and orders him to wait there, while she races to get the money ready. He tried to justify it by saying it's just not safe to hand over money out on the street, but the moment he stays sharp and remembers what Rihanna said about to force Aoife's hand, using it as a hostage or turning it into a deadly threat against him, he bursts into the house and, for a breath, thinks she'll be okay, because Donda would never let a single thing happen to her. And then, at the very end of the Zoro's son stayed nowhere, because he wouldn't take a single risk, on purpose, gas and bumps into Aoife's injured shoulder, making her crumple to the ground, writhing in sharp, brutal pain. With a grin, he tells her he remembers every time she got hurt, and then he cuts the moment short, cutting off the rest. He clamps her shoulder tight and promises, I'll take you to get that pain treated. He shoves Aoife against the house wall and tells him he'll wipe the whole mess clean if he's willing to let it go, if she says yes to the marriage. Meanwhile, the door to Asuda's house stands there, waiting, like it's about to swing open any second. It pops open, and right away, a stranger barges in and starts griping that everything turns pitch black. And the boy calmly says, it's fine like this. With candlelight flickering on the walls, Miro pops into view completely naked and immediately asks, so, are you ready for the wedding ceremony? She asks if his heart can handle what's coming. Amir panics so hard he can't even get the words out. He's totally stunned, staring at how massive he is, wondering if he's been this big all along. With his shirt pulled up over his face, Asuda shoots back, I'm not mad, I'm just shocked. That throws her for a loop, and the boy snaps that she pulled the exact same stunt back before. Amir's even more lost than before, and when his head's covered, she instantly clocks it, he's hiding something. Then he fires off, are you naked? And if I look at you, do I have to marry you? Or am I about to lose my eyes? The boy insists he knows the truth even without laying eyes on it. Laughing like it's a joke, the woman bursts into laughter. She calls him an idiot, and somehow, she still swears she's interested. With his head still covered, Asuda starts hunting for the exit, panicking over whether she's still inside the house. The door swings open, and the second he reaches out, he feels another body, and instantly panics, terrified of exactly what he just grabbed. Then Meta leans in and asks what he's up to, and when he sees Asuda, he breaks into a grin. Asuda yanks the shirt right off his head. He throws out a full apology for breaking his promise, but it made us swear to forget it. Terrified Ymira could still be out there. Asuda demanded he stay close by. A little farther down, Tay leans in and asks if she pulled it off. Then she tells him his whole plan blew up in his face. That mess puts him on edge and makes him see red at the ass. Yamiri shuts it down the moment she even thinks of letting anyone come within striking distance of the warehouse. Meanwhile, Asuda's mind snaps into focus. She senses something's off in the warehouse and figures the meeting must have ended because T is. At that exact moment, Ifid seizes the perfect opening and slams into Diga-sun, who drops to the ground from a single, crushing kick. Donda bursts in and tells her, I've been looking for you, thinking she might have run into trouble with her son only for everything to turn weird from there. She didn't have to worry, at least that's what she said, but it might have been because Diga saw him and threw his guard wide open, giving her the perfect chance to strike. So Donna's sure of it. She thinks the sons had to be plotting something behind that meeting, and suddenly concern claws at her for Suda. They track down the boy with Meta, exactly the one we've been hunting. Asuda blurted that it was a relief to finally see her safe while he needs to know why he's with Mita, and the boy spills it. Mita didn't just help once. She backed him up with the ingredients even after they've been kicked out. Still eyeing it, Asuda snaps that they've been keeping members. Other clans were pushed out of the warehouse, and that felt seriously wrong, even for them. Aoife can't shake the feeling. Something's off? Why would Nadiam, the cook, get let in so easily? Donda decides to slip into the son's warehouse and Nada warns him they'll rage, but he shrugs it off like it's nothing. Right then, Zoro's son shows up out of nowhere, gripes that they're wrecking trouble in someone else's territory, and No ID roars that everyone's fools including Maida. Donna demands to know why he's butting into other clan leaders' business over that warehouse. The Rue leader snaps out a signal, and you feel the whole plan click into place. And then the other three run off. Dama lunges in front of Zoro, cutting off his chase cold. The man snarls that he better get out of the way. But the Rue leader cuts him off, and all he wants is one thing: an explanation. Aoife asks if the door was locked, warns him to be careful and not bite his tongue. And the boy, still being carried by Myra, admits it was locked, and there was no key anywhere nearby. She can't shake the feeling that this whole mess is a mystery she has to crack. Right when they're on the move, they suddenly clash with Dan Rudum. He admits he's starving and can't sleep, so that's why he's here. And when he sees Asuda being carried, he freezes and blurts out, "Wait, is this kid about to become an ingredient?" Asura tells them they're headed to the warehouse, and since he moves like a turtle, they scoop him up and carry him. Dan lights up and decides to tag along, while Aoife only glares and begs him to stay quiet. Even the mighty Rudo chief can't help but stare, stunned by how huge that warehouse is. He snaps his head toward Asuda and asks if that kid can cook something with sun meat, and Asuda nods, then tells him they've got to open it first. Out of nowhere, Tai's son shows up and yells, "Don't touch the warehouse." Then he snaps at Maida as she trembles in pure terror, gripping onto Asuda like her life depends on it. Seeing that fear slam into the boy, I'm left regretting every single time I couldn't do more. They're right on the edge of cracking the secret wide open, but Dan, fuming, snaps at him to quit those demands. "Because you're mine to eat, not his." Seizing the moment, Asura grabs Maida's attention, begs him not to move, and then lunges for the door himself. Grinning, the boy says he's got to carry out whatever his customers demand, because every order puts food in front of him too. She snarls that Dan should get out of her way, but the Rudum leader dares her to step up and try. Just then, Aoife offers to help, and Boom Danda barges in, claiming he's already dealt with Zura's son. He then drags the man's unconscious body into view and snaps. He just passed out of nowhere. Maida and Asuda wrestle with the door, straining with every ounce of strength to finally get it open. Then out of nowhere, someone demanded they back off. Even Tag starts shaking at Zatsu's son, and Dan blurts, "Wait, weren't you supposed to be in bed?" That weird old man glares at them, like he's about to explode, snarling that they better not open the door. Because Dom couldn't make sense of him, he snaps at a student, "Just open the door already." Maida, shaking with fear, blurts out an apology. To help, Dan steps up and promises he'll deal with the old man. Then Asuda cracks his knuckles and says he'll throw everything he's got at this. And even though Maida is screaming that it's dangerous, the boy insists he'll do it no matter what because he has to, believing his body's too fragile for this. He wonders, will he really save the boy by throwing himself at the door? The warehouse is totally empty, and Asu studies that box like it's hiding something dangerous. He turned to Maida and begged her to help him grab the box. While Dan and Donda wrestle with that old Zansu, Ifight bursts in to make sure the suit is still holding up. With the lid swung wide, Asuna reveals that, the whole time, they were clinging to the mountain's blessings-like secret treasure no one was supposed to find. As Aoife scans the room, he spots a bar hidden inside, grinding straight into the doorway and blocking his way. She pries open the box and finds it empty, then spots a hidden passage built just for the members. The old man erupts in furious shouting, "You touched the forbidden blessing." And then he rages that they didn't just do it, They also lived recklessly with their money, never once hunting Jiba. Still drowning in despair, he snaps that they broke the rules. Dan and Donda locked eyes, but the Eye Father shoots back, declaring the son's family is overdone. Then Yumori finally shows up, breathless, and thanks them for bringing it all to an end. So many days have piled up since that tense meeting with the Sun family hit hard Asuda, and I pushed through, wrestled the truth out of Chibaru, and she finally said she understood what the Sun family had been through. At the lady's request, they stormed in determined to dig up every single thing that happened. Even after Donda warned her, that lady still asks how that's her son. Then everything turns into a total mess. Suda pictures himself as that old man who was screaming at the top of his lungs. Aoife shoots the question. Were you named that because I was chasing answers for something else? And now she can't let it go. Juba leans in and asks, did you notice it? The girl said she brought up the contract and was sure she'd only said it because she feared the son's family was falling apart. The lady nods and blurts out that she already spoke with Zatsu about the contract a long time back. Back in his slightly distant past, a younger Jiba stares up at a tree and asks if it's really not weird to have all those fruits growing in the forest, then get told he can't pick a single one. Young Zatsu shows up and snaps that they're helpless, because a contract lets them only hunt the dangerous Gaibas. She couldn't stop worrying about his injury, and the boy. He steps back and admits he's still not used to hunting yet. With a grin and zero doubt, the boy declares, we've got to get stronger because we're hunting Jibas to protect the forest folks' future. With a mischievous grin, the girl leans in and says, he's right. Back in the now Grandma Jubas. He fires back like, that's exactly what I said. And then he just couldn't stop thinking, what's he doing right now? She can't stop thinking about the son he fought to protect, who waited for judgment and then obeyed every order to the letter. To dig deeper into who he really is from, Yamori tries to spill the truth about his wicked deeds. Another one that keeps buzzing in her head is Maida, the sweet, innocent girl who's never spilled a single secret. And now, she's about to be shuffled into a whole new set of families. He slammed the past behind him and left everything he had. With his head hung low, Asuda mutters that the Zatsu he witnessed might not even realize what he's trying to say. Grandma Jiba just smiles and thanks him for telling her how it all ended then. With a little struggle, she tries to rise and says she wants some fresh air, but Aoife snaps that she shouldn't overdo it and rushes over to help her. Asuda bolts to the door and swings it open to help out. With Aoife backing her up, she slips outside. Asuda and Aoife stare up at the stunning sky. And right there in the clouds, the lady stares at Zatsu and suddenly sees her younger self staring back. Aoife is the first one up, awake before anyone else, followed moments later by Suda. She throws both arms wide, like she's about to break into motion, and the second she hears her name, she flashes a bright smile and tells him, good morning, finally clocking something that's been hiding in plain sight. He leans in and asks if her arm feels better now, and she blurts out, nope, it's gone. I don't feel a thing anymore. She slides into her fur coat and declares, loud and fearless, that she's ready to go all in and live out her role as a hunter, and it crushes Asuda's heart, because her presence had just become his new normal. Aifri snaps that she's bothered him for way too long, and now, as he storms through the city and she fights through the forest, they'll guard their home with everything they've got. She also claims the leaders stormed into the city to a report on the Sun Clan. Those legends used to flood into that place all the time. They're back in business full throttle, no breaks. Holding 3 Jiba burgers, Asuda shoves them into Rudo's hands, blurts an apology, and storms off, leaving the hunter utterly baffled. Then his suit flashes a note. It's thanking the boy for helping him earlier. And that's exactly why the time is set. Rudo snatches it, smirks, and says Asuda still owes him about 20, then declares he'll count this as the first payment. So when Tug spots the firekeeper's shirt, then he leaned in and snatched Hera right out of the air. The girl blurts out that someone dragged her into a mission, and then her father leaned in and said he was craving some cooked mainmu with Jiba. She slides 4 coins onto the table and then, straight-faced, asks for her own share too. As the boy cooks, Vina suddenly spots something and yanks your attention. She shoves a little chopped tino into Asuda's hands, even though he's totally confused. Then she grabs him by the moment and orders him to look. Shoe people are marching toward the shop. The suitor demands her obedience, terror in every word, and then she grabs his hand to thank him. She darts through the crowd of men, and the boy can't help but think she bolted out of shyness. The shoe people demanded 11 cooked Miamis and 6 Jima burgers. And in pseudo-realizer that makes it seem like Taro was just blindsided, then the boy promises he'll get everything ready. And one of the men suddenly calls out, "And over," and they're grilling you about how the stuff you bought is holding up. Grinning, the boy starts explaining how that knife makes slicing so clean. Then Vina barrels in and cuts him off. Who yanks his shirt like his life depends on it. She points at the necklace hanging around his neck, making him feel painfully embarrassed. Vina then blurts out that Aoife never takes that new necklace off. It's always sitting right on her neck. Since Asuna can't find the nerve, the girl rushes to Shumararu and tells him that Aoife is wearing the blue stone necklace. Every single day, he swears he'll have to like it for real. As he cooks, the boy clocks it. Vina's dialed in more than before, and he thinks, "I know where this is going." But his sentence cuts off. It shouldn't be you on the receiving end. It should be you running in to help other people. With the orders all set, he tightened his grip and prepared to hand. Vina hands the shoe to the men, and she blurts that it feels like everything's finally back to normal. And Asuda nods along though they barely even left the place. Then Leto bursts in, sprinting like crazy through Asuda. Surprise blurts out, "Wait, did Camus send you to deliver this message?" Breathing hard, the boy gives a quick nod and tells him his master has something urgent to talk about, believing it's all about the stall. Asuda admits they were barely short of hitting that day's goal. Rudo swooped in and devoured half the burgers. Vina tells them to pack up. Then she and her brother stay behind to run the stall while Asuna slips out with Leto. Racing through the streets, breathless and unstoppable, they finally crash into the inn, and everything changes the second they step inside. Find Cameo, wearing a pretty rough, not-so-great look on his face. Papers crowded the table, stacked so high they felt like they were closing in. The man blurts out that something annoying just happened, then panics what choice is he supposed to make now. Even though he prepared, it's all been smashed to pieces. He slumps his head onto the papers and groans that his deadline is only a few days away. Right when he's finally lost his guide, Asuda starts getting way too curious about who or what this guide really is, and Kamua leans in and asks, "Did you really forget what your job is?" As they stare him down, the boy's mind starts racing. Then, with no answers, the two just lock eyes, both totally confused. Irritation crackles in his voice as he insists that ever since the day they met in the forest, he'd already told them he was investigating as part of his escort job. And that's got Asuda convinced like he's heard this exact thing somewhere before. He fired off a question to Cameo about what he was supposed to show up for, and the guy realizes, with a jolt, that he completely forgot. So Guy breaks it down to shield the merchants of the Eastern Kingdom from the city of Genomes. Kamiwa tells them that this forest path has gone untouched for ages, but the Lord of Genos is ready to bring it back to life. Because, with the Goobas tearing through everyone, he snaps that the merchants have already paid the price, and the collapse is just one more deadly hazard waiting to hit. The bridge lay ahead, but the path beyond it was completely abandoned. So Kamiwa told everyone he finally begged the forest people for help. Then right as the plans were set, he heard the Sun family vanished. Then he leans in and asks, "Do you know anything about the clan that was supposed to guide me?" After that, Asuda snaps to it. He's convinced the Suns broke their contract, and that's why the 3 clan leaders showed up just to report in. And it turns out none of this is really about him. At least, not at first. Desperate, Kamua blurts that he's got only a few days left, and he just needs one single person from the forest. Any of them. Asuda shrugs and admits he has no idea about the Suns. Then leans in and asks, "Is there anything I can do?" But it felt like the life got drained out of it. The man has no clue, none at all. Asuda scoops one of the papers off the table. He leans in and asks if it's the contract for the Suns, and the guy nods saying it was made just for them, exclusively. As a solution, Asuna steps up and offers to talk to another, a family that might actually be able to help. Surprised, he leans in and asks them to do it right now, because getting a visit from family never comes easy. It always takes a ton of bargaining first. He got a total shock. This kid declares he's heading back to the forest with a crew from the Rue and demand he spill every detail. Then the man breaks down every single detail of the contract for him, line by line, until the meeting's over. With a sharp nod, Leto escorts the man to the door and gives him heartfelt thanks for the help. With a warm smile, the firekeeper tells him to calm down, then promises she'll come back and file the report. As he walks out, Leto watches him go, and you can see real worry flicker across his face. It's Gazarin, sliding in to link up with the boy, and the guy in the suit throws out a full-on apology to him. The man shrugs and says he's fine, while the boy insists he only came because the Rue clan sent him. But once he talked to Donna, the chief snapped that this job belonged to the Rue team, or the Sori, never the Rue. Asuda grins and says he can't wait to team up with him, and Gajarin fires back with the same excitement. First, they grab the very plan they already talked over with the son's family. Gajarin scans it all, then declares that the plan is to, racing from west to east through the forest, you dodge the bandits lurking along the north and south borders, and now they'll clash with the gibbous as they migrate in droves, still hungry to keep gorging on the mountain's blessings. But what truly scares him isn't the date or the route, it's what's hidden underneath: the cargo, the quantity, and exactly how many guards are standing watch. Asura shrugs, says he has no clue, and that cameo only told him one thing, that it was a direct order from the Lord of Genos, and that's exactly why you need all those tiny details. Staring deeper into the plan, Gajarin says the Genovese will profit most from trading with the West, and he's going to march straight to the Saudi clan to push it. And the moment it happened, a wave of relief hit him. He couldn't stop himself from saying, "Thanks for the help." The Rutum and Saad representative, they popped up as guides, and then boom, they even showed up as a guard of Genus during the cameo. Sprints over with his partner, Sushuma. Pride surges in Asuda's chest as he stares at the moment, replaying it in his mind, because even though it hit him out of nowhere, it changed everything, all thanks to Gajarin's relentless organization. Trust me, the plan is about to work. The putted men climb into the carts, gripping heavy sacks as they haul them in, and right next to Leto, a pair of pseudo-stands came standing there, watching them storm off. The firekeeper grabs his resolve and decides to run his shop for real. But then, bam, something catches his eye. The boy squints, like he's recognizing the person, and just as it clicks, he can't finish his thought. With a calm, steady voice, the man finally names himself as Murano Masu, the guy who lets him borrow that stall. And since Kamui isn't there, he barges in after the boy and tells him he heard the kid should handle his own stall. Spotting his opening, the man calls out that one stall is empty and asks the boy if it wouldn't be a great idea to grab a bunch of them. Asuna can't help but think it's a headache right now, between the Shimas pulling up at the shop and everything else on her plate. Running 2 stalls would mean she'd need way more customers. So he fires back, saying he's freaking out because the ingredients are insanely expensive. The man urges you to head straight for the mansion up ahead. You might stumble on something way too good to ignore. In front of the entrance building, there was a mess right at the start. Suda catches a scent that yanks him straight back to his life in Japan. Suddenly, a blast of soy sauce hits his nose, and he darts inside right away, hunting for where that smell is coming from. A man snaps out, calling his name like it's urgent. He says, "If you want to stay here, this is the reception area." Asuda shoots back that he's not sticking around, not as a customer. He drops this like a secret he heard. They've got some seriously interesting ingredients. Then the man leans in and asks, "Are you talking about toss sauce?" Snatches a jar packed with the glowing liquid inside. Asuda's stunned, but he can't even tell if it's really soy sauce. So you tell him, "Here, taste a tiny bit." And he shrugs like it's no big deal. But the second he says it's from the Southern Kingdom, you already know the price is going to punch a hole in your wallet. Asuna snatches up the tall sauce, practically buzzing with excitement, and bolts out the door. She can't wait to try it. Meanwhile, the vendor clocks him as suspicious. And if she's right, she's sure this kid is actually the one selling jibami. The siblings are holding down the shop, juggling everything to keep it running while they're on duty. Ruto says Asuda's got a way back after he went to meet the merchants, but Vina tries to brush it off and insists everything's totally fine. At last, the firekeeper finally bursts in, breathless and apologizing for the wait, then drops the bombshell that he snagged a brand new ingredient. He says he's going to kick off the preparations, and Bina, curious as hell, he blurts, "Wait, what's inside the jar?" He pops the lid, flashes the toss sauce like a mystery, and admits he has no clue what it even is. B9 shoots a look that's half annoyance, half pride, and explains the product is a fermented drink made from tordrine, basically a luxury worth the fuss. That makes you feel like, yeah, something good is coming. Honestly, it's probably straight up soy sauce. So we take a bite first to make sure it's really good. It drops to the floor, overwhelmed by the flavor, absolutely convinced, no doubt, that it's soy sauce, something he swore he'd never taste again. Ruto blurts out that Asud is crying, and Vienna shoots back that it must be because she just heard it's a rare product. Asuda, still recovering, snaps back, "No, that's not even close." Then he fires off a plan to whip up a brand new dish and slather it with the toss sauce. The siblings don't even question it. They just swallow his words and move on. The firekeeper promises he'll handle everything like always, but his mind is already racing what sauce to use, and exactly what that means for the boys' next move. He showed up first, then got swallowed by every crisis that popped up, but now the pressure's finally off, and he can do what he wants. And that flavor, the one that drags him back to his past, makes him feel way more tied to Japan than ever. Then his thoughts flash to Ifa, promising, "We'll live together, me, you, and this family." Vienna snapped, asking if he was all right, because for a second there, he looked completely out of it. He hammers out a brand new recipe in his head, determined to give his shop's business a huge boost. The girl leans in and tells him she already finished cooking the jibba with Mayamo, then promises she'll grab the pot next. Then he grins and says he's switching to a whole different kind of meat. After what felt like forever, his brand new creation finally comes to life. A steaming cube of cooked jibba hit the plate. Masuda suggests, "Maybe I should give it a shot." And before he even finishes, Vina and Ruto are like, "Yeah, Ash too." So they all grab the chance and try it together. Pleased with what he'd cooked up, Asuda grins and says he's ready to sell his creation for double the price of regular juba. Meat then. He turns to everyone and asks, and they all shout, "Yeah, that's perfect." But the boy insists the cooked meat cube still isn't ready, even though he's determined to finish it tomorrow. Ruto Nemesis is absolutely buzzing out of his mind, and Vina chimes in that she's just as pumped. Asuda paces alongside them and asks if grabbing more supplies means he can go back to the Rue family for extra support. Ruto shuts that down fast, saying it's way too soon to worry about that. But Venus leans in and tells him Rina might actually help. Maybe this girl wouldn't be into him at all, the spot where his master always takes a seat. They finally got the shop bigger, so the three of them are hustling, setting everything up for another day of sales. Vina leans in and fires the question at Asud. Is he actually planning to sell their brand new product? And he spots that a bunch of people are already here, ready to snatch up the goods. The boy grins from ear to ear, then blurts to Dora and Tara that he's popping it open right away. A father and his daughter are finally accepting to be the very first to take a bite of the new food. A student cracks open a box he'd stashed the cooked jiba meat in, sipping tall sauce and fruit wine, just letting the moment hit. Everyone freezes when the meat cubes hit the table, and the room instantly goes wild. And Venus swears they look even more mouth-watering in the day before. He snatches up 2 cubes of meat on a stick, making sure they cling tight so nothing drops. Right away, Dora demands 2 pieces for his puzzle. Then Asuda drops them onto a leaf instead of wrapping them up. The kid grins and says he's trying to lock in the meat's flavor, and he'll whip up a bowl for him. Spark snapping in her mind, Asuna adds 1 more leaf too. He stitched the top into a tent, and, to slam the final preparations into place, Dora grins at her jiba meat skewer, amazed it tastes so perfect it doesn't even feel like it came from some street stall. At first, the boy's plan was to slam it into a wooden bowl, chomp your food while you're on the move. But when it's all said and done, turns out, using the leaf worked out even better. Grinning, he stared at his masterpiece like he just struck gold. He leaned in and dared the man to try it. Dora snatches the very first cube and eats it, and while they pick out a suit, it looks anything but confident. The smiling man leans in and raves that it's so delicious, it doesn't even taste like the gibbame he's used to. And he's praying Tara loves it just as much as he does. The boy becomes a pawn for a brutal, heartless handler one that grinds him down without mercy. The skewer's tip vanished into the bite-sized portion. Asura leans in and goes, "So you're really not going to eat?" And she casually drops, "I was just thinking about how pretty and shiny it looked. Like it was the most amazing thing ever." The boy grins and tells her, "Trust me, if you eat it before it goes cold, it'll taste even better." But with the time the girl took, look at her hands. They're soaked, like they've been hit with something that won't let go. And the second it checks in, he's already there, ready to find out why. Suddenly, Doris cuts right in front of me. He grabs his daughter's attention and pushes her to eat fast. He peppered the firekeeper with questions about what happened. And he tells her that, with the time she took, the sauce soaked right through the leaf, and Asura snaps back that it's still not good enough. Street food has to stay easy to eat and delicious. He's convinced toss sauce could be the next hit because it's basically soy sauce in a new disguise. But the boy shuts him down, saying those skewers just don't fit with street stalls. And Dora nods and agrees, then he drops the payment. He says he wants something that sticks around long enough for him to eat it later, like at a restaurant. And the boy remembers buying that toss sauce there too. But then he blurts out he could never pull off running a restaurant. Then Dora leans in and tells him they should go right now. Hit that restaurant right now. You caught me off guard, shocked me so bad you basically took my breath. Straight into the spot where he grabbed the sauce. Dora tells him, if those scooters sell like crazy, you'll have to level up the whole business. And don't worry, I'll handle the carpentry side. And right then, the boy finally clicks. This whole thing was his plan from the very start. Head bowed, he marched up to the restaurant owner and blurted out that he had to talk so shocked. By his own nerve, he couldn't believe he was doing it in Japan. But since he's not in Japan anymore, he grabs the confidence and slaps the box on the counter, proudly says he cooked something with the sauce, then shoots off. So, would you try it at the end? That realization hits him hard, his chest tightens, because he knows he's about to do something reckless, and still somehow blew past every expectation. He grins and says, I'll try it. Then we'll see if it's good enough to serve. That shocks a suitor who's been convinced the stall owner is gentle until he realizes the kind man still serves the rivals over at his little food stand. The man gets his food ready, piles the meat onto his plate, and digs in. Tears spill down his face as he fought to hold it together. He swears it's absolutely delicious, staggering away from the pseudo, unable to believe what he'd just seen. By the tall sauce, he just disappeared, as he fought for years to figure out how to toss it into cooking and make it count. And Asuda realizes he's got no chance. He tells everyone he became a cook just to chase the perfect dish, like it was the only thing that mattered. Man, it'd be amazing if he could pull it off. Though it sounds like there's been a misunderstanding, and Asui jumps in to apologize fast, worried he may have done something he wasn't supposed to. But the man grabs his hands and thanks him, pouring out hope like it's oxygen, hope that there's still a way. A whole new future was about to be simmered into his sauce. Not as right there, introduces himself in hand, so he can cash in on that contract and snatch up even more skewers. Back at his stall, he leans in and blurts to Vina, all fired up, recounting everything that just went down. But he figures it out while he secures something extra outside the shop. He didn't even manage to add a new menu item. And somehow he ends up feeling exactly like Nonus. The boy starts spiraling through every possibility in his head. The moment stretches out like it's begging to be answered. Try tossing us a new recipe if you think you can. A customer bursts in and demands cooked mayamu with jibamit, like it's the only thing that matters. Asuda's plating it together when he swears he finally scrubbed out that jibba smell with mayamu, and And then, boom, they chowed down on that grilled meat, and yeah, you remember, they ate it too. Dishes that simmered for ages, slow cooking to pure perfection. And then, bam, an idea ignites in his head. A student storms in and delivers the order, then mutters a filthy curse as they do it. He's zeroing in on the exact method he can't wait to try. When night drops, dinner simmers on the stove. And my face when everything looks like it's about to fall apart for real. Then he leans in and tells you these aren't normal orders. They're experimental dishes pulled straight from the food stall. As I taste it, my face changes, because it's the new poitin hit her with this wild, unstoppable craving for more. And Asuda thinks that's the perfect clue. And the shop finally swings open. Bina's eyes widen as she realizes the boy kicked off his preparations way earlier than usual. He tells you it's all because of that new product. The one that looks just like Jibo, the sukiyaki. The moment they hear that weird, unfamiliar word, the siblings suddenly shift in the strangest way. Asuda told Vina he only gave the meat a quick cook after tossing it with pico leaves and seasoning it just right. Then he pulled the exact same move with fruit wine and tall sauce. Leto shows up out of nowhere and blurts out that he's catching a faint smell in the air. The boy shoots the request in one breath and is immediately granted it. Tutor snaps back to reality. Kamua's nowhere in sight. So he tells himself it's enough. That convinces the firekeeper that Leto has always carried himself like a real adult, like he's less a kid and more a loyal guard dog watching over his master. Asuda hands over the food and blurts that he tried to recreate a recipe aiming for the exact taste of his homeland vanished from his view, and Leto's brain went dead. He was completely lost. The boy grabs his. He claims it's got the exact same shape as Mamu, and Asuda breaks it down, saying that's exactly why it felt so much easier to tell the flavors apart. Then he grabs the boy's attention and dares him to try it. The leader declares, the food's, somehow, it leaves a sweet, gentle flavor on the tongue. Suddenly, a man bursts into view, shouting at him, and delivers the worst news: something terrible has just happened. Camus is back, and he's drenched head to toe in red liquid, right as it stares curiously at, who bolts off, desperate to find his master. Bina blurts out that she totally saw this disaster coming from the start. She just knew it would all spiral into chaos. Asuna's chest tightens with worry, and she can't stop wondering if something happened to Camus. Vina yells for him, demanding his attention right now. Says the store's basically empty, because there just aren't many customers coming in. She explains, and the boy blurts out, is it cool if I go check it? Bina agrees, begging him to stop before he goes too far. A crowd surge together, all staring at a suit. Soon, he spots the man and Leto right there, and he can finally breathe easy, seeing that he's not badly hurt. Asura leaned in and demanded to know what happened. Why was the man drenched in red liquid? He insists, it's not mine. And that hits the boy like a punch. Now he's terrified of who it really belongs to. Camus snaps back that it's for the last surviving son of the family. Asuda claims that guy was meant to rot, and Gino's right there to get punished for breaking the contract. That's how it was supposed to go. And don't go anywhere, be right back. Before the merchant group even took off, he went back to where it all started. Kamiway slumped over the table, snapping and groaning about why the Sun family had to drop right then. Leto steps in, cracks a line, and you can tell right away he's not exactly in a good mood. He tells them he had built a fake crew to rip the Sun clan's crimes wide open, and that they fully expected an attack on the road. Ladov shoots him a weird stare, and Camus blurts out an apology, terrified he just dragged up a horrible memory. But the boy snaps back and claims it's totally his fault, because he still hasn't managed to forget it. Then his master suddenly gets an idea. Like a spark that just won't let go, they shove him out the door to the shop the second it opens. Camus fills Asuno in on the folks she's about to introduce him to, the ones who'll step in for the Suns, then smirks and says this way he can ship the merchants off without a single snag. Then Leto leans in and says he's praying for his own safety on the road. The man tracks down Gazarin and finally meets him face to face, and the two of them lock eyes, greet each other warmly, and kick off their relationship on the best possible note. His partner straight up tells him, I never expected you to end up dealing with this. The forest people are back. And this time, the cameo drops the line. No worries, he says. You can finally depart. Don't trust them. Those merchants are fakes, to seize the sun's power and slam the last caravan. And this is how he's been grinding for ages. He'd get word that the old clan leader was finally showing up, and he needed top stats to hit the merchant crew, so he couldn't help wondering if Leto could actually bounce back after all this. They bump into the Sun family demanding answers right now. 10 years later, the people behind the crime finally get hit with the bill for what they did. Kamua yanks his sword free and charges straight into a full-on brawl with one of the Suns, gets knocked down in seconds, and gets tossed straight off the cliff. Cameo kept his eyes locked on the cover while everything unfolded around him, in a spill of crimson liquid gushing from him. Cameo just told everyone that Zatsu used the fruits grown to lure the gibbous in so they get close enough to get attacked. He finally realizes they used the very same attack method just like they did a decade ago. But this time, they're going straight into it, no turning back. Wielding his sword, he cuts down the gibbous without mercy. That charged in to tear him down. And then he wraps up his tail, leans in, and says, "It's." His body dripped a savage red fluid, spilling from something not even human. Staring at Leto, eyes locked on him, Asuda finally clicks. He already knew about the whole plan, and that's why he's been so crushed and quiet. Then it hits him. He's going to swing by the office after closing and drop the new recipe on them, just to pull everyone's minds off everything. Their attention snaps to the voice the second it hits. Gnome's old Zatsu finally snapped back to consciousness. Later, he snaps to it. He recognizes the voice of the son who's shouting for Tae. The boy digs into his mind and remembers everything from the past. As Zatsu's voice cut in, demanding to know why the goods hadn't been stashed somewhere else. Tae says, "For a crew like ours, merchants through and through, that's the best we can pull off." From the forest, little Lita cowers in terror as she watches the two of them to prank him until just a while ago. Everyone burst into laughter, joy pouring from every face. Them. And from that day of trauma, he finally snapped back to the present. Later, it sprints after him like a shadow in that suit, trying to keep up. Old Zatsu snaps, "Tae," and calls for him. And then he totally misread it as a cameo. He says he has to restore what was taken back. Honor burns in the Sun family's name. Looks like he finally clocked the old truth. Goodman leans in and demands, "Tell me, are you a citizen of Stone City?" And his eyes flare wide when it's finally confirmed. Suddenly, Zatsu erupts in fury. And then, they blurt out that they forgot the debt owed to the forest people. So he snaps, accusing them of trapping the forest dwellers, just so they'll never have to hunt the Jaibas themselves. Asuda throws himself between Leto and danger, fighting to keep him safe. Master Kamiwa looms like an unshakable wall as those words hit the air. Zatsu insists the wealth is theirs because he basically steered every one of those corrupt citizens. Then he chose the right path and acted like nothing on earth could even matter anymore. That cameo drops a gut punch. Tai-sun is officially gone, no longer among the living. The old man looks dead set on denying it, like he can't make sense of what you're saying. And Camus tells him the brutal truth after it was all over. The only thing left of his son was his red fluid, and that same unstoppable obsession. As you stay hidden in the cloak, Grasspold's shadowy hands tighten, and Zetsu's about to cry out for his son. Staring at his hand with dead-eyed silence, Kamua tells him to swallow the judgment and accept it. The old man gets dumped on the ground, and the guard storms in to drag him away, telling him to get up as she roped him down with knots. Stuck there, with no other move left, he finally accepts his fate, unable to do anything else. He accepts his fate twists right in front of Suda and young Leto as they watch, stunned, placing his hand right on each of his disciples' heads. Then he turns to Leto and declares, "It's finished. It's all over." As the boy's innocent eyes gleam, Leto's mind snaps to his family's faces, everyone grinning like they're waving goodbye. Because for the first time, he's truly free at last. The figures shrink into the horizon, and the little boy's sobs tear through the silence. Finally, his people got the justice they deserved. Then Kamua slams the news down. He's heading back to work. Asuda shouts at them, grabbing their attention right away. Then the master leans in and demands to know what he truly wants. Then the boy leans in and says, If you're in, let's test the new recipe I cooked right outside the city. With a calm, confident smile, the man nods and agrees. Camille shows up out of nowhere, and the Suda wastes no time. She asks if the boy realizes he's standing there all alone. The man blurts that Leto probably zonked out from pure exhaustion, and a firekeeper admits he saw it coming. And Kama was like, "Wait, what do you mean?" Then the soup breaks it down. He guessed Leto would feel relieved, because he'd been acting like he was worried the whole time he was out of town. With a grin on his face, Kamua nods along and confirms that the boy was truly worried about his work. Asuda fires back that this isn't just work, it's something much bigger, that the boy was sitting there, holding his breath, waiting for him to come back. Imagine the boy spiraling with worry, then snapping into relief, as Kemi breaks into a smile and tells him, "Everything's going to be okay now." With everything settled, the guy steps up and demands 2 hearty portions of the new food. He tosses one for himself and one for Leto, then swears he'll chow down with the kid the moment he's back. Asuda shoots him a grateful smile, thanking him for always coming back to his little shop again and again for anyone who needs him. You can't possibly read what's really burning in someone else's heart, but if Nether truly wants to shift things, why shouldn't they be allowed to try right there, the way it is? As he drifts into sleep, the boy blurts out his master's name, like it's haunting him even in his dreams. Asuda locks in, cooking up a whole line of kiba meat, like it's her mission. Ifa bursts in, and as he's cooking, he whispers like he's been building it for ages. "It's been a while," he says. He rushes in, throws out an apology, asks if she got curious. And of course she did. She did, and she leaned in, asking if he's worried about the food, then offering to run a full taste test. Asuda insists it's all about cooking and flashing those smiles, because she was right, and she grins, saying she can't wait to give it a shot. But the boy shoots her excitement down, saying he doesn't need a test. He tells her he needs a little time. Then he asks, "Are you disappointed?" And she just nods, saying she gets it. And when he asks, "Are you okay?" she gives the exact same answer again. A brand new workday kicks off, and they race to set up the stall for round 2 of selling. Vina leans in and asks the subby if he's really going to take the boiled. He rockets the cubes to the 3 main pavilions. Then he checks everything, confirming it's all set. Thanks to Nadis, the coods are finally on the menu at the first-floor restaurant across all 3 major pavilions. But here's the catch: Asuda needs a good 2 or 3 hours just to get them ready. Even though he pulls it off and gets the meal going, it's stealing time from the boy, and he can't stop worrying that serving only 1 dish won't be enough. So he frets over what to do next, but right now, all he has to do is strike the fire. He drops into a crouch to tend to it, and right as he's working, that familiar voice calls out saying they caught wind of a brand new recipe, and Asuna perked up like she already knew exactly who was behind it. Because Shiva's men are back, and their leader fires the question straight away: "How much does this new food cost?" The boy grins at them and promises, "Don't worry, I'll cook up the meal." Use the moment while they're right here. Assume he wanted to corner Shumerl and ask if he knew any restaurants or Genos that sold delicious culinary goods. Once they confirmed that, he leaned in and asked, like, "So, what's the story?" There are tons of places that whip up special dishes, no need for rare ingredients at all. It's the same old chaos again. Men crowd together to trade opinions, and suddenly her suit feels like a ticking bomb. Was it a mistake to ask them that? Then the man smirks and says he'll spill all about the new dishes right after they finish eating. He's pumped. He turns to the boy and blurts out a huge thank you. Ruto tells Asuda goodbye, because he and Vino are taking over the shop. Shumerl walks alongside the boy, and the kid can't stop buzzing. Everything thrills him. He realizes this is the first time he's ever spent his time wandering the city, and when they step into a building, Asuda grins because every house looks the same, and that somehow makes him happy. The man pointed him forward and led him down the right path. "Dude, they're sitting in a restaurant right now, and he's guessing they might be. Ingredients are lined up on the menu." Then Schumer's about to call, shouts out for someone, and the twist leaves the boy completely stunned. How fast they tear in and show up. He slips through the door and immediately asks if they've got a customer. Then the guy looks so unfriendly, it practically glares back. He shoots a question. Are you merchants? And you can tell he's a little scared of what they'll say back. Asuda finally manages to get a word in and tells them, we're just customers. The man leans in and asks if they want to eat, then waves them to sit down. But Asuda shoots back fast, saying they're only here to snatch rare ingredients for the restaurant. Confused, the man shrugs and says he has no idea what could possibly be rare enough to satisfy him. Show me the box, he demanded. And then he pulled up a suit like it was the real prize. He brags that he pulled it off with sauce like that stuff is insanely rare coming from him. You gotta understand how rare this man is, changes everything, fast. He shows Tina around Miami with Chito, and the whole scene hits like a wild mix of briny Naris salt, leaves, and sweet fruit juice ramen. The other item is forged from the hardened milk of Jamma. In the end, those common items aren't just regular stuff. They're processed foods wearing a disguise. As soon as she spots them, Miss Suna's like, wait, those are kimchi and cheese. He squints at that bright red thing the Tino mix made for Chito. The man says jamimi hits with an insanely bold flavor, so people pair it with cheetah fruit. Then the boy finally clicks. Chito isn't just a person. It's seasoning, the same kind of magic that Pico leaves behind. Asuda can't stop wondering what kind of kick Cheeto's flavor brings. Does it hit bitter, spark spicy, or smack you like kimchi? Then he leans in and asks straight up if the man will sell it for the price he just named. But the vendor shrugs and pulls out a completely different pair instead. Strolling down the street, the boy beamed and gratefully thanks Shumaril. He waves it off like, don't thank me, and quietly admits that he's just hoping. He can't wait to dive into his new dishes, buzzing with excitement. Suda tells him he'll do his best, and then they rip the goodbye right out of their hearts. Then he swings by the restaurant and hands over the freshly cooked tubakas. The kind man grins and swears the sales are booming, then immediately pushes to keep buying. And you can practically see the boy's eyes light up like they're filled with pure joy. Then he tips his hat to the man, tears himself away, and dashes back to his work. Tunis stared at his brand new ingredient, like it was about to change everything, burning with excitement to finally try a brand new recipe. Those rude siblings shove a suit at his doorstep and then, just like that, he turns, smiles, and says his goodbyes. He lets her discover it. He's back. The girl sat on the floor, and he leaned in to asked if she wasn't feeling well. All fired up, the boy announces he snagged new ingredients, yet fat just doesn't match his energy. Asuda tells everyone tonight's meal is a brand new test, and asks the girl if she's okay with it. Then the girl's answer sparks real worry in Asuda. He locks eyes with her, and the truth hits him like a punch. Something hit her hard, and it dragged her heart straight into the dumps. Asuda slams the new ingredients bag onto the table and grabs a point in the dough like she's about to start something big. He strides right up to the girl and fires off a question. What would she think if he showed up and started flipping hamburgers like a pro? Hitting the perfect note, the girl immediately shattered the silence. She's practically vibrating with excitement, saying it'd be a perfect taste test. And then she presses again, asking if she can finally taste test him this time. And Asuda slams her agreement. Asuda cracks open one of the fresh ingredients and boldly chooses the thing that looks exactly like cheese to start. The pan's heating up and he flings it in like he's daring fate to stop him. He forced the whole thing to melt until it started looking like a freaking ghost. This freaks Ifa out. He blurts, "What is it?" But even he has no idea. He stretches the melted stuff until it whips into the air, and she immediately fires back. How far will it go? Asuda takes the challenge, hauls harder, and when he yanks again, it snaps in half, cutting. He shouted at it. Then his disappointment crushed him when it snapped. With that tiny broken bit clutched in his hand, the boy takes a bite, then swears it's cheese, and the texture feels exactly like a commemorative bite. But Aoife snaps out of patience and tells him she has no clue what he's talking about, then decides she just wants to try it. While he was prepping the meat, his suit already, lazily drizzling the sauce, spreading it all over her. Ivy roams around the area, and it hits her so hard her mouth starts watering on the spot because what she's seeing is way too tempting. She swears the scent is identical to the one she caught last time, and Asuda just shrugs, saying it could go either way. She's feeling way more confident now, and she tells everyone the perfect pairing for it poison. Asuda panics, then slaps a slice of cheese right on top like it'll save everything. The girl demanded, "Why'd you put that stretchy thing on it?" But with everything set, and Asuda just casually tosses out that he'll serve it on a wooden plate then. Ifus, still staring, snaps that the smell is driving her crazy with hunger. He finally slaps down his new creation, staking everything on a teriyaki cheese hamburger he's cooked up himself. Can't wait a second longer. She grabs the plate and digs in, puts her back into it, and power those stairs, and he shoots back. "Everything okay?" Suda suddenly snaps to it. She remembers scorching herself with that blazing hot juice from the last hamburger. Even though her mouth is practically screaming for it, she forces herself to wait. The boy blurts out that she should eat it right away while it's still piping hot. With a spoon, she chops off a chunk of meat, and a kid watches the cheese stretch and squeals with pure joy. Asuna finds it hilarious and tells her, "Don't you dare drop it." She takes the first bite, and seconds later, her eyes watered as the scorching meat burned in her mouth. She can't speak at all, so she frantically signals Asuda for help. And at first, he doesn't get it. Eiffel just shakes her head, trying to get the message across like, "You won't believe what's happening." And the boy takes it the wrong way, thinking the food must be awful. Asuda stares at the steam curling up in front of him. Like the world just exhaled, she gulped in the heat rising from the hot meat, then coming straight for her. She fights through the struggle, forces the meat down, and then takes it straight from her mouth. Piece after piece, she kept tearing through them until every last bit was finally gone. Then Asura leans in and asks, "So, what did you think of the new food?" With a huge grin, she declares, "It's absolutely delicious." She tasted something so good it absolutely blew away everything she'd eaten before. Aoife leans in and tells him to stand tall. His new creation is something to be proud of. Asuda stares at the empty wooden plate, and her world feels like it just drops. Handed it over with big smiles, and thanked her for every word she just said. Right before he leaves, he leans in and tells her exactly how Go whips up poisons just for her. She calls him up and asks for just a minute to talk. He feels the danger hit, and with a quick yank, he rips off his headband. She drops onto the ground, then snaps, "It's been 2 whole months." This throws the boy for a loop, and she quickly tells him it's just counting the time since they met. He slides in beside her, grinning, then it hits him. Damn, it's really been that long since he showed up. But Eiffel doesn't look nearly as cheerful as he claims, and, at the end, she snaps out of it, grins, and declares it's celebration time hamburgers with meat for them both. So Asuda's fired up too. He tightens his headband again and charges back into the kitchen, ready to cook more. Everything set and ready now, Asuda's finally invited to make his move. Sets down the plates on the ground, and I strike the fire, uplighting the whole place in seconds. As he's munching, he realizes the cheesy hamburger tastes way better right when it's still piping hot. While he watched the girl smile with every bite, he decided to walk away and leave her the rest, are ready to serve every kind of customer. With a grin plastered on his face, Asuda jumps straight into the next order. The stall just rolled out 3 brand new dishes on the menu, and the cooked meat cues are flying off the shelves only. Now they're stuck short on hands, trying to juggle way too many tasks. While the cook in Miami was heating up, Asuda demanded a big pile of area to be chopped up. Another shift slams shut, and everyone's wiped out. A little embarrassed, to ask Rudo if he'd mind if they grab something on their way back. That young hunter looks anything but thrilled, and ask yourself, shouldn't you be hunting for more people to help right now? He blurts out, yes, but he has zero clue who the perfect person for the job even is. But Venus practically buzzed with excitement because she just hit on a plan. They're dragged through the chaos and delivered straight to the Rue clan's village, and the boy is completely left scratching his head. Lost and totally confused, she stops the suitor mid-sentence and demands he waits just for a moment, and barges out into the village square, shouting to everyone that they're back. Curious as hell, the boy can't help but ask what she's planning for one. Rana bursts out of one of the houses, and you can tell right away she's not happy at all. And Vina, it's not fair, because she deserves better. Asuda's heartbeat spikes the moment the girl steps into view. Reina leans in and asks her sister, "You're this pumped just because you gotta eat out in the city?" With a wink and that mysterious vibe, she just smirks and says, "It's a secret." Asuda watches their exchange and realizes Vina is teasing her sister, and Asuda can't help but wonder what Vina's really trying to pull off. Then Rina grinned and said she'd head to this city too, so her help would finally expose what's been hiding this whole time. Vina's been cooking this wicked plan for new labor from the start, so when it finally clicks, she can't contain her excitement, running up to Asuba and shouting, "Hey, tell me if..." Rana heard that rumor and immediately got curious. She had to know why the boy is in the village, and why he's hiding. All he'll say is, "I don't have an excuse." Vienna blurts out that Asuda's idea is right there in front of them, right in the shape of her own sister. Totally confused, Rina blurts, "Wait, what are you even saying?" Then, her older sister reveals Asuda's stall is crushing it, and that success has him already thinking about hiring someone to help. Smiling bright, Vina declares she wants in, so they'll count on her help. Then Rihanna freezes, realizing she's been pulled straight into her sister's trap. Rihanna starts toying with the idea, then asks, straight up, if they truly want her help. Because once she's in, it changes everything. And she remembers right then that she can't dodge her duties as a servant. So Suda drops to his knees and admits, straight to his face, that he's asking for way too much. That sight jolts her, and she blurts out whether he's performing some kind of ritual. He tells you this is a ritual back home, something they do when they need to make a request with their whole heart, to push things forward. Vina insists, with pure fire, that it screams determination. Pausing for a beat, Reina tells him she'll push for permission to go with him. The boy beams with pure happiness and gratitude, right like Vina. Vina says they should take him to the family first, but Ruto isn't buying it. Rage flashes across his face as he turns and storms off, even while Reina keeps asking where he's headed. A brand new workday kicks off right now, with the newest employee finally heard the whole story. Samuel finally gets why the girl is here. Ruto stays locked on guard, eyeing every move like it might blow up any second. He's still up there grumbling, even after Reina showed up like the whole world dumped the burden on him again. When she hears him, his sister spins back around, still grinning, and tells him, "I came to help with the stall." Trying to make a move between them feels like a terrible idea, and even dropped a cameo Nemesis to fix things. Asuda tells Rana to calm down and slides even more products over for Ruto to try. Camila fires back, asking if the load is giving them trouble, and if it is, she tells them they need a tutusu. Asura blurts out, "What's gotten into you?" And once again, he says, "To carry that load, you'll need a totosu." Swearing he heard it already, the boy blurts out, "Okay, but what even is that weirdly named thing?" Then Kamua points them out, and says the animals tied to the cart last time are the ones this time. The boy asks, "Is that the burger everyone's drooling over?" And his mind races through every piece he could munch: thigh, wing, gizzard, and liver. Sneaking in at just the right moment, using the conversation to his advantage, Kamiwa blurted out that one of the Toktosu they managed to escape from had slipped into the forest, which Asu makes sound like the perfect, super convenient thing to bring up right now. He tells them he was desperate to get the animal back, but it vanished, and he couldn't find a single trace of it. He tells them, if somebody digs this up, there's zero proof it's mine. He's convinced he's totally winning the argument. Like that way the boy keeps staring at him as all proof. A suited guy leaned in and demanded he place the order, because the line was already starting to build. So he orders up 3 jabargers and 2 sukiyaki gibas. Like he's about to go full monster mode. While the boy shouts the order, Camel can't help saying again how awesome it'd be to have a wild totosu. He grabs his food, then leans in and tells the boy, "Don't forget it. And don't let your guard down with that totosu." After catching every word of the chat, Rihanna leans in and asks if the woman is telling them to grab a tuktosu. Asuda just shrugs and admits he has no clue, and Vina is just as lost. But they snap back to what really matters, serving customers like nothing else exists. On the ride back, once again, Rudo grumbles about hauling everything himself, and Vina shuts him down fast, telling him not to add a single word. Asuda thinks for a second, then goes, "No joke, this is real. I've got to find a solution for that, and I need it fast." In his head, the same cameo keeps screaming "Toptosu" over and over again. Suddenly, something flashes into Rudo's vision and snaps his focus instantly. He hurls everything aside and snatches for his sword, and the boy yells for everyone to stay back. The three are totally lost, and they don't even bother to be polite. Stares up at a dark cloud hanging over the stairs, rushing right up on him. Then, it's like the moment just stops. Because it's seriously, whoever rides a giant bird like that is beyond rude. Wait, why is she riding that thing in the first place? And the girl blurts out that she snagged it herself. She couldn't help herself. She peppered the girl with questions about where she found it, and the girl just shrugged and said she'd picked it up in the, which blasts him with the same old cameo moment, like it's reminding him again and again of the exact same line. The older sisters watch from the sidelines, grinning as Remy charges onto a bucking Tadasu. Vina checks and spots there's no seal at all, and Rana immediately realizes, yep, it's definitely wild. As soon as it stops looking like it's hyped, something's about to go down. On another wild day of selling, he hears the shocking news about the capture at Tosu, but the sisters don't look happy at all. Asuda tells him, "Go on, check if it's the animal I lost." Food stuffed in his mouth, he nods and agrees to take a look. Deep in the forest, Kamwa stares ahead, and then his eyes catch the. He points at the bird and shoots Lita the question. "What do you think?" Camuse tells him that when it comes to animals, the boy's got way more knowledge than he should. He leans in, studying the bird up close. Leto swears there's not a single injury, then he adds, "See, it looks like it's already learned how to blend in with humans." Asuda shoots the question, "Is that a good thing?" And the boy's completely lost, like his brain can't catch up. After he wrapped up his analysis, he stepped up to lead. The animal's incredibly strong, and that means it'll be easy to sell fast. Kamua leans in and asks, "So tell me, how well does this animal handle carrying heavy loads?" Leto takes one look, barks an order, and the bird drops right into place. And Leto grins like, "Yeah, it's perfectly trained." Hand peppers a suede with how to ride it to a kyosu, and the suede shoots back. Remy was already riding it. Rudo couldn't care less, as he mumbled that their sister wasn't really riding. She was barely holding on. Then Lino steps in and offers to teach Asuna how to ride, and the boy climbs right up. He throws himself at the animal and screams at the top of his lungs, desperate and shaking. Young Leo grips the Tadasu and tells Tadasu, "I've got you, don't panic." But Asuda snaps back. No saddle means you can't hang on, and it's like clinging to your life on a bicycle that's already slipping downhill. In sheer desperation, the boy clutches the feathers like they're his last lifeline. Back on the ground, Leto grins and swears he'll get used to it soon. Right then, Fred bursts in and demands, "What are you doing here?" She spots an animal in a sub-explosive zone. He's learning how to ride the thing. The girl practically bursts with excitement and blurts out, "Can I try too?" Asura leans in and asks if she's ever ridden one before. She shakes her head fast and admits, "Nope." She stared at the bird, utterly curious. Leto jumps in to help, but then, bam, a nasty surprise hits. With everyone's help, IFA hands the bird over to the commander so it can take its seat, and the moment it happens, she springs up onto the Toptosu. Then she snaps an order and tells it to. He stands there, and the bird snaps to attention. Then it leaves behind a pseudo-in. Shock hits, and she bolts into action for a tiny, wild adventure with the animals. Even Leto freezes in shock and blurts out, "Wait, did you just?" If it's truly her very first time. Beaming, Asuda proudly nods and says yes as he watches her grin with pure joy. She rockets back for it like she never left. She took the plunge and ended up thanking those boys with a grin. She steps off the Toptosu, reaches out to pet the animal, and it gladly leans into her affection. Kamiwa watches everything unfold, grins like, "Looks like the bird's got a thing for you," then leans in and asks the girl if she wants to keep the Totosu. Asuda leans in and asks if she's really okay taking on the responsibility of caring for the bird. She strokes the Topdos's fur, grins, and declares they're moving in together with the Jururu. The boy blurts out that she already named it, and it hits you with, "Is that a problem?" Todd's channel time just kept flying by.